Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, school friends of the world. How's everybody doing tonight, today, this morning, wherever you are in the world? Hope you guys are having a good day / night / whatever it may be, wherever you are. Happy to see you guys. Happy to be here with another episode of our Ezra coverage. So let's get some music going here. A little bit of night driving, shall we? There we go. Look at how nice. What a beautiful picture, huh? So for anyone who missed it, we did have a video come out earlier today with the latest out of Karen Reed, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, with the new documents there from the Commonwealth and the defense. So if you missed that, do check that out later whenever you have a chance. Hi, Candace. How are you doing today? And actually, I need to make a command for Ezra as well, don't I? Let me see about that. Time for a squirrel dance party. Okay, so let me make a command for Ezra. Okay, let's see here. Thinking a sweater. Let's see if there's a sweater. Is there not a sweater emoji? That's wild. If there's not a sweater emoji, that would be crazy. Wow. How is there not a sweater? Well, I guess we'll have to do like yarn. And then we'll see some coffee. Let's see, is there a farmhouse? Why when I search house does like all kinds of things come up?
The house.
Every time that always takes me by surprise. That is so funny. Is there an iPod? Wow, there's like so many things that this doesn't have that I would think it should have. Hipster. Nope. Okay, let's see. What do you guys think? Try out. Let's do exclamation point Ezra. See what you guys think about this. Ezra Command. And if I'm missing anything. Shout out to Super Planner Girl. Did you have fun with your new friend, Super Planner Girl? Right, I know, like a coat thing. Right, thank you for checking. Yes. Let's see, did I remember to do coffee? Yeah, so that's what I got. Yarn, glasses, coffee, art, shit, book, knife. I tried to find a farm, muddy road, sweater, iPod. It didn't have anything like that. Oh, good. I'm glad you had a good time, Super Thunder Girl. Awesome. Oh, and Candace is on the elliptical. You know what's really funny is that I was about to ask if you were still working on like running for anything, and then you said this. That's funny that you're on the elliptical. Do you have an elliptical at your house, Candace? Oh yeah, we got to have the knife. Crucial. You know, I should add like a pen, right? Like a fountain pen type thing, because we're actually, it's relevant because we're about to get into the journal. Let me add that. We're going to add like a little fancy pen thing. Shout out to Super Planner Girl. She can tell us all about the fancy pens. Okay, let's see. That should be better. Oh, Candace is at the gym. Cool. Well, we're happy to be with you at the gym. That's fun. We're all getting a workout with Candace because we're all at the gym with her. So we added a pen. What is that, a pig? Are you thinking adding a pig? Pig for mud? Yeah, we can have a pig. We'll add a pig. Got a good idea. Good thinking. To quote The Room, which not all of you guys have seen yet, you invited all of my friends. Good thinking. Once you've seen it, that will be funny to you. We're going to add the pig right after the book. I was thinking about tractor for farm, but like I don't want it to have any similarities to Murdoch because that would just, you know, she doesn't deserve to have anything in common with the road trip crew. You know what I mean? So that's what I think about her. Shout out to the road trip crew. My phone just fell. Hold on. I was using my phone to do the Nightbot command. Okay. Let me. So updated. It's okay. It's a good enough reach until they make better, and they need to add more emojis for mud. They need a sweater. They need an iPod. Until they add that, then we're gonna have to go with this. There we go. There's Ezra.
It's a house.
It certainly is a house, isn't it? Isn't it? So this is gonna be a really good episode. I'm super excited. This is a good one. A good one. Okay, so let's get into these journals here. Let me pause my music. Love you, night driving. Okay, so all right, Hipster Business Adjacent, brought to you by Classic.
It's a house.
Yep. All right, so what I did here was I zoomed in and I tried to like sharpen the image so we can do our best attempt to read it. Okay. And I have these in chronological order from when he wrote them. Okay. So this is November 9th, 2017. Remember, the murder happened on March 2018, March 22nd, I believe. I always forget if it's 22nd or 20th. I think it's the 22nd. Okay. I'm not going to try to pronounce that Latin up there at the top. Love and do what you will. This is odd advice passed down by Saint Augustine. Something have I, maybe sense, have I obsessed, oh boy, over a something as I am now. It haunts me. I find an uncomfortable kinship with the saint. My life, and don't worry, we're going to get into St. Augustine, as you guys probably figured. My life something into a confusion. Is that fed into a confusion of sin, of belief, and of limitation? I think that's his belief. Every word, every breath, every sigh, and every laugh is a something. Love to you. Is a little love to you, maybe? I weep and pray, begging for forgiveness. I don't know, because I really do love you, but I am unworthy. At a young age, I learned my lesson well. Something, lesson to be alone. Surrounded by beauty, by joy, by love. Something. The lowercase i's are interesting, right? Or is that what that is? A lowercase I? Huh. That's interesting, right? What do you guys think about that? What? Huh. I felt out of place. Unlike all the living, I lacked a soul. I lacked vital force. In a mood, I was something dead. Please forgive me for moving like you. You who as is alive. I'm doing my best, guys. The very breath I take. So there's a capital I, and then the next interesting. I take unwounded, hoping to pass for something other than a conscious corpse. My guilt is wanting love without having a beauty, maybe. Live half-heartedly. Tried to isolate myself. Well, Squanguin's covering up part of that. Something, I think, says from you. Afraid I would taint you. Yet I love you. I am sorry for this failure on my part. I know my touch would kill you, yet I reach out. That is my sin. The violence in my flesh that I lack a soul to correct. That at least something is what takes the place of memories of a home. That is part of me, a me. I something never something. I desire redemption. Something. Thank you, Super Planner Girl. I felt out of place. A heart. Okay, thank you. I don't know where that was at now that I'm looking over there. Having a heart. Oh, that was that last word of that sentence. I see there. Yes, wanting love without having a heart. Okay, I see. Thank you. Okay, so now it's going to tell us, I think, a little bit about Saint Augustine. Aha. Now remember, actually, let me go back real quick, of course, as always. Back further. Here we go. The interesting part here is he says, I find an uncomfortable kinship with the saint. So now let's learn more about Saint Augustine. All right. Good old year 354, Algeria. So this is Saint Augustine of Hippo, by the way. Shout out to Hippos. He was the Bishop of Hippo, one of the Latin fathers of the church and perhaps the most significant Christian thinker after St. Paul. Augustine's adaptation of classical thought to Christian teaching created a theological system of great power and lasting influence. Now, one thing that's interesting is we've heard so far from Alex's friends that he was not religious, but yet this fellow, as I was researching him, was really important in the world of Christianity. Well, he was a saint, right? His numerous written works, the most important of which are Confessions and The City of God, shaped the practice of biblical exegesis and helped lay the foundation for much of medieval and modern Christian thought. In Roman Catholicism, he is formally recognized as a doctor of the church. I mean, 100% Super Planner Girl, 100%. Yep. Yep. Okay, so now as far as this mantra, love and do what you will, there's actually a couple different translations. Sometimes it's love and do as you will. Sometimes it's like love and do what you want. As I was researching this, there's a number of different kind of like, they're pretty similar, right? Translations. But anyway, this one says love and do what you want, right? But it's the same thing, from the same thing. So I have no idea what that word is, pneumatological. If anyone wants to Google that, feel free. Okay, so this is like a fancy paper on this whole thing. So the abstract here says, Augustine famously summarizes all of ethics in the maxim, love and do what you want. Why are we talking about this? Because this defense suggested that this was something that Alex said to try to almost justify quote unquote sexual assault, right? But it was so important when we realized this was from Saint Augustine. This is a quote from Saint Augustine. And it really pissed me off to realize the defense never mentions that, right? And you can see it in the writing, but it's so hard to read. And I hope the jury gets some help with that. But anyway, this was not his idea. This was Saint Augustine's idea, right? And he was Christian. So for anyone who's like, oh, well, Alex is a philosopher and he's blah, 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 and like a nihilist and like, not religious. Well, this could be important for them to know that he really related to this Christian saint, okay? Especially for people who are religious. Anyhow, love and do what you want in his homilies on the first epistle of John, but also describes sin as misdirected love and humanity as characterized by sin. This raises the question as to how Augustine can offer such a maxim given humanity's tendency to love so poorly. Aimed at ethicists and theologians with only a general knowledge of Augustine, this paper examines Augustine's approach to ethics and its relationship to his theology of the Holy Spirit. By exploring the Ordo Amoris, the Uti Frui distinction, sorry guys, and the doctrine of the Spirit as the inner Trinitarian, love of the Father and the Son, right? Like the Holy Trinity. I attempted to show how Augustine's maxim can fit with his hamartiology. There's a lot of words in here I could spend forever Googling all the meanings of. I agree. Super Planner Girl says, I think it's almost like let love drive all that you do. 100%. That is how I absolutely interpret this. And I think it's also the type of thing where it's like, if you love people, you let them do what they want type of thing. Almost like love and do what you will, but like that means you love others and let them do what they will, like almost like love and let love, live and let live type thing. I totally agree though with what you're saying. John is known as the Apostle of Love. Thank you for that, Super Planner Girl. Excellent. Did anyone want to Google pneumatological? Okay. So now we're going to get to the part of this sermon. So this came from a sermon of St. Augustine's where he said this quote, okay? So I'm just going to read some of this. This whole thing, this article thing that I found was really long. I just pulled out the parts where they talk about that exact mantra. I'm calling it a mantra because it was something that Alex seemed to use a lot. But anyway, in all three of these major works associated with the Spirit, uniting, teaching, and perfecting, we see the tight connections with Augustine's Ethica Caritatis. Oh boy. In his commentary on 1 John 4:8, God is love, Augustine makes the unusual move of flipping John's formulation, God is love, to its inverse, love is God. A step too far for most commentators and theologians, but this move is a necessary one given Augustine's Trinitarian doctrine and his pneumatology. I feel like we need to know what that word means. He offers three arguments in defense of the unusual formulation, love is God. That is really interesting, isn't it? Verse 7 says that we are of God because of the love within us. We know that to act contrary to love is to disobey God. If those who love are indwelt by the Spirit, then love must necessarily be the presence of God. He strengthens this last claim by an appeal to Romans 5:5, quote, hope does not fail because God's love has been poured into our hearts by the Holy Spirit, end quote. The love of God, which is the Spirit, is poured into our hearts by God, who is the Spirit, the gift of God who God himself. It is in this context that we find Augustine's maxim, love and do what you want. Once for all, then, and it's funny because I'm calling it a mantra, and here they're calling it a maxim, pretty similar. Thank you, Super Planner Girl. Pneumatology is a branch of Christianity that studies the Holy Spirit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Once for all, then, a brief precept is given to you. Love and do what you want. If you are silent, be silent with love. There it is, right? Like I was saying, love and let love, live and let live. If you cry, cry out with love. And it also, like Super Planner Girl was saying, love, let love drive all that you do. If you cry out with love. If you chastise, chastise with love. If you spare, spare with love. So it's actually a beautiful sentiment, isn't it? And then how gross is that, though, to try to make it seem like it's evil? Ugh. The root of love must be within. Nothing but good can come forth from this root. Wow. I'm going to read that again. That's really powerful. And honestly, something that everybody could try to strive for in life. Love and do what you want. If you are silent, be silent with love. If you cry out with love. If you chastise, chastise with love. If you spare, spare with love. The root of love must be within. Nothing but good can come forth from this root. Wow. It's beautiful. And now we begin to see how human love, which is so easily disordered and which is trapped within a fallen body, wretched and given to all kinds of lusts, can nevertheless function as the exclusive imperative which embodied all of moral theology. The love which Augustine has in his mind is not fleshy or natural human affection, but the eternal love of God, the source and principle of the ordo amorum, the gift of God, which is God himself, who has been poured into the Christian's heart and who wars against the flesh and its desires. We might paraphrase Augustine to say, quote, be filled with the Spirit and do what you want, end quote. Or perhaps, as Paul puts it, quote, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. Oh, interesting. Because Fear and Trembling is that book, right? Holy shit. What a connection to have made. Wow. Here, hold on. Let me pull it up. Let me find it.
The house.
Oh my God. Here. Ah. See? Fear and Trembling. Interesting. No, this is a book. Now I want to know more about this book. Interesting. And interesting with the knife, right? Yeah, and I don't know anything about this author. Do you, Super Planner Girl? Wow. 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 Okay. Wow. That's from this Bible verse, right? Wow. Work out your, and again, it's interesting because he wasn't religious. Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling, for it is God who works in you, both to will and to work for his good pleasure. From philosophy, I don't know what that is. Philosophy. You know, it's interesting though, whatever that word is, some Bible word, it has the same root as philosophy, which is fascinating to think about. Augustine's ethics, like his soteriology, is therefore radically God-centered and utterly dependent on grace. Okay, Super Planner Girl says that he's a philosopher. Kierkegaard. Okay, thank you. Interesting. What a crazy thing to have noticed. Okay. So now we're on the pneumatological love ethics. This is still from the sermon, right? St. Augustine's sermon about this stuff. We can't understand what it means for Augustine to call God love and to call love God without beginning to get an overall picture of the interrelationship between his theology of the Trinity, his theology of the Incarnation, and ecclesiology. But we should add his ethics are also deeply embedded in this interrelationship, and understanding what it means for Augustine to call God love and to call love God carries with it a distinctive approach to ethics, both in theory and in practice. Once we understand that love for Augustine is both the name and the fruit of the Spirit who indwells the Christian, what he means by love and do what you want is suddenly much easier to understand. Indeed, Augustine goes further. For the one who loves, that is, the one who has the Spirit and is led by him, evil character becomes impossible. I'm going to read that again. For the one who loves, that is, I guess here he means specifically with religion, but I would say that that extends past religion and just loves. But anyway, that is the one who has the Spirit and is led by him. Evil character becomes impossible. Quote, the light shines in the darkness and the darkness does not overcome it. Wow. This is powerful, right? To have baptism is possible even for a bad man. To have prophecy is possible even for a bad man. To receive the sacrament of the body and blood of the Lord is possible even for a bad man. To have the name of Christ is possible even for a bad man. I say to have all these sacraments is possible even for a bad man, but to have charity and to be a bad man is not possible. This then is the peculiar gift, the fountain that is singly one's own. To drink of this, the Spirit of God exhorts you. To drink of himself, the Spirit of God exhorts you. I don't know what that exhorts means, but okay. So I think it's going to go to another Bible verse. There was something I was going to look up though. What was it? Oh, I'm curious. So that thing about okay, let me go on the next page. The lowercase I, I'm having flashbacks to when I was taking philosophy classes in college. I'm wondering if that's a thing of like minimizing the ego, because it looks like he capitalized I if it was at the beginning of a sentence, right? Just like you would any other letter. But then if it's not at the beginning of a sentence, it's lowercase. Now it'll be interesting to see. It looks like that does stay consistent in this next entry. So the previous entry was, what was it? March of 2017, I think, something. So this is months later. This is October of 2017. Okay, so, oh boy, I don't know what this says. Takes something. What do you think, Superplanet Roll? And God as an exemplar of obligation. God commands, come. I don't know what that next word says. And, oh my God, something. Here I am, me vici. The call is in the something, the response in the accusative. In obligation, the other provides its some imparture. I don't know if that's even a word, but I suspect that another beautiful, oh my God, some of this is hard to tell. I mean, his writing, the handwriting is beautiful, right? Like I'm sure, it's gorgeous handwriting and in cursive nonetheless, right? Like who even writes in cursive anymore? Okay, thank you. Okay, yes. Experts, thank you. Experts, well, it's incredible that you can read this. Well done. Experts take Abraham and God as an exemplar of obligation. Thank you. In erotics, as Marion notes, I guess he's referring to a philosopher there. First, I must love the mode of imperatives. Oh, because he's saying, right, I must love, right? I say, come, become naked, you yourself to me. This is at first temperamental, abusive, even. Wow. Think about that, guys. He's saying it's abusive to even tell someone like become naked or something. What is it? Become naked, you yourself to me. This is at first, I think it says temperamental, but abusive. Wow. I mean, dude, in these writings is the opposite, right? Of somebody who, anyway. Yeah, but then of course the next part's highlighted. Yeah, erotics always contains a violence that cannot be avoided. The secret is not avoiding the violence, it's in living with it. This can be accomplished, I think, by adding more to the something. Obviously it's something. What does that say? Pre? It looks like pre. Pre? Erotically, I say, here I am. Hold on, let me pull this scroll down. Sorry, squirrel, you have to go away temporarily. Okay. I say, here I am, naked, flaws and all. I make myself vulnerable first, a fleshy something. Then I say, come as you are, flaws and all. this imperative is weak and insistence not a demand. In all that is imitation, you must consent and say, here I am. Hopefully I'm reading this correctly or somewhat correctly. Sacrifice. I don't know where that was. Oh, I call that an invitation. Okay, thank you. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes. Thank you. Yes. I call that an invitation. You must consent. See, and it was so funny, right? Because when they're talking about, here's what he thinks about consent, they didn't read this part where he's actually talking about consent. You must consent and say, here I am. Wow. 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 This is enlightening, guys, I think. Unlike my accusative I mean, it looks like it says wager, but that doesn't make any sense. You can love me naked if I lack the means to analyze you. Erotics is essentially playful. 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 Wow. Now remember, he's approaching things that are erotic from a philosophical standpoint, obviously, right? This is not like the way that other people might think of the word. This is completely different. He's coming at it from a different mindset, right? Erotics is essentially playful. In somebody's works, this gains a kinship with Ratliff's notion of radical something. Erotics endures a vulnerability to being changed and an invitation towards the other, asking for the move, maybe? I think. Candace makes a good point. It is supposed to be fun. Well said. Okay, so now we're in December of 2017. So this is a couple months before he dies, gets murdered. So almost anything, and some fools, I have no idea, something. Love with pure hesitancy. Let it in. Yet it is risking business to invite anything. One must be sensible. Do as you will. Ill accept, he puts in parentheses, almost. He's quoting somebody else here. Anything because I believe you won't do badly. Okay, let me say that again. So he's quoting somebody. Do as you will, ill accept, almost anything. So in other words, do as you will, almost anything, right? Because I believe you won't do badly. That's another, wow. The way I understand that, that's another like translation of that quote, right? Or that mantra, love and do as you will. It's the same thing. It's like, I trust that you won't do badly, so do what you will. So, I mean, I actually really resonate with this mindset, right? It's like a very trusting mindset for people. It's approaching everybody with love and trusting them, right? Like, I mean, I get almost an idea just to use it as a metaphor, but I mean, it's almost like you could actually picture him, right? Like handing Ezra a knife and saying, here you go, take this knife because I trust that you won't do badly. I can picture that. Loving well is, I don't know what that says. Something. I don't know. Feverishly, foolishly, something. Benevolent? No, I don't know. But it risks willing slavery, maybe, without self-love. And remember, there was a point where the defense attorney questions one of the friends, I think it's Samantha Cobes, about him saying he needs to be more selfish. And I can see that. I can totally see that. because it's such a thing where like, if you're too selfless, right? And you don't also love yourself, like that can you can throw things out of balance, right? Love is heteronomy. Guys, I'm just doing my best. But one always retains a bit of autonomy. Right. And there again, the autonomy, that's the part that's important, right? Making sure you also love yourself. Nothing raises the invitation I don't know how to speak Latin, as brutally as regret. Love is not all, let me get rid of my squirrel again. Sorry, squirrel. Love is not all there is to love. Delight strikes or erupts with heteronomy or autonomy. I have no idea what that says, but one must also live a complex life while love happens. To need, what the hell does that say? Oh, to merely be a lover is to quit living being. To merely be a lover is to quit being a person over, beyond, or between loving, I think. Do as you will. Yes. What does that say? But there are things you also ought do regardless of whether or not you want to. Okay, let me read that again since I had to pause to try to read it. Do as you will, yes. But there are things you also ought do regardless of whether or not you want to. Most clearly, one cannot both do as one will and let another do as they will all the time. That's the crux of the issue right there, isn't it? Let me read that again. Most clearly, one cannot both do as one will and let another do as they will all the time. Otherwise, there would be but one person, a masturbating love, I think is what that says. Even healthy loves must involve something, risk with giving in to another's will and holding one's own ground. I mean, he's perfectly stating the hard, I mean, this is like what everyone strives to figure out in life, right? Like as in a balancing relationships, whether they're romantic or not, I would say, right? It's like, how do you do what other people want you to do and also do the right thing for yourself? It's like, especially if you're a people pleaser. Like this is really insightful, I feel like. Merely doing as one will sexually makes consent irrelevant. So you can see how much this is taken out of context now, hopefully, guys. That's why I wanted to read these. Merely doing as one will sexually makes consent irrelevant. But merely letting another do as they will does the same. We will the same, now we love. He means will as in we will, like a verb, right? We will the same, now we love. Does that say till? Okay, I'll do as you will, for I love. You will do as I will for you. Wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I'm gonna read that again. This is where it's like the people, wow. I'll do as you will. This is where the same wills, right? Let me read this part again from the beginning of this paragraph. We will the same, now we love. I'll do as you will, for I love. You'll do as I will, for you love. Wow. All of this risks and thus obligation. You love, so I ought not abuse. I love, do as you will. Don't. I would imagine that says abuse me, but what does it say? Don't something me. Don't hurt, don't kill me. That says, you guys, that says don't kill me. That says don't kill me. That says don't kill me. I just realized, oh my God. Okay, let me read that last sentence again. You love, so I ought not abuse. I love, do as you will, don't kill me. Fuck. Okay, Super Planner Girl, you read that before I did. You got the kill. You see the heavy dot on his eye. Which eye? Wow. Thank you, though, for typing that up. Oh, my God. Interesting, right? Because he definitely comes across as an old soul. Again, this echoes what I was saying, where you can almost picture him handing her the knife, trusting that she won't hurt him with it, right? Wow. And there is a very biblical nature to that as well, right? Like turning the other cheek and, that type of thing. But wow, man. I mean, talk about a piece, like a passive, like that. This is like the exact example of somebody who you can picture as being like a complete pacifist, right? Who's like anti-violence, And it's funny because we hear discussion talking about the discussions that Alex had with a friend of his about when is like from a philosophical standpoint, right? About when, if ever, is self-defense appropriate, And like Alex was very reticent to say it should ever be used. And it's funny because I really resonates with me also, right? Like I would have a hard time hurting somebody physically no matter what the circumstance was. So it's interesting, Wow. I wonder if I don't know if there's another entry. Let's see. So that's December 2019, or sorry, 2017. Okay, now this entry is so far from what we have. This entry is the one most recent to his death because this is January 23rd, 2018. And again, I think it was March 22nd, 2018 when he was murdered. So 2 months previously. All right. Best interpretation of what happens. All the forces that try to exist, maybe, can and will be eaten. Yes. Oh, is this about this might have to do with this cannibalism, which of course, again, I believe was a theoretical thing, obviously. Can and will be eaten. Yes, but we are all of the forces eaten trying to eat. The reversibility of eating edible seems, or eating / edible, that's what it is, seems something. Exceptionless. Sorry, that says exception. Seems exceptionless, and it nearly is. Let's follow Springer a bit here. So this must be another philosopher. Let's say that compassion is a force that we find in us. It aims at feeding other forces. The central consti, that must be another like Latin thing of others. But compassion that drives up as it works but compassion that dries up as it works is a poor compassion. Interesting. The compassion force does consume. It takes strength, something other forces, selfishness, greed, happiness, even one's own something, to fuel itself. The mere compassion emanates. I mean, it looks like there's a D there. As individual, the more other forces lose dominance. Oh, dominates is what that says. Okay, hold on. Sorry. The more compassion, that's what it says. The more compassion dominates an individual, the more other forces lose dominance. Yeah, I would agree. to the extreme of self-sacrificing, right? That's where balance comes in, right? We need balance. In which Springer notes, the idea finds eternal life as fact. With this, we've only found a greater abuse. The strong forces are not so strong, nor are the weak forces so weak. All these existent forces live between the eating and the edible, and all are contaminated with violence and vulnerability. It's so crazy, right? Again, you see what he's highlighted that he read in the opening statements, and it's like, what the fuck, man? So this reversibility, is this reversibility the end? Can anything escape? No, but beings are not all there is. It looks like there's some sort of a reference to something there. We have this correct deception, as it were. Ontology. Oh, that other word must have said ontically. I don't know what the hell that word means. Does anybody in the chat know what that word means? Ontology. I know, right? Super Planet Girl says this has zero to do with cannibal. I know, right? It's insane, really. And again, like, without even having been able to read these prior, just because I have experience taking philosophy classes and reading stuff like that, I already was like, I can tell that's not what he means, right? That this is just how you talk about stuff. And like, but boy, it's really, it gives you so much more insight though to read exactly what he said, right? And really you can really see where his mind is at, like you were saying, Super Girl. But does anybody know what this ontology or ontically means? Ontology at least does escape. Not anything but the thinging of things. Boy, that's sound like a philosopher, if ever you could hear something like that. Is how do you know if someone's a philosopher? This sentence. Not anything but the thinking of things. There you go. Ontology, I don't know what that says. Something intercepts, articulates, and something else. Beings. In short, it consumes and digests them. Thank you, Super Planner Girl. That makes a whole lot of sense. Ontology is the study of being what is being. There you go. Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of philosophy right there for the most part, right? It's like, being, what is being, what is the I, all those things. Right? 100%, right. And that, again, gives us context into what he's talking. And it's clear, too, that he's reflecting on things he's learning in school, it sounds like, right? Because he keeps referencing these different philosophers and stuff and quoting them. So this sounds like he's a thinker, obviously. So imagine you're a philosophy major. It's like you're taking these classes and you have these readings. And then even in your spare time when you're journaling, you're reflecting on what you've learned because the readings matter to you. Why? Because they're contemplating all these intrinsic things that are so at the core of being a human, right? Like the nature of being alive as a human, basically. What is the meaning of life? Why are we here? That type. So, oh, and there he is, St. Augustine. That's him. Oh, and wow, I just noticed that's a heart with, hold on, let me go back to that. It's a heart on fire. I just noticed. I thought initially it was just a fireball, but what's funny, so I made this transition a fireball. Check it out. Woo! And then there's his fireball, but it's a heart. Interesting, isn't it? Wow. Hold on. No, the video won't pause. I want it to pause on the picture, guys. Hang on. There. Now everyone can see. Wow. I feel like we're going to have to at some point do like a book club with this book, because it's interesting that there's a knife involved, right? Because this fear and trembling came from this Bible verse, and this Bible verse was somehow related to Augustine, from that scholarly thing we read. And then it's interesting that now you've got a picture with a knife. There's an interesting overlap here that's really kind of wild, isn't it? But boy, that quote where he said this, oh my God, man. Wow. They didn't read that. Dude, I really think, again, like I've said, the lawyering is excellent on all sides, but man, if the prosecution doesn't read that statement right there, and other things, there were other things in here too that were really crucial, but that right there, then they need to be doing better because honestly, right? Okay, so now let's jump into our next episode. Actually, before we do that, I didn't want to forget to say something. So, the presumptive blood, I just wanted to reiterate this. The presumptive blood was found only in the back seat of the car. So remember, and the reason I'm pointing this out is because there was somebody who was asking about it, and it's a good question, because when they mention where the presumptive blood was found, it's like and this is from the last episode, it's like at a different point in time than when they actually go through and look at the pictures and talk about it. And it's disconnected by like a long period of time. So it's actually not very clear. I had to kind of like look for it. But in the front of the car, there's like things that look like blood, but it turns out to be mud, I guess, right? Like for example, on the steering wheel and then on the front seat and stuff, that's mud, right? The presumptive blood was found only in the back seat. So again, just to think about that. And then the other thing, and I was actually talking to Super Planner Girl on the phone, and I was talking about this, but it's funny because there's a similarity to Murdoch in terms of the staged crime scene, right? And part of the challenge there was trying to differentiate and decipher what was from the actual crime and what was staged, right? And so I think we have a similar challenge here. Like, for example, with him being in the back seat and half outside of the car and the shoes being off and, myriad other things. But I would say those are probably the preeminent issues that we're thinking about right now. And trying to understand like what happened. So like specifically what happened. And how did he get, one question I keep saying is like, how did he even get in the backseat? Were they ever even stuck in the mud, or is that just an Ezra story? Was Ezra going to visit her mom's house in Almeda? And how long was she there for? Was it 20 minutes or was it an hour and a half? Okay. So, all right, now let's go ahead and we'll jump into the next episode. Shout out to Dr. Dre, by the way, and Snoop.
It's a house.
Mm-hmm.
I'd ask the council state appearances, please.
Your Honor, the state appears by Dunn County District Attorney Andrea Nodolf and Assistant Attorneys General Richard Dufour and Peter Hahn.
Ezra McCandless appears in person and with her attorneys Aaron Nelson and Deja Vishnu.
Candace for the win. That's a good point. That's a really good point right there. Yep. And, to that end, I'm sorry, I'm thinking this through. Well done, Candace. This is making me think because, it's kind of an old-fashioned car, or not old-fashioned, you know what I mean? But those are the kind that have like the, like the locky things, you know what I mean? Like where if you're in the driver's seat, you can do the child lock thing. You guys know what I mean? I wonder, like, imagine if he tried to open the door, the passenger door, but it was locked and she had like the child locky thing on it and he couldn't. And then maybe that's, but I think again, I'm just extending this. This is a good idea, Candace, right here. Because my thought too is that the reason they ended up pulling, well, one of my theories, right, working theory right now, as from what we have, potentially is the reason the car was situated the way it was is because there was some stabby business, maybe potentially, maybe it didn't happen, but was about, like maybe she pulled out something happened. Like I wonder if something happened. I still don't really think that they actually were doing anything sexually or whatever, because he had made that promise to not do it. And he seems like really the kind of guy who would stand by that. And we know that he had, and that it was Ezra that reached back out to him after like they hadn't talked for a month after they broke up or whatever, because Jason found out. And, of course, Ezra had been misleading him about Jason anyway. But like, she's the one that like got back in touch with him. But like, he was really trying to keep that, he didn't have any intention to get back with her. Right. And I don't think he would have wanted to. And so I actually don't even think that there was anything going on like that. And we're going to hear more about evidence and whatnot in that direction, I think, on the next episode. But my theory from the get-go has been that I don't think that they were even doing anything like that. And so then I was thinking, well, maybe she was going to try to entice him with sex in the backseat. But you know what? I still didn't really feel like that made sense to me. It was just like a thought. This, Candace, makes way more sense to me based on what I know of his personality, and also based on my other working theory that the reason the car was all cattywampus off of the muddy road, and the reason why then Ezra needs a story about it, is because whatever happened isn't what she says happened. Something else was happening. And so that makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you, Candace, for that idea. This is why the Scroll Crew is the best. This is why the Scroll Crew is the best.
All right, counsel, I have had an opportunity to read State versus Evans, 187, with second 66, on the issue of whether the state can introduce evidence of specific acts of conduct under 90405, subsection 2. And I'll have to say that without going through all the facts of the Evans case, I can't say that I necessarily agree with the case, but as a trial court, I believe that I am obligated and required to follow the holding in that case.
And why?
And
why? Because mandatory binding authority. With second, so it sounds like that was an appellate court decision. So he has to follow it because mandatory binding authority.
in that particular case, I'll just boil it down to this, that the defendant, faced with only hearsay testimony introduced from a child sexual assault victim, without ever having the witness testify or be able to go into any issues of credibility on cross-examination, had asked to put in basically what I would consider to be two whopper lies that this young girl had told, and claimed that her character for truthfulness was an essential element of his defense. That basically his defense was that this young girl was untruthful. And again, not being able to cross-examine the witness, so on and so forth. And there was an analysis of section 90404 and 90405 in relation to the federal rules of evidence. And the discussion on, I believe it is page 81 of that decision, when they're talking about, from the federal rules, character may itself be an element of a crime, claim, or defense. And they refer to it as character and issue. And then they use illustrations. For example, the chastity of the victim under a statute specifying her chastity as an element of the crime of seduction, or the competency of a driver in an action for negligently entrusting a motor vehicle to an incompetent driver. What it seems to say from the court's perspective is that it truly has to be an element. And I know the argument from the state is that, well, once self-defense is put into issue in a case such as this, and I believe that based upon again, the opening statement of counsel and frankly, again, some evidence put in and so on, that self-defense.
So remember, part of what they're talking about, this is going from the previous day, right? Where they had a lot of really great, awesome discussion. I loved it. They're talking about how this whole idea, right? Like what we just read in the journals, that because of what the defense said in the opening statements, right? About he's a nihilist and this and that, right? And they didn't give any context, right? That the prosecution feels like they should be able to then put in this witness, Kort Fox was his name. I believe it was a he, who would then be able to, who was also a philosophy major and could actually kind of elaborate on what these things mean and blah, blah, what this conversation they had or whatever. And there was a lot of discussion about this. And so that's the hearsay element of it. And also to prove Alex's character, right? So in other words, because the defense put out this idea that his character was a cannibal and a stabby stab and all that, right? And that because of the fact that it is an issue in this case, given the defense doing this affirmative defense, right? That Alex was the aggressor and not Ezra. That's another reason why the state, the prosecution, feels like they have they're entitled to rebut that essentially by saying, no, they have his character wrong, right?
And certainly no one would disagree, I don't believe, that self-defense is an issue in this case.
Right.
That then on a first-degree intentional homicide charge, that then the character for peacefulness essentially becomes, my poor word choice there, that character for peacefulness then is an essential element of a charge, claim, or defense. And again, even though I may disagree with the result in State versus Evans and the reasoning in that case, I believe that if I follow the guidance of that particular decision, I would have to say it is not an essential element that the state has to prove. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the homicide was not in self-defense. It does not, as an essential element, that they prove that the decedent, Mr. Woodworth, had a character for peacefulness.
So he's saying he doesn't agree with this holding, but this is the holding, and he has to follow it because mandatory binding authority, right? Because this came from a court higher than his, the trial court. So essentially, this means that it's kind of going in the defense's favor here, right? Because it sounds like it's not going to be able to come in because he's saying, no, this is not part of something that they have to prove. The state does not have to, like Alex's peaceful character is not something that they are entitled to prove. Ezra's hair is looking fly tonight. Okay, I'll have to make sure I look for that. Yeah, it's a new day, so maybe she did something to her hair overnight, But thank you for complimenting her. That's very compassionate of you. I think Alex would be proud.
And just like in that particular, in Evans,
you're right. It does look better, doesn't it? I think because when it's down, you can't see the weird hairdo, the weird haircut, right? Like when it's pulled back, it's because the length of it is weird. You know what I mean? Like where it has that weird, I don't even know what to call it. It's just weird looking. But when it's all fluffed up like that down, yeah, it definitely looks better.
the court had said, and I'll just quote part of a sentence in beginning on page 82, that Alicia's character for truthfulness might be relevant to Evan's defense.
Wow.
It was not an essential element of his defense. And again, while evidence of character,
I don't think she understands that this is going in their favor, the defense's favor. I don't think she, but why would she, right? I think she's just like, I don't know what's happening.
Well, this is certainly relevant to the
Zebra planner girl, well said. Tad he's inspired, but you can tell she put effort in. Yep.
state's burden of proof in this case. It is, I just can't find, in light of Evans, as a matter of law, that the character for peacefulness is an element, an essential element, and therefore the court, following that law, cannot allow specific instances of conduct to prove peacefulness. And
this must be why Court Fox doesn't testify, because I don't know if it's a girl or a boy, male or female or whatever, but this was going to be their first witness of the day, and I think that they just don't even end up letting this person testify.
Peaceful character, or character for peacefulness, however you want to phrase it. And I'll just note also, and I'm sure counsel agree, that these issues of character evidence in 90404, 90405, as well as other aspects of when character becomes an issue, are some of the more complicated, difficult areas of the law. And
they are.
So that will be the ruling of the court. Now, moving on to Court Fox, he can testify in the court's opinion again, because
Court Fox.
The court is going to find that the door has been opened again because of the evidence that was shown to the jury in the opening.
Well, that's fair, because the door has been opened. I mean, that's for sure. The door has been fucking opened with that. And remember, last episode, guys, we went back and watched it because the defense attorney, which, I think they're doing a great job, right? But he was wrong. Mr. Nelson explicitly says, we did a whole play-by-play towards the end of the live stream. Mr. Nelson explicitly says that he never actually said that Alex was a nihilist. He never actually defined what these things were. Instead, he said that he gave the impression that it was what Ezra thought. And he was like, and he was really emphatic. He was like, I was really careful. I had it all printed out. I was reading from the sheet, blah, blah. And he's like really emphatic about it. And so then I pulled up the clip from opening statements, and the defense attorney was wrong. He literally, and then what's interesting is like, they don't, unless this judge went back and watched the trial, which I don't know if that would even have been possible because this was just aired on TV. But, again, they don't have a transcript. So I don't know if they're relying on memory or what, but like literally, but we were able to pull it up and have that benefit of replay and see that for sure he definitely does say the things he says he doesn't say. So
statement and statements made in the opening statement
right,
about
I know.
Mr. Woodworth being the primary aggressor in this case, that certainly evidence of peacefulness of character or the character for peacefulness of Alexander Woodworth can be introduced under section 904.05 subsection 1 by way of reputation or opinion evidence. But again, following the court's guidance, I think that to make a correct decision, I think that is the correct decision. So
Wait, let me back that up again to catch that.
Opening statement and statements made in the opening statement about Mr. Woodworth being the primary aggressor in this case, that certainly evidence of peacefulness of character or the character for peacefulness of Alexander Woodworth can be introduced under section 904.05 subsection 1 by way of reputation or opinion evidence. But
okay, so here's what I'm interpreting this to mean. That he was ruling already, right? In terms of, because there were two kind of different issues here. One was that in terms of the prosecution's argument, one was that it is part of their burden as the state when you've got a case that is first-degree murder, right? And there's an affirmative defense of self-defense, and they are claiming that the decedent was the aggressor. The prosecution was arguing that one of the elements that they have to prove is they have to prove that the decedent or the victim was not the aggressor, or in this case, the peaceful character, right? And he's saying that even though he doesn't necessarily agree with it, the case law, the mandatory binding authority of the case law that he has to follow, does not say that. So under that argument, that testimony can't come in. However, because the defense opened the door, under 904.05, it sounds like he's saying it can come in. So, in other words, it's like the prosecution offered two different reasons why it could come in or should come in. And it sounds like he's saying for the first reason, no, for the second reason, yes, if that makes sense.
Again, following the court's guidance, I think that to make a correct decision, I think that is the correct decision. So that is the order of the court with respect to that. Now, with respect to getting into the journals of Alexander Woodworth by Kort Fox, the court's provisional ruling gave basically a time limit to both counsel on this issue. The defense, I believe the ruling was 4 hours on this topic of that.
4 hours? What?
McMorris evidence related to his journals and so forth. However, the court also ruled that the state would have equal time to rebut that or refute that. And in keeping in mind the rule of completeness, the court is going to order that the state may go into entries of Alex's journal that Kort Fox is aware of or now aware of, if the state wishes to give context to these excerpts that have been used by the defense or may be used by the defense. However, Mr. Fox was not identified as an expert, and frankly, I think interpretations is going too far. I think giving context, other entries that were in the journal that would give context to what was said or may contradict or may express different sentiments or ideas. In fairness, in the rule of completeness, the state may do that. But I think we're getting on real shaky ground if we're starting to talk about interpreting what Alex meant.
Okay, a couple things. First of all, I love this judge. I love this judge. I love that he makes such a thorough record. He's very reasonable and well balanced. I just love this judge. Second of all, this Kort Fox thing is a big deal because in the previous episode, day 2, they spent a lot of this arguing was in relation to this Kort Fox testimony. Like a lot of the in terms of the legal issues, it was in relation to this testimony because it sounds like they were, like I was just saying that, the prosecution, gee, I hope they bring up this and that thing from the journals, right? Like we were just talking about. Well, it sounds like their intention is to do that through Kort Fox, right? And to get the journal entries in through Kort Fox because Kort Fox was Alex's friend and was also a philosophy major. And it sounds like they discussed these things a lot. And what shocked me, as you heard, was he said something like they put a time limit of 4 hours for testimony from this witness about the journals, which means not just this witness total, but this witness from the prosecution on this one topic. Now, what's crazy is these witnesses, they're plowing through them so fast, guys. I mean, I don't think that there's been any witness that's been on the stand for more than an hour total. So 4 hours on one topic from one witness blows my mind. Okay. Second of all, I wonder what else we're going to learn because I don't know what happens to Kort Fox. Like, this seems like really important testimony, especially if this is how they're planning on getting these journals into evidence, right? They need to get these journals into evidence, right? And so if the prosecution is going to do it in their case in chief, they need a way to do it. Now, the defense can do it through Ezra, I would imagine, right? But it's going to be tough for the prosecution because they can't call Ezra, right? And so they need someone else to get these journals in. And there's a lot of issues there with hearsay and all kinds of shit, right? But what's interesting is I have not seen any, okay, I know that Kort Fox does not testify this day. At least there's no video of it. And I haven't seen Kort Fox anywhere as I've been going on to the next day and making these videos. So it makes me wonder if there's something about how they have to have this off camera. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. But it is interesting because this is a really key witness, it sounds like.
I guess leave it to, the jury to interpret. So we'll allow the state to go into that, but, and even if Kort Fox gets into maybe some concepts or so forth, but just going to watch that line carefully in terms of, we'll get into areas of interpretation of what Alex meant. Now, that's all on that evidentiary issue. One other issue I have to bring to council.
Can I ask a question, Your Honor?
Sure.
Just so that I'm clear, because I don't want to run afoul of the court's rulings. I don't want things to go smoothly. For example, if counsel has referred to a small portion of a number of entries and attempted to use them to show that Alex has a character for violence. Can I ask him to simply, are there other sections of this particular document or this particular journal entry which would indicate that this is not intended as a violent or an advocacy for violence or a belief?
So here's what this is showing me. So I was wrong to underestimate them because, like I said, they're great. I don't know why. I should have trusted them, right? Mr. Dufour is awesome. I'm sorry, Mr. Dufour. I apologize. If you ever see this video, I apologize for ever thinking that for a second that you were not very well aware of, like, again, that sentence, again, like this, where did it go? This is the crucial one. This. So I take it back. I think they're well aware. The struggle is going to be how can they get it in? That's what it is. They have to figure out how to get it in. That's their challenge. Man, oh man. Yes. Right. So I think that the thing is I think it's fair if you read some of this shit in context, right? Like with the full pages, like we did. Of course, I'm sure they would have a easier time seeing it because they would have it in person. But if they just have this, if they just have somebody who can read it. Now I know they can't really read it into the evidence, right? But like, I don't even think they need someone to interpret it because I think it's self-explanatory, right? I mean, there's enough literal things in there, even without having a philosophy background, there's enough in there that I think the jury will be like, oh, yeah, I see what he's saying here. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't take like a super genius to figure that out. Because there's some things in there, there's a lot in there that's very blatantly, it's just so clear. So I don't think they even really need, I mean, I understand them asking for that, but I just don't, I think, in other words, I think his writing is so clear, if you can read it, right? But what he's saying is so clear that I think it's really self-explanatory for the most part.
That violence is appropriate. Is that permissible?
We would object to that as being an interpretation.
And that's why I'm asking.
Well, I think that's right on that line. I mean, I think, as a preliminary question, I don't have a problem with that, but then it just, if you
and then just have them read the other
have
sections.
passages or the excerpts.
It sounds
Okay,
like he would
that's fine.
testify,
And that's
Just so it's clear, the defense thinks that crosses the line. We agree that, and I've said from the beginning, if the state wants to put the entire journals in, we have no objection to that. We don't, we agree with the rule of completeness. I don't think it's necessary to ask any witness, be it Kort Fox or somebody else, what Alex, if they ask what is Alex's intent, that is an interpretation. And so.
No, I don't think that's what Mr. DeFore said. He said that, are there other passages or parts of this that would indicate the character,
that this is not an advocacy for violence.
Well, but that's an interpretation. I think he can say, are there other passages? Yes. Is this one of those passages? Yes. Could you read that passage to the jury? Yes. He gets to do that.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to give him a little latitude on that because, if we keep objecting to a lot of little things, we're going to fall quite a bit behind schedule. Now, I understand it's important, Mr. Nelson, but
The law.
well, it is, but there's other aspects to this that this door has been opened, and so as far as the court is concerned, just a brief question like that, foundational question, doesn't cross the line. But I'm not asking for, not allowing his, again, getting into his opinions and interpretations of specific portions. But if you say, he's responding to that question, and then you point to specific passages, and he reads those passages.
By the way, so I just looked it up. So Kort Fox does testify. It's just that we haven't gotten there yet. Day 8, it says. But that's wild because this Kort Fox is supposed to be their first witness of the day. But that's awesome that we do get to hear from Kort Fox. Wow.
I don't think that's crossing the
I'm
line.
excited for that.
We may object, but I just want to note now that we are continuing objection regarding that. And I understand Your Honor's ruling. I'm trying to be make this go as smoothly as possible. But as you said, there's a fine line. And so I just want to make sure for the record, and Your Honor understands, it's a continuing objection.
All right. Okay, so your objection is preserved as it relates to that. You've certainly raised an objection to it. And so things can go more smoothly while we have a jury in here. I'm not going to require that you make that objection at that time. Maybe after the witness, you indicate your objection, and then if it's consistent with what I've said here, I'll overrule your objection, but your objection will be preserved. Ms. Vishny?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm not sure whether or not what I was going to argue this morning has been overcome by the court's ruling, but I'm assuming the court, based on what it said, is no longer going to allow the state to elicit evidence from Kort Fox that Alex disclosed his views on self-defense.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. This may come up in the context of other witnesses, I'm not sure, but I did some further research on statement of recent perception, and which is the hearsay issue as opposed to the character or relevance.
When they say statement of recent perception, and this came up again on the previous episode, that is the same as, well, sorry, I was automatically was about to quote Elaine, mental state of mind. It's the same thing as present sense impression. When they say statement of recent perception, it's the same thing as present sense impression. It's just what they call it in Wisconsin.
Relevancy issue. And I just am extremely confident that that statement and perhaps other statements with other witnesses perhaps other statements of, do I need to?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, other statements of other witnesses don't fall under that. And I don't know if the court wants to entertain that now. It's no longer really relevant to Court Fox, but I'm really not sure if something else is going to be elicited from any of these other witnesses. But
Do you have some authority that?
yes, I certainly do.
If you could
Judge,
just slowly and deliberately,
yes, sorry. I would like the court to look at State v. Stevens,
So
which is
authority equals case law.
at 171 with second 106. And let me just say, in the case that the state cited, I was very focused yesterday on the passage of time between the making of the statement that the hearsay declarant makes. And in the State v. Stevens, it was 3 days. In State v. Manuel, it was
She went back
almost
to the time
instantaneous,
issue.
or not
Huh,
instantaneous,
no way.
but very close. They were about events. In State v. Weed, the case that the prosecution cited, the hearsay declarant had told a friend that he had taken all the bullets out of his gun. So he was talking about an event. In State v. Manuel, the hearsay declarant was talking about a shooting. But, however, State v. Stevens, in that case, just somebody just making a statement to another person doesn't qualify. It is what perceived, can I read from the opinion? Is that all right? It's a little bit lengthy. It's about 4
well, it is, but
paragraphs.
again, if we can get into that in more detail, and I don't know, is the state this morning, before we have a break, planning to introduce any more statements of Alexander Woodworth under hearsay exceptions?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, then I'd like to hold that argument.
That's absolutely fine.
Any other cases that you want the court to review?
No, I think this is the main case that actually,
So what must have happened is overnight they must have decided not to call Court Fox yet. And I wonder if because they knew that these rulings hadn't come down yet, right? They needed more time. They have to have enough time to read the case law, talk about it more. I wonder if that's why, because as of day 2, they were planning on calling Court Fox first thing in the morning, it sounded like. So
defines what that exception is, as opposed to talking about confrontation or length of time.
Okay.
So this would be the primary case.
All right, Madam Clerk, are you able to message Joseph and let him know?
Okay.
We need that case. Okay, because I don't want to keep the jury waiting. Here's the next thing I have to bring up, counsel. We lost one of our alternate jurors today, so we're going to be down to 13 jurors. And I'm not going to elaborate. My understanding is a medical emergency, a legitimate medical emergency, and one of the alternatives might be to wait and see whether the person will come around. But if this juror if we go ahead this morning and this juror doesn't hear evidence, that juror's out. Anybody disagree with that?
No, I would agree, Your Honor. If they don't hear everything, they should not be
Okay.
on the jury.
Now, if we get to a situation where, we have, and this is just, and I don't want to belabor this, but, if have somebody has something short-term, minor thing, we might have to maybe delay things for a little while so we don't lose another juror. But I think that's why we have alternates, so we're down to one alternate at this point.
I don't want to pry into the juror's personal business, and I can certainly understand the court not wanting to deal with it, but is this medical emergency something that's more than half a day?
Well, I don't know, but it did involve a 911 call and an ambulance, and so I think in the interest of privacy for the juror, I'm not going to elaborate beyond that because I don't know the specifics, but.
Are you comfortable providing this now? I mean, we could do through deduction, but the name of the juror number, just so we.
The juror is juror number 144. I'll just give you the number.
That's fine.
You should have the material, you can tell what the name is from.
Somewhere we do.
What's that?
Somewhere we do.
Yeah. I just think the privacy of the juror.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's important. I've seen in long trials even with starting out with 14, getting down to 11. And I mean, I've just seen it happen several times. And we're not going to agree to just have 11 people make a decision. So I am
Obviously,
concerned,
no
and
one's
that's why I
asking
asked
you
that
to,
question,
yeah.
whether it was beyond half a day, because I think I'm sharing the court's concern about what happens later, and I can appreciate that at this juncture, the court wants to plow ahead.
Well, I know defense counsel has expressed concern about, not being rushed when it comes time to present their case. Time certainly isn't limitless.
Right.
We
No,
have-
I understand.
Yeah, I think we have ample time set aside for the trial, but again, we do have to be mindful of keeping things moving and not wasting time, because a little bit here and a little bit there, it really starts to add up over 3 weeks. So with that.
No, I agree, though I do think we're calendared through November 6th. That's that's what I put in my electronic calendar, that we had cleared court through November 6th, which is 3 weeks plus 3 days.
Well, we have a little bit of, margin for there, but I don't believe through November 6th. That would require then some major reshuffling. So,
Okay, that's what I wrote, but
let's not worry about
Yes.
that at this point. And we're going to try and get this going. So are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's bring them in.
Good morning, Ariel. If I could have you state and spell your name for the record.
Right.
Ariel Wisniewski, Ariel Wisniewski.
And Ariel, what's your occupation?
Currently the cleaning supervisor for problem management.
And back in March of 2018, where did you work?
Racy Delane's Coffee Lounge.
Oh, I need my ticker.
And do you recall working at Racy's on March 22nd, 2018?
I do.
And do you recall seeing Jason Mengel that day?
I do.
What time did you see Mr. Mengel arrive?
Around 8 a.m.
And what did you observe Mr. Mengel do?
He sat outside and he smoked cigarettes.
And on that day, did you see the defendant come to Racy's coffee shop?
I did.
And do you recall what time the defendant came into Racy's?
Around 11 a.m.
Had it been some time since you had last seen her at Racy's?
Yes.
Do you know how much time had passed?
Probably around a month.
And can you describe for me what the defendant did when she came into Racy's, what you observed her do?
She came up and she ordered a mocha from me. She paid me, tipped me, and then she talked to people that were seated at the counter.
And was that a little bit unusual?
Yeah.
And why was that unusual?
She rarely paid and she never tipped.
So how did she get her coffee if she didn't pay
Look at
for
her
it?
face.
Jason usually paid for it.
And can you describe for me the defendant's appearance that day?
She wasn't wearing makeup. She looked pretty solemn.
If she wants to describe
Oh my
her clothes or.
Overall, I believe she is describing what she observed in the way that she has chosen to describe it, so.
Can you continue?
She was wearing pretty plain clothes.
So fair to say she looked different than you remembered her usually looking.
Yes.
And who did you see her go talk to?
Max Martinson.
And did you see her return at all later that day?
No.
Did you know Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Did you see him at Racy's on March 22nd, 2018?
No, I didn't.
No further questions.
Right. Any cross-examination?
Yes, thanks. When you want to ask you questions about March 22nd, okay?
Yeah.
When Ezra arrived, you said it was at 11? Mm-hmm. You just need to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And Max Martinson was already there when she arrived at 11 o'clock.
Yes.
And she spoke with Max Martinson when she was there at 11 o'clock.
Yes.
Jason Mengel had been there earlier in the day at 8 a.m.
Yes.
When Ezra arrived at 11, she didn't speak with Jason. Agreed?
No.
You agree?
Yes.
Do you remember what exactly
You had somebody go,
Ms. McCandless was wearing that day?
No.
Okay, she had a flannel shirt on the outside. Is that, do you remember that?
Yeah.
no way. Is this really what he's
Turn around
doing?
and on the screen there, does that appear to be?
Oh my God. So, okay. He's trying to show the shirt she was wearing. I think his point here is simply to just impeach her because she said that Ezra was dressed plainly. And he's like, yeah, but she's wearing this flannel shirt.
The same.
I think that's what he's going to do. What?
Exhibit 632 that I'd previously handed to you?
Yes.
That's the flannel shirt that you observed her wearing on that day?
Yes.
And when you were working at Racy's, were you a manager of some sort?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that they had a recording system there at Racy's?
Yes.
And that it recorded people coming in and out and leaving that day,
Yes.
just like it did on almost every day, right?
Yes.
Oh, I got it.
Are you aware that there was a recording of Ezra walking in that day
Yes.
and at the counter
Yes.
buying that coffee?
Yes.
That's all on videotape.
Yes.
Okay. Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wisniewski. You may step down and is she released from her subpoena?
Yes.
Okay,
Hey, ma'am.
thank you. Have a good day.
Mr. Martinson, can you state and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please?
Yep. Maxwell Martinson, Maxwell Martinson.
Mr. Martinson, how old are you?
25.
What city do you live in?
Eau Claire.
How long have you lived in Eau Claire?
About 5 years.
Wait.
Do you
How often did you go to Racy's? Sorry.
know Ezra McCandless?
Yes.
When did you meet the defendant, if you remember?
Probably somewhere around 2.5 years ago
Where did you meet her, if you remember?
at Racy's
There it
Coffee
is.
Lounge.
Woohoo!
Did you ever hang out with the defendant outside of Racy's?
Yeah, a few times.
Would you say your primary interactions were at Racy's, however?
Yeah.
I'm going to direct your attention specifically to March 22nd, 2018. Were you at Racy's that day?
Yep.
Racy's again.
Do you remember approximately what time you got there?
If I remember correctly, it was somewhere between 11 and 2.
Do you remember seeing the defendant at Racy's that day?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time she got there?
Just in that time period. I can't remember specifically.
Did she come after you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was there first.
Do you remember where you were inside of Racy's when the defendant came?
I was sitting at the bar.
Oh, and you know, it is weird because I think it's one of the only dude friends that she doesn't also sleep with. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's just a fact.
Just to the right at the bar, one of the stools at the bar.
Coffee bar? Okay. And just for the court reporter, yes or no, not?
Okay.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Gotcha.
Do you remember who was sitting next to you?
Jason Mengel.
Had you previously talked with the defendant about swapping art?
Yes.
So do you do art yourself?
Yes.
And you knew that the defendant did art as well?
We have three
That he
Yes.
has?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
of them.
When the defendant came into Racy's, what did she do?
I'm gonna say it again.
She walked up to me and asked me if I wanted to swap art with her that day.
Were you planning to swap art?
Vaguely, we hadn't made specific plans, but she just happened to be at Racy's, so it
Reese's.
worked out that way.
It's crazy.
So did you and the defendant decide to actually swap art that day?
Yeah, we made the decision that day.
So where did you go to do that?
We drove to my house in her car.
Did the defendant tell you if there was a specific painting she wanted to give to you?
Yes.
Did she tell you anything about that painting?
Yes.
What did she say about the painting?
It was in her and Jason's room when they were living together.
Did she say where it was located in the room?
If I remember correctly, it was above their bed or in front of it.
You said that you went from Racy's and you were going to your house. Approximately how far away was that drive?
Probably 5-10 minutes.
And the defendant drove? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And that was in her car?
Yes.
Had you been in her car before?
Yes.
So, wow, look at that dude's tie behind the prosecutor, that green tie on that dude on the left. It's like a marble. That's a cool ass tie. Sick tie. Shout out to the sick tie dude. So Super Planner Girl is asking if she was identifying as male. I don't know. And the thing is that what we know as far as her gender identity goes, we know there's a motion in limine about that to a certain extent. So we don't know. We're only learning about the contents of those things as they come up when they, thank God, go on the record and talk about what they discussed at sidebar. So, so I don't know. And what we did learn from the last episode is that any testimony where they're going to be asking anybody questions where that might be something that could come up, like if it's something that would have been ruled in the motion limine not to, like the defense counsel said, you know, go ahead and have them, like it's okay if you lead them, because in order to avoid it, basically, because I think it was going to come up a little bit with one of the witnesses, or it did, like from the previous day. And then it was like, I think it was during Samantha Cobes's testimony. Yeah, pretty sure. But so it's hard to say because they're not really allowed to talk about it. But it sounds like maybe Ezra was pretty gender fluid back then, is the best I can tell. You know, yeah, that's all I know yet. So. Well, the thing is I'll be honest, it's entirely possible that this was a choice by the defense counsel, if you feel me. Because, you know, think about the way they're portraying her, right? And we even heard that one witness, the one, Brianna Larson, you know, even referenced Ezra as they. Like, it sounds like that's what they were used to calling her, right? Her friends were used to referring to her as they. And then the prosecutor had her clarify because the prosecutor was confused. She's like, oh, sorry, Ezra, she, you know. So that would be my indication that, like, as to what Ezra was like at the time. But one has to wonder, right? Like, if this is just a choice, just, you know, to give a certain appearance to the jury. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Right. 100%. Well, yeah. And also because you don't want to risk alienating a juror if they happen to have certain feelings about people who are, you know, whatever with their gender. You know, there's some people that maybe don't like that. Right. And this is Wisconsin. So I don't know. I'm just saying it could be just to present as most, you know, the least possible ways to try to, you know, you don't want to, again, alienate a juror. So, you know, anyway, and I don't know, unfortunately, the jury selection was not recorded or filmed. So I don't know if that was a question that was asked during jury selection, because, you know, had they asked that question, they could have made sure that the jurors really don't care and then it wouldn't have mattered. But I don't know. They may not have been allowed to ask it, you know, again, because there's the motions in limine. So again, they would have been the defense's motions in limine. But anyway. So yeah.
Did the defendant tell you at any point that morning why she was in town in Eau Claire that day?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she was in town to deliver letters that she wrote in therapy, if I remember correctly.
Did she tell you who the letters were going to be delivered to?
Weird.
Not specifically, no.
So you left
You know what?
in her car.
I just don't believe she was even going to therapy, because she was apparently living in her car at this time, first of all. And second of all, she was living in her car and had no money and no job. So I don't know about her going to therapy. I think that's, dude. And it's clear that he thinks that that's what she was doing, right? Like he believed her. I mean, like, in other words, we know she wrote letters because they find the letters in the car, but it's just the whole thing about she wrote them in therapy, right? You know, it's so manipulative.
Went to your residents.
It would be a way to get people to, if they, okay, let's just say you've pissed people off because you've been sleeping with the entire friend group, right? And lying to everybody. And you've created a big problem and you're accusing people of sexual assault. Let's say you're doing all that shit, right? And people are like, Ezra, we've had enough. And you're like trying to manipulate them to forgive you. And you're like, or want to apologize or sit, whatever, and they're not like, I don't want to hear it. One way you could manipulate them, potentially, if you're Ezra, is to be like, oh, I have this letter I wrote in therapy. My therapist wants me to give this letter to you. And then it's almost like, well, this isn't doing Ezra a favor. It's because her therapist, I don't know. I'm just picturing this, right? And I could picture her
Did you stay in the car or did she go in the house with you?
She stayed outside.
The painting that she gave to you, was that in the car?
Yes.
So did you take that in and leave it inside of your house?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of what the painting looked like?
Objection irrelevant.
Oh, overruled.
Yes. It was a character from, I can't remember the character, but it
Not
looked like a
irrelevant.
bug with like a gas mask on.
So you went inside your house, dropped the one painting off, got two other paintings to give to the defendant,
catching
correct?
up to race.
Yes.
What were those two paintings?
Wow.
One looked like a goat. It's like a strange goat painting.
A strange goat painting.
The other was hard to describe. It was a lot of lines, sort of an abstract painting.
Was
Did
it
they
a
have any
strange-
significant meaning to you or anything like that?
I just thought that the goat, Ezra would like the goat painting.
Speaking of goat,
I'm going to show you, if you look at the back, that's exhibit number 127. Do you recognize that painting?
Yes,
Which painting is that?
the abstract painting.
One of the paintings that you gave to the defendant?
Yes.
I'm going to have you look at exhibit 433. Do you recognize a painting in that photograph?
all right, Ray,
Yes,
these
the
paintings
center.
are shit or tied.
And are you looking, I'm pointing to the center, there's a, I don't know, maybe 8 by 10, maybe smaller canvas, is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
And which painting is that?
that is the goat painting.
Goat.
And exhibit 432,
Wait, I didn't see a goat. Hold on. Where's the goat?
do you see
I just want to
back,
see the
that's
goat.
exhibit number 127. Do you recognize that painting?
Yes,
Which painting is that?
the abstract painting.
One of the paintings that you gave to the defendant?
Yes.
I'm going to have you look at exhibit 433.
Well, they're using the Elmo right
Do you
now.
recognize a painting in that
Where's the goat, though? Oh, I guess it's kind of a weird. That takes some imagination. I
photograph?
Yes,
the goat
the
there.
center.
And are you looking, I'm pointing to the center, there's a, I don't know, maybe 8 by 10, maybe smaller canvas, is that what you're talking about?
100%.
Yes,
And which painting is that?
that is the goat painting.
Goat painting.
And exhibit 432, do you see the goat painting in this photograph?
Yes,
If you could,
it's underneath the seat, underneath the CD and glove.
so on the bottom right corner of the photograph?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the painting.
Okay.
Wow.
Did you notice anything about the defendant's demeanor during your contact with her that morning?
She seemed, in my opinion, understandably sad or maybe low.
What about your,
I apologize. What was the last?
Low? I don't, maybe.
what about your observations? So what did you physically observe or hear that made you think that she was sad or low?
Just from our interaction, her demeanor, and I think I might have assumed too, just judging by what I knew about the situation she was in.
Do you remember when you got into the car where you put the paintings?
He
I can't
does.
say definitively, but I'm pretty sure that I put it in the
Interesting,
back
right?
seat.
Both of them?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. Do you remember if did you ride back in the passenger seat?
Yes.
Do you remember if you were holding it when you were driving back?
No.
Okay. Was there any blood on either of the paintings when you gave them to the defendant?
No.
So it was about a 10-minute drive to your house. Was it about a 10-minute drive back?
Yes.
And what happened when you got back to Racy's?
I just went back inside. I believe Ezra came. Too.
I'm sorry?
I believe Ezra came inside too.
Were both of the paintings that you gave in the car when you
Yes.
got out at Racy's?
Yes.
All the
Did
good
you
work.
observe any knives in the vehicle during that time you were in the car that morning?
No.
Hopefully not.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, Cross?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Just
it's
quickly
interesting.
about the vehicle, you didn't look in the glove box.
No.
You didn't look in the center console.
No.
You didn't look in the trunk.
No.
You didn't explore the back seat.
No.
You just, like most people, got in the car and sat in the passenger seat.
Yes.
Had a conversation with your friend who was the driver.
Yes.
And part of that conversation was what she was doing that day. Is that right?
Yes.
Because she was back in Eau Claire. She hadn't been in Eau Claire for a while, at least around Racy's. Is that right?
Yes.
And she told you that she was there to deliver, as you said, some letters, right?
Yes.
When you'd previously spoke to the police, you'd called those journals. Would that be fair?
I would probably call them letters.
Okay. And what did Ezra call them? Did Ezra call them journals or letters?
I can't recall.
All right. So your memory of it is that there was some sort of letter.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting, isn't it? Super Planning Girl. Super Planning Girl saying, thinking about their kindness to her caused her to feel emotional or pure emotional. Yeah, it's interesting, right? I wonder too if it has to do something. Imagine, right? These are the friends that they'd been friends with, right? And they were all close, and she's been in jail. So the only people she's seen in person, I mean, would be in other like jailbirds, jailboys, in other words. And I wonder if part of it is like it's got to be weird, right? Like there's got to be, okay, let's imagine you're just a regular person. It would be weird in a lot of ways, but even if you're Ezra, potentially maybe some nostalgia or even like, like her life was so different then than it is now. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense, but I also, that's 100% true, right? Sympathy was her aim all along. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Like, I mean, I guess that's the other thing, right? Like, is she actually genuinely, sad or weepy, or is she just trying to get more sympathy? It's interesting because when there's a difference though. Like when we've seen her do the other thing, it's like what I would say is like the obvious, like fake, like she's not crying, but she takes that Kleenex and like dabs her eye, right? That's what we've seen her do, once, maybe twice max, where she takes the Kleenex and like dabs her eye, but like there's nothing there. And then but this is completely different. And you can see, it's actually interesting, right? Because like, you can see how when people want you to think that they're crying, what do? They grab the freaking Kleenex. We've seen Amber Heard do it. We saw Alex Murdoch. Actually, he just kind of let snot run everywhere, didn't he? But it's a thing, right? It's like a prop. It's like, oh, so here's a prop. So you think I'm crying. Let me go out grab Kleenex. But when somebody's actually emotional, it's not what you would first think of, right? It's not like you first would think to grab a Kleenex. Anyway, so it makes it, like, to me, this does seem a little bit different. Right. I agree. It does. I agree. Yeah. It does seem genuine. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting.
To particular people, or kind of a general letter that she was distributing to particular people?
I understood them to be particular people, letters to particular people.
Okay. And that these were something that she'd been writing for therapy as recommended by her counselor, right?
That's how I understood it, yeah.
That's what she had told you is, I'm in counseling, I'm writing these letters, I'm going to go and deliver them, correct?
Yes.
And it was based upon that recommendation that she told you from her counselor, right?
Yes.
And one of the people that she told you she was going to deliver the letter to was Alex Woodworth, right?
She didn't specify who she was delivering letters to. I just knew that that was one of the reasons she was in town.
Okay. And you knew that because of just the general background of the friend group there at Racy's that you knew about, right?
I knew what?
You knew about that because of the general background that you knew from the friend group at Racy's.
I knew about her.
Objection, I'd asked for specificity.
Did you know that she was?
Hold on.
I'll withdraw the question and rephrase it.
Okay.
Sorry. Should have
Question
been more clear.
withdrawn.
Ezra told you she was going to Alex's. Is that right?
No.
Okay. She told you she was delivering letters.
Yes.
She told you she was delivering letters to many people.
She didn't specify how many people.
More than one?
Maybe. I inferred that.
Okay. You inferred it because she used the plural letters as opposed to one.
Maybe. It was over a year ago, so it was hard to remember specific.
And I
words that she-
understand and appreciate that. I'm just trying to get the facts that you know today. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes.
All right. And you talked to the police about this
Oh, boy.
sometime in March of 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, that wasn't a year and a half ago, right? Excuse me.
Yes. Yeah.
That was a year and a half ago. That was very soon after you had this drive and this art exchange with Ezra, right?
Yes.
So you'd agree that you probably knew it better then than you
Yes.
do now, right? And when you spoke with the police, have you had a chance to review their report at some point in your preparation for the testimony today?
No.
Have you had a chance to review, was there a recording of that made?
I'm not sure.
Okay, did anyone share a recording with you?
No.
Okay. So you're just going fresh off your memory today?
I am working from my memory, yes.
All right. When you spoke with the police back in March, well, let me ask this. Would it refresh your memory to see the police officer's summary of his conversation with you regarding what you told him about her delivering journals or letters to Alex?
Yes. Okay.
You get a chance to read that?
Yes.
Having read that, do you remember more about what you told the police?
Yes.
And one of the things is that you'd believe she was going to give this journal entry to Alex, right?
Yes, I believe that. Yes.
Painting that she exchanged with you, you'd said she made some comments about it?
Yes.
So what you learned about the painting was based upon what Ezra told you, right?
Yes.
You didn't have knowledge outside of that regarding where the painting was or who had made it or anything about the significance of the painting other than what Ezra had said. Would that be fair to say?
I don't believe that I spoke to Jason Mengel about the painting. If anyone were to have talked to me about it, it would have been him. But I believe that that was my first knowledge of the meaning of the painting was when Ezra and I talked
Okay.
about it.
So you agree?
I agree. Yes, I agree.
All right, thank you. And what Ezra told you about the painting is that it was significant painting in her relationship with Jason. Is that right?
Yes.
And that even though, and she was giving that away on that day, correct?
Yes.
So she's giving away a painting that was significant with her and Jason to you, right?
Yes.
And delivering journals that she got from that she was told by her therapist to others, right?
Yes.
And one of those others was Alex.
Yes.
You know, I think the point of this is he's trying to make it seem like her intent. Oh, sorry, that's a terrible pause for him. Hold on. There we go. That's better. Like when because she was living with, or she was in Stanley, right? And she drove to Eau Claire, which, I mean, it's not a terribly long drive. I think they said it's like 40, 45 minutes or something. So I think that they're trying to say that she came to Eau Claire specifically to do these other things. So they're making some great importance, or wanting to show the great importance of the painting and the letters, right? Versus coming to Eau Claire to simply murder Alex Woodworth. However, like he's leaving out the part where, her other intention, according to her, of going to Eau Claire was to deliver a heating pad, right? And there was something else too, heating pad and something else. I think maybe another painting. Or bookmark, heating pad and bookmark to Alex. Almost conveniently, if you will, leaving that out with her mission of coming to Eau Claire to do these random things. Anyway, but that's just what I'm thinking is the point of that.
That's all. Thank you.
Any redirect? just briefly, the painting that was hanging over the defendant and Jason Mengel's bed, do you remember if the defendant told you a time period that that painting was there?
I don't remember.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
That'd be
Any
weird.
recross?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Martinson, you may step down.
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Susan Zwiefelhofer,
They have a struggle with this name.
Zwiefelhofer.
And I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
Random girl.
Are you currently employed, ma'am?
Hey, random girl, I'm glad you're here. Did you get my response to your question? Because I can also elaborate on that. I was waiting for you to get here. I'm glad you're here. I have not addressed your question yet. But I will say, one thing I did mention, and I'll mention this again, is that in Wisconsin, when they say statement of recent perception, that's the same as present sense impression everywhere else, like we hear of it. That's just what they call it. So same. Statement of recent perception is the same as present sense impression. But also I was going to say, in addition to the reply that I sent to you there on the comment, that the other thing that was interesting is like the case law that the defense attorney was relying upon was the State v. Manuel. And in that case law, part of the reason she was using that as her argument was because, again, her argument was about this, quote, like indicia of reliability. And in that case, which she was using to, citing that, the statement was not allowed because it was determined that essentially there were ulterior motives in the statement. So the statement about whatever the dude said was really because it sounded like it was in an effort to get somebody to go to a hotel with him or something along those lines. So that therefore the statement did not have an indicia of reliability. And so that's the case law. So in other words, that was her argument. And then she was using case law that supported that. But if you saw my comment, then hopefully you were able to hear her kind of explain what her thinking was there. So hopefully that made sense to you.
I am currently employed as a care provider.
Also,
but I
who's
was
Will
previously
Forte?
employed with the city of Eau Claire as a police
I didn't even answer this question. Who's Will Forte?
officer.
All right. And how long were you employed by the city of Eau Claire as a police officer?
Over 30 years.
Right. And were you working for the city of Eau Claire as a police officer on March 22nd of 2018?
Yes.
All right. What were your duties as an officer with the police department?
I'm a patrol officer.
And were you a patrol officer on March 22nd of 2018?
Yes.
And around
Yeah. So
shortly after noon, were you assigned to an investigation?
What's the right word? I inferred by your question that you were thinking that because of the time factor, right? So hopefully I understood your question correctly on that comment. And then, because she does initially sound like she's arguing time, but then she walks it back and says like, I'm not arguing the time factor. I'm arguing the complexity of the relationships and shit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so right. I mean, that was their best argument, but there was no way. And like, what was I thinking too? I was thinking like that statement, that part, whatever, what was that specific part? I remember thinking that was really bad for the defense, and it was clear why they didn't want that to come in. Oh, I know why, because the part about how the friend says, do you think she's going to do that to you too, in regards to Ezra claiming sexual assault? That's why. Yeah. Thank you, Candace. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Oh, it's an actor. Okay, thank you. Will Forte. Great last name. Shout out to music.
Or a matter by the police department?
Yes.
What were you assigned to or dispatched to?
It was a check person, and I was assisting.
Okay. And where was that assignment? Where were you to go?
It was in the 500 block of Cameron Street in the city of Eau Claire.
And was it, I think you said you were assisting. Was there another officer assigned as well?
Yes, Officer O'Neill preceded me to the scene.
Okay. And that's Kristopher O'Neill?
Yes.
All right. And as you were going to the scene, did you, or actually, let me preface that with, was your squad at that point in time equipped with a dash or a squad camera?
Yes.
Somebody can.
And as you were going to the scene, did you activate that camera?
Yes.
And does that camera record
Remember,
just?
this was an eventful day. Remember what's so crazy here? This was such a crazy day. What happened, like, remember, before anything happened, while Alex was still alive, right? Ezra is over at Alex's house, and Jason shows up because he's concerned because Ezra is acting all funny. And then, remember, we've heard a little bit about this over. We're about to see the body cam. There's some neighbors or something, and they're like, what's he doing out there? Because they can see that he's kind of like looking around, and they're just like, what's going on? And it was weird because, remember, they were like sitting in Ezra's car and the doors were open or something, and we're going to hear more about it. But basically what happens is, remember, this is the first time law enforcement is called. So law enforcement is called while Alex and Ezra are sitting outside of his house in her car, and Jason's out there on his bike, seeing what's going on. And they're just checking to make sure that everything's all good, right? So that's like, isn't that wild? And it's like right after this that they leave and they go to the muddy road. But so this is the first. So there's body cam of the body cam that we're going to see is of this first event with them coming and talking to them. So
Video, or does it also record audio?
It records video and audio, both.
So
And at some point in time, can you switch the audio on and off on it?
we're going to get to see this in real life.
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. And did you activate that system as you were proceeding to the scene?
Yes.
Here we go.
Your assigned call has been updated.
So there's the car. Oh, wow. And you can see the car door open. Interesting.
Hi. Can you talk to me?
So she's talking to Jason, right? Wow.
I don't live here.
You don't live here? Okay.
She's a girlfriend, and I was paranoid because of stuff that's going on.
Okay.
She mentioned some stuff about what she looked like in her eyes when I was carrying the kid at a party about something bad happening.
Okay. Like, what did you see in her eyes, I guess?
She was like in a coffee shop, kind of just, I don't know, she just didn't look like she was herself. She looked heightened.
How long ago was this?
Say,
So I think she says, what did you see in her eyes? Because he says something like there's fire. And we're going to actually see some more body cam from the other officer, and you're going to be able to hear it a lot better. But he says something like, yeah, there's fire in her eyes. And then he's like, what did you see in her eyes? And then I'm thinking, so over there with that police officer, I believe he's talking to Alex while this officer's talking to Jason. So my thought is that's Alex. And if that's the case, look at the coat that he's wearing, guys. That would match up with that coat that we saw at the crime scene. Remember, because he was like the coat with the and the shoes and stuff were like kind of underneath him. Yeah. We're going to hear from that officer actually next. So that's, I recognize him now that I saw his head turn. So that officer is talking to Alex. So we can see him right now.
Did you get your name and information?
yeah, she got all my stuff.
Okay.
This would have been
William 145 for Clear's copy and address.
10-ish, 10:40.
Okay. This morning?
Yes.
Okay.
I was doing laundry and stuff.
What coffee shop did she come into?
Into Racey's.
Okay. Did she look like upset or
A little bit, like, yeah.
Okay.
When I talked to my friend, she picked up some art from him and they traded art. And it's like, yeah, she gave me a vibe today, man. It's like, well, she said she's going to do some errands, and like a little bit I talked to her, I was like, I don't know, this doesn't feel right. Something feels wrong. And I'm in the military, and like I have super heightened awareness when it comes to like situations like this. So I was like, okay, well, I haven't.
You know, it's wild because he could sense that something was up. You know?
99% chance, or 99% idea what's going to happen. So.
Okay.
Good to go. Everything's good. They're okay. Yeah, everything's fine. We'll take care of it too.
Okay.
No problem. All right, you have a good day.
It's like, what does that sound? It's like he had like a sixth sense about it or something too.
You're welcome.
So there's Jason and his bike right there. So yeah, so that was definitely Alex, and there's Jason. Jason's got like a green sweater thing, cardigan, and that's his bike with the fat tires, so you can ride it in the snow. Wow. It's wild, right? Because it's interesting because, you know, instead of seeing body cam of like when they arrive at the crime scene, because I don't think we end up seeing that. You know, we see we already saw what we're going to see. I'm pretty sure from that with like the 3D imaging and stuff. But like, and you know, it was night anyway. But like, this is actually to me way more interesting because it's like body cam of everybody before the crime and while the victim was still alive, and you're seeing these interactions. I think this is like really interesting. I don't think she told him explicitly because he would have told law enforcement. He would have, and he's going to testify, so we'll hear from him. But that's why he's there, because he had a bad feeling. And remember, you know, the other thing too is like he's in the National Guard. Like he would have disclosed that. He would have stopped. He would have done something. I'm sure if he actually knew. I think it sounds like it was like a gut feeling, you know.
Ms. Zwiefelhofer, it appears that...
And the other thing, too, is we've heard from all the other witnesses who saw her that day that she looked different, right? That, you know, and we've heard even from just the previous dude, like the Max dude was like, yeah, she seemed sad. She seemed this and that. Everybody said her demeanor seemed different, but also she looked different, right? Like, so it wouldn't be surprising, especially for someone who was, you know, and she was in a relationship with, you know, it seems like they all kind of picked up on something, you know? Of course, there's always the fact that it's in hindsight, but
you made comment.
But the other thing is Jason does say, you can hear it on the body cam, Jason does say that at that time, like precipitously, if you will, that the Max dude said to him that when he was trading the artwork with her, that he got a bad vibe, and he told Jason that, and that would have been, you know, again, contemporaneously. That's the word I was looking for, like at the time. So.
Contact initially and talk to essentially Mr. Mengel.
Yes.
All right. And during your conversation with Mr. Mengel, did he express any concerns or mention Alex Woodworth to you?
He did not mention Mr. Woodworth, but he mentioned Miss McCandless.
Okay. Did he express any concerns about Ms. McCandless?
That she was acting strange. She just wasn't herself.
Right. And it appears from that you arrived on scene approximately what time?
It was probably like 12:35, 12:40, somewhere in there.
And left, it appears from that video, you were there, how long? A couple minutes?
3 to 4 minutes.
Okay. And then you left?
Then I departed, yes.
All right. And one thing I noticed, the audio doesn't seem to come on right away. Is there a reason for that?
When you activate the recorder, the video and audio.
Then you left?
Then I departed, yes.
All right. And one thing I noticed, the audio doesn't seem to come on right away. Is there a reason for that?
When you activate the recorder, the video and audio, there's like a 2-minute section that it records just visually, just the video, before the actual audio kicks in.
Okay.
That's something that
It's just
Can't
how the
explain
system.
why, yes.
All right,
You know
that's
what's
just how
funny
the
is I think-
system works.
Yes.
It wasn't you were
I
trying.
think we all do that, guys. Have you guys noticed? I'm pretty sure, like with like all the body cam footage that we see, there's that it's like the Axon or whatever company, I guess. I think it's just like
To
standard.
keep audio up, okay.
No.
Ms. Zwiefelhofer, if
Oh
the
my
video
God.
indicates
With her
12:50
name,
is the end of it, would that be more accurate than your memory at this point in time?
Correct. It would be whatever time would be on the video
Okay.
itself.
Thank you. Oh, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination?
Yeah, can I get my screen again up? Ms. Zwiefelhofer. Did I get that correct?
It's Zwiefelhofer. It's close enough.
Zwiefelhofer?
That is,
I want to get it right.
that's fine.
Can you give me one more try?
It's Zwiefelhofer.
Zwiefelhofer.
No,
Okay.
it is, oh my God. It doesn't, the way
I want to
she
ask you some questions
presented
about
is
that
not
day on
how
March
it works,
22nd
right?
when you went to the address on Cameron Street, okay? On the screen there is what appears to be the beginning of the video, is that correct?
Correct.
And that current time on there says 12 hours, 46 minutes, and 51 seconds, is that right?
That's correct.
And that would be the accurate time as to when that recording began on March 22nd, right?
When you activate the recorder, it goes back a couple of minutes. That's the way the city has it set up, so it records just the visual for a couple of minutes back.
Maybe I wasn't clear. What I'm asking is, when that says current time 12:46:51, as you're sitting in your car, if you looked at your watch, it would show 12:46:51 at the same time that you're seeing this on the street. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay, that's all it wasn't that complicated, I apologize. And then at the end here, when we get to the end, it ends at, I believe it is 12:54:06. Does that end at 12 minutes 50, or 12 hours, 50 minutes and 6 seconds, is that right?
According to that, yes.
And that's, you have no reason to dispute the accuracy of that, agreed?
I do not. I have no control over any of that.
My question is, you agree that that's the actual time on that day? You don't dispute the accuracy of that time, do you?
According to that, no.
I don't understand why you're saying according to that. My question is, do you think it's a different time than 12 hours, 50 minutes, and 6 seconds?
I can only go by what I see on the screen up there.
Okay.
So that's what I would have to say according to that, yes.
All right. You were called, as you said, to check person, is that right?
Correct.
And you came to find out that the person that you were actually checking on was Jason Mangle, right?
Here,
Correct.
And that's who you had contacted.
I would say is one of their other strategies. I just don't know why it helps them all that much, but one of their strategies seems to be to try to just make Jason look like a bad guy. And I mean, I guess actually I can walk that back and I can explain that. I can like argue with myself on that, which is that because this testimony is going to be a big deal and he's going to testify and it's going to be, well, I'm sure, I don't know yet. We'll find out if any jurors speak out after the trial's over. I'll look into it. I would imagine that his testimony was a big deal, but it's definitely a huge part of the prosecution's, he's a huge witness, right? So my thought actually, now that I'm thinking about that, is that they're trying to already kind of undermine his credibility for the jury. Like, Jason's a bad guy. You were there to investigate Jason, right? And again, then it's like, well, so it wasn't Ezra that was being suspicious, it was Jason, right? So I think that's what this is about.
With was
But of course,
Jason
Jason was there because he was fucking concerned and didn't want anybody to get hurt. So.
Mangle, correct?
I did not know that was his name at the time because I did not ask him his name because the other officer had already obtained his information.
But the person you had contact with, you now know as you sit there today, was Jason Mangle, correct?
Correct.
And if I move I'm going to turn.
A question that I would love to know, which I'm sure no one's going to ask Jason, but what I would love to know is when he saw the quote unquote fire in her eyes, as he describes it, and when he got that uneasy feeling and saw the fire in her eyes, what did he think her intentions were? I'd be really curious because I'm sure it's not murder, right? But like I would be wondering because we know she's been lying and manipulating people. My thought is like, I guess it kind of seems like he thought she was going to go cheat on him, right? But yeah, I guess actually I can answer that question myself again. One thing about studying law and following trials and all that, you get used to this idea of asking, of like being able to kind of argue with yourself, which is why I do that out loud, right? I do that not out loud also, but I also do it out loud, obviously. So it's like, it ends up being pretty useful though, you know what I mean?
Turn the volume off because I don't think we need to hear anything at this point. I'm just trying to show pictures.
Like the lane statement right there.
Person to the left of the screen there, is that the way over on the corner? Can you see him? Maybe that's not the best view. I'm going to play about 10 seconds here from 12:47:21. Started at 12:47:10. And I paused it at 12:47:22. Do we see somebody away from the car walking towards what I think is considered a fat bike? Do you see that person?
Yes.
Is that Jason Mengel?
Yes.
And he's walking towards a bicycle, is that right?
Yes.
And that's more of him there, right there, where we see
Is he
Jason
just trying to
Mengel,
make him
correct?
look creepy? That's so
Yes.
silly.
And the reason that you were there was because there was a call about what Jason
What he's trying to do, but this is so silly.
Mengel was doing there at that house, right?
Yes.
And you came to learn that Jason Mengel told you the woman in the car was his ex-girlfriend, right?
Correct.
And he told you, I think you'd said that she was not herself that day, is that right?
That's what he had said, yes.
Did he tell you that the reason that he said she was not herself is she'd given away a painting that was symbolic to him of their relationship?
I recall that she had traded some artwork.
Okay, but you didn't know what the artwork was,
We're
agreed?
I did not.
You didn't know the significance of that artwork to Jason Mengel.
He never explained it.
And all he said
not why
was,
he was concerned.
my ex-girlfriend
was
was not
concerned
acting like herself today,
because of the
correct?
fire in her
Correct.
eyes.
And then he told you, did he tell you that the person on the other side of the car, do you see where the red dot is?
Yes.
Do you see that's a person? Does that appear to be a person to you?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I did not.
Did you later learn that that was Alex Woodworth?
I pieced it together that it was him.
So yes, you later learned it was him?
I later did, yes.
Did Jason Mengel tell you that Alex Woodworth was in a sexual relationship with his ex-girlfriend?
No, he did not.
Why would that even fucking matter?
He just told you that he was there checking up on Ms. McCandless, right?
Correct.
And as the video goes on, in here we can see Officer O'Neill at the open door to the car parked in the driveway, is that right?
Yes.
And you learned that sitting in the driver's seat there was Ezra McCandless, is that right?
I later learned that, yes.
While you were, as the video goes on here, I'm just going to play it again with no volume. Now what we're seeing is Alex Woodworth on one side of the door, is that right?
Yes.
And Officer O'Neill on the other side of the door, correct?
Yes.
And again, though we can't see it, you know from previous observations and later observations that Ms. McCandless is on the other side of Mr. O'Neill sitting in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
And they're having a conversation.
Yes.
Officer O'Neill is a trained police officer just like you.
Yes.
I imagine you go through lots of training in your job, right?
Yes.
You probably wanted to become a law enforcement officer because you wanted to help people.
Yes.
You wanted, one of your concerns is safety, right?
Correct.
And I would imagine Officer O'Neill shares those
No,
same
I hate safety.
concerns based upon what you know of him, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained. I think you can ask, I'm assuming he's going to be a witness, you can
If somebody asked me a stupid ass question like that, just to be annoying, I'd be like, no, I hate safety.
ask him
I
directly.
will. Yes, thank you. And while you were talking to Jason, you were also keeping your eyes, as is probably part of your role, on what Officer O'Neill is doing, right?
on and off.
Sure. I mean, you're multitasking, and that's not always the easiest thing to do in any role, correct?
Correct.
But you're certainly glancing over them, and you're not leaving them completely alone. Agreed?
That'd be correct.
And it appears as if he's having a conversation with two individuals who are cooperative. Agreed?
Yes.
Friendly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in fact, at the end, I think when we heard, you could hear Ms. McCandless thanking you. Is that right?
Yes.
And at the end, you heard Officer O'Neill say, "Everything's okay."
Yes.
And you heard Officer O'Neill say, "Everything's good."
I think he said everything was okay.
All right. Well, let's play that then and just So we just watched a portion of the video. You saw Officer O'Neill turn to you in that video,
Yes.
and you saw him give you a thumbs up.
Yes.
And then you heard him say the words, "Everything's good."
Yes, I stand corrected. He said everything is
And
good.
it was a long time ago,
Kind
right?
of grasping straws, though, isn't it?
And now as we're looking at the video here, we can see we have a clear shot to the person in the driver's seat. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm just going to play it again without the volume now to just get another. I'm going to ask you some questions about Ms. McCandless when I'm done playing this portion, okay?
So she's in the driver's seat. Yep. We're doing.
You saw, you watched that portion of the video I just played
Yes.
where we saw Ms. McCandless reach out and grab the driver's door and close it. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember what she was wearing that day?
I do not. I couldn't see that far into the vehicle.
We can't
Would it
tell.
refresh your memory perhaps to see a picture
Yes.
showing you what's been marked as 632? Does that appear to be the shirt
feel
that you
refreshed?
recall her wearing that day?
I could not see what she was wearing.
Okay, fair enough. And at this point in the video at 12:49:32, I can't see Mr. Woodworth. Can you see him? Is he observable?
I do not see him.
I'm going to play because I want to ask you some questions about him, okay?
Jason is still concerned. I mean, what, man? Wow. It's wild to see this, to me anyway. It's like eerie. You know? They leave this location. She drives directly from here to the muddy road.
We just watched approximately the last 30 seconds of that video. Is that right?
This is the last. I mean, I guess I don't know exactly. You know, I guess we don't know exactly what time he died, but like in terms of like they leave after this and drive out there, and this is his very last moments alive. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't make it very far after. So
Approximately.
And during that time, you saw Mr.
I mean, I guess actually that's why the time on the body cam matters, doesn't it? Because it was what 12 something, and we know that she shows up at the farmer's house. Well, we're gonna hear from the farmer actually, so I'm not gonna. You know, it's a couple hours, right? I think, but not that. I mean, when in the grand scheme of things, right? That's not that long.
Woodworth was at the front of the vehicle, and he walked over to the passenger side near the front passenger door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he stopped and turned and looked over the roof of the car. Is that right?
I guess I'd have to review the video. I didn't look at it that closely.
All right, we can do that. You see that where I've paused it there? Can you see him there?
I can see his head.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Let me press play and maybe it'll clear it up.
He's talking to Jason, I think.
So I paused it there. What we saw is Ms. McCandless had the door open to her car, is that right?
Yes,
Officer O'Neill walked back after talking with you, got into his car and drove off, right?
yes,
During that time, Mr. Woodworth walked from the front of the car to the passenger side of the car, correct?
yes.
It appears as if he walked around to perhaps open the door. Agreed?
I do not know if the door was open or closed for him.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you can't.
And then you see him turn and look across back towards the camera over the top of the car, is that right?
Yes,
And it's during that same time that the man with the bicycle approaches the car, correct?
yes,
And that man's Jason Mengel.
yes,
And it appears when you're driving off that Jason Mengel and Alex Woodworth are having some conversation. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And again, I understand you're not sure, but would you agree that it appears as if they are speaking to each other?
It does look like that to me.
I can say they're looking at each other. I don't know if they're talking to each other.
Okay.
But I don't
And
even
in
know
the
what-
middle of those two men is Ezra McCandless.
In the vehicle, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, any redirect?
Yes, briefly. Ma'am, anything during the time that you were at that scene that caused you to be concerned about the interaction between any of the individuals there?
I didn't have no concerns.
All right. And as we see went through this last 30 seconds, you can flip off now. I'm not going to use it anymore. As you were there those last 30 seconds that we just saw a couple times where there, at least you can see that Mr. Mengel and Mr. Woodworth are looking at each other. Anything that happened during that time frame that concerned you?
No,
Anything else? Nothing further.
All right, any recross within that scope?
You had no concerns at all, correct?
at that time, no.
And that's why you drove off, leaving the three of them there in the driveway.
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Zwiefelhofer. You may step down. I hope I got your name right that time.
Thank you.
It's not an easy name to pronounce, by the way. Thank you. Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're good to go. Thank you. All right, you ready with the next witness?
Tell us your name, please, and spell your first and last
This whole day, Ezra looked at the camera a lot.
name for the court reporter.
It's Kristopher, Kristopher. Last name's O'Neill, O''Neill.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a police officer of the city of Eau Claire.
How long have you been employed with the city of Eau Claire?
22 and a half years.
And do you have any specific assignment or duties with the Eau Claire Police Department?
He's still got his police microphone thing on, it looks like there.
I'm currently assigned to the patrol division as a road patrol officer.
And did you have that same assignment on March 22nd of 2018?
Yes, I did.
Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
And were you dispatched at some point in time that day shortly after the lunch hour for any incidents?
Yes, I was sent to a welfare check person case on Cameron Street in Eau Claire.
And did you go to that scene?
I did.
All right. And did you eventually end up near a residence located at 511 Cameron Street?
Yes, I did.
Right. And approximately when did you arrive at that scene? If you recall.
I don't know the exact time, but it was shortly after noon.
All right. And when you arrived at the scene, who's the first person that you had contact with?
A gentleman by the name of Jason Mengel.
And do you recall where you met with Mr. Mengel when you initially saw him?
As I was pulling up to the location, he was walking northbound across Cameron Street towards the Montessori School, and I met with him just
Yeah.
well, a little bit northeast of that residence.
Jason, and then he talks to
And when you say that residence, you're talking about the residence at 511 Cameron Street?
That's correct.
And did you have some discussion with Mr. Mengel at that point in time?
I did.
All right. After you had some discussion with Mr. Mengel, where did you go?
Then I went across the street to the area of 511 Cameron and met with two other individuals that had exited the house at 511 Cameron Street.
All right. And where were those individuals when you first saw them?
They had been walking out of the house.
Did they walk out at the same time?
I believe so.
All right. And did you eventually identify who those two individuals were?
I did.
And who were they?
An Alex Woodward and an Ezra McCandless.
All right. And do you see the one that you identified herself as Ezra McCandless in court here today?
I do. She's sitting.
And could you point her up where she's seated and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defense table wearing a floral dress and a blazer.
Ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
All right, the the record will reflect the witness as identified, Ms. McCandless.
Did you discuss with Mr. Woodworth how things were, if there were any problems?
I asked both subjects if everything was okay, and he told me that they were.
All right. And did you also ask the defendant if everything was okay?
I did.
And what was her response?
She said that everything was okay as well.
All right. Did she express to you when you were talking to her any concerns with being with Alex Woodworth?
No.
Did the defendant eventually enter any vehicles?
I believe they both entered a silver Chevy that was parked in the driveway.
All right. And do you recall where the defendant got into that vehicle? Which seat?
I don't recall.
Okay. The defendant tell you whether or not she wanted to continue to have contact with Alex Woodworth?
I don't believe she specifically said anything like that.
That's fine. As you were heading to this scene or arriving at the scene, did you was your squad equipped with a squad camera or a dash camera?
Yes.
All right. And did you activate that camera at that point in time?
Yes.
All right.
All right, more body cam.
Approach.
You may.
Officer O'Neill, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 162, which is a DVD disc. It appears to have some initials on it. Are those your initials?
Yes, they are.
And did you review this disc to compare the contents of the disc with your dash camera from March 22nd of 2018?
Yes.
And is this an accurate copy of that dash camera?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I move the admission to Exhibit 162 and ask again to play that. And again, defense counsel has been kind enough to agree to play it from his computer since we are having problems with our sound from ours.
Any objection? All right. Exhibit 162 will be received and played for the jury.
And said they saw you park your bike over here?
Yeah.
And then walk over there, look
Yeah.
around in that car. Do you know that person that lives there?
That's my girlfriend's car, or my
Okay.
ex-girlfriend. We're kind of.
Now we're getting to hear much better the conversation, but just so it's clear, it was not Ezra and Alex that called the cops on Jason. It was like some neighbor that was like, just didn't know what he was doing, you know?
In a situation, and when she talked to me this morning, I was worried because the guy that lives there is involved in an assault case that she's with, or
She's the victim of?
she's the victim of an assault that happened. And when she went to him for consolement, I was gone on military orders.
Okay.
She went to him to talk to him about stuff, and then he kind of took advantage of her too, and she wanted to talk to him, I think, today about some stuff, and I was paranoid because she had like fire in her eyes.
Okay.
So,
Who's the girlfriend?
Ezra McCandless.
Okay.
I was just worried because, like,
Was the door standing open over there when you got there on the car?
I knocked like 3 times. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a scuffle or anything. So knocked, yelled, opened the door, and I heard her say, "Let him help you. Let him help you." So then I said, "Hey, is everything okay? Is everyone all right now?" I mean, I'm a medic in the military, so like, I was paranoid. I was paranoid that someone was going to do something irrational.
Okay. And they're in the house on the corner here, or?
Yeah, they're on. I think they're fine though. I mean, I don't know. I just
saw the door.
That's interesting to let him help you. I wonder if Ezra was saying that to try to make it seem like the reason she was there was because Alex needed help. Let me rewind that. That's interesting. Sounds like it's what Alex is saying to Jason, or sorry, what Ezra is saying to Jason about Alex. Hold on, let's just double check here.
And she went to him for consolement. I was gone on military orders.
Okay.
She went to him to talk to him about stuff, and then he kind of took advantage of her too, and she wanted to talk to him, I think, today about some stuff, and I was paranoid because she had like fire in her eyes.
Okay.
Oh, light in her eyes, not fire.
Who's the girlfriend?
Ezra McCandless.
Okay.
I was just worried because, like...
Was the door standing open over there when you got there on the car?
I knocked like 3 times. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a scuffle or anything. So knocked, yelled, opened the door, and I heard her say, "Let him help you. Let him help you." So then I said, "Hey, is everything okay? Is everyone..."
Let him help. She's acting like he needed help. And I wonder, because we've heard there's this incident that's already come up for trial, this incident about where Alex was like self-harming. Yeah, interesting thoughts I'm having. Where Alex was like self-harming. This was from prior, right? And like, you know, apparently Jason came over, and I don't know if he saved his life, but he helped, you know. I wonder if Ezra is saying that to A, maybe justify why she's there. Like, she was there to help him, and like, he needs help. Or B, I mean, obviously we see Alex get out and talk to the cops. He's not bleeding yet, but I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, I guess it must be at that point. Like, I was thinking, was she trying to like explain why later on he would maybe be stabbed? Maybe. Anyway, just, it's interesting that she was already, that's already, I mean, that to me is like, I don't know, a bit in the premeditation type of, you know, it shows that they're like, that's interesting. I don't know. Do you guys?
All right now.
That?
I mean, I'm a medic in the military, so like, I was paranoid. I was paranoid that someone was going to do something irrational.
Okay.
I mean, because I guess it's like she's saying something to try to explain her presence and why she's there when it's not accurate. It doesn't even make any sense, right? He didn't need any help. I mean, but we're going to hear him talk to the law enforcement.
In the house on the corner here, or?
Yeah, they're on I think they're fine though. I mean, I don't know. I'm just.
I just saw the door to the car was standing open too.
Yeah, I wanted to turn her car off. Her car was running, so that's why I was like worried, because it was running, and I was like, okay, what's going on? Like, what's going on? Is everything okay?
Okay. Do you have any ID with you?
I mean, it makes me wonder if she was having to kind of talk him into leaving with her in the car, because. I mean, just a thought, right? If they were sitting out there in the, like, prior to Jason even getting there, right? They're sitting out in the car is running. He already knows he agreed. He's like, I'm not going to see you anymore, right? They've broken up. And of course she reached back out to him. You know, it makes me wonder if like he was really reluctant and she was trying to convince him to go with her for some, whatever reason she ends up telling him. And that they were in the process of, you know, because, well, we're also going to hear from Alex's roommate in this episode, and we're going to hear about what happened with that too. So.
108 headquarters is 10-2.
Sorry.
10-4. Jason, you live in town?
Roger that. Just worried. I don't think he's dangerous, but I don't know.
Do you know what his name is?
Alex Woodsworth.
Okay.
I think it's Woodsworth or Woodsworth.
388. 684.
Roger that. You mind if I grab my bike quick?
Just give me your address here and a phone number, and then we'll let you head out for now.
Oh, I'm not going to head out. I'm just...
You can head over there.
Okay.
I'll go and check on them. What's your address?
135 Broadway Street, Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
And a phone number?
715-225 0220.
Okay. You can go over by your bike. William 108 headquarters, 1029. Stand by, Mark. Hi. Is everything okay here? Okay. Somebody called us kind of worried because they saw Jason come over here and he was going in the car and they weren't sure what was going on.
No.
I know.
Fine.
Everything's fine?
It's in the Ezra.
Okay. Do you guys have any ID with you? Just,
Yeah.
I got to write a report here that I came over and talked to.
Now, this part is really interesting because remember, we know that Ezra wasn't supposed to be driving. It seems like there's a motion to eliminate about this. We know she wasn't supposed to be driving. And there's also been testimony about this from actually several people. It seems like she was, well, from like what we heard in the prosecution opening statements, right? It's almost like she was obstinate when she left her parents' house in her car to drive all the way over, like as if it would almost like, you know, it must have necessitated something important, right? She wasn't supposed to be driving. And there was reference to something earlier from like when they were having, you know, talking about a sidebar or something. And I recall them saying something about her license. So, but we know it makes me wonder if she had some sort of charges. We know she's underage. So I don't know if maybe she was underage drunk driving or what, but it sounds like she's not supposed to be driving. Like, we know that, right? Sounds like there's something with her license. So what we're going to hear in a second is going to be interesting because he's asking for her ID. And we know she's in the driver's seat of this car. Now, having said that, the car is parked and in different places, the law can vary. But in some places, if you're not like on a public road driving, like let's say you're sitting in a car and you're in a driveway, in some places, they can't charge you with like, you know, driving with a suspended license, for example. But in some places they can. I've seen differences on this. So, because it's interesting because I was wondering, are they going to charge her with something when they see that she's sitting in the driver's seat in this car, even though the car is stationary and it's in a public or it's in a private driveway? Having said that, again, if they had pulled her over while she was driving on this road that we're looking at right here, it might be a different situation. And again, had that happened, had she been arrested for like, let's say driving without a license, Alex would probably be alive still. Well, he definitely would be. So.
Hey guys.
I'm not blaming the law enforcement. Right?
They were just a little worried because they saw the car running over here and they weren't sure what was going on and all that jazz. You want to just slide it out of there? I don't want to take your wallet from you.
I have this, and I'll find my license.
Okay.
Sending him something else, not a license.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's in here somewhere. I just
This is
always
bullshit. This is bullshit. She doesn't have a license. She does not have one.
Does that work for an ID?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. My license is somewhere in here.
That's okay.
You know, I just usually have it.
That's what you just usually have it. Well, yeah, if you're you can't drive without a license. Like that's a weird ass comment. I just usually have it. What? There's so many weird things about that statement. I don't even know where to begin. Like, dude.
1/1/94. That's an easy birthday to remember, huh?
It really is.
Alex, what's your phone number?
715. 220
Alex
76 85.
Okay, and you live here? What's the address, sir?
511 Cameron Street.
Sorry for all this, like.
It's okay. It's okay. I'd rather come here and check and it be nothing than have something bad happening. Ezra, where do you live?
I live 36794 25th Avenue.
Is that Chippewa?
That's Stanley, Wisconsin.
Okay. And a birth date, Ezra?
October 6, 1997.
And a phone number for you.
Currently,
4097.
it would be a house phone if that's okay.
Yep.
715
Uh-huh.
644 5100.
Okay. There you go.
you.
You guys are good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. We're good to go. Everything's good. They're okay.
I'm gonna rewind that second. So I'm just putting two and two together because we heard from that other friend. So she wasn't even 21 years old because she wasn't able to get into that bar, her friend said. So she was 20 years old when she murdered him. Like, that is wild, right? Like, let me just back it up a second so we can hear this.
Rather come here and check and it be nothing than have something bad happening. Ezra, where do you live?
Foreshadowing.
36794 25th
Wow.
Avenue.
Is that Chippewa?
That's Stanley, Wisconsin.
You guys,
Okay.
she's like, if you only knew what was going to happen in an hour, you know, like, that's wild. If only Jason had showed up on his bike while Ezra was actually driving that vehicle, this whole thing could have been prevented. And again, it's not blaming anybody. It's just completely situational, right? There's no way this could have been done correctly. But just in other words, had she been operating that vehicle on that public road, this would have been very different because she would have been probably taken into custody if she was, depending on what her situation was. Again, if she was driving under the influence of underage, that's actually like far worse. So it could be a situation where she's really in big trouble if she's driving at all, period, and she doesn't have a license. Big problems. But that also, again,
And a birthday, Ezra?
that also speaks to just how those
October
risks.
6,
Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I'm trying to pause it. That also speaks, though, to just how important this was, right? For her to come here in her car, but that she would risk. Because, I mean, those are huge. That's a huge problem if she was pulled over. And again, it's like, what, a 45-minute drive from what we've heard between Stanley and Eau Claire. That's a lot of exposure, right? And I don't know. That kind of speaks to her, what do you call it? Like, you know, her intent really to come here, I guess, in a way.
And a phone number for you.
Currently, it would be a house phone if that's okay.
Yep.
715
Uh-huh.
644 5100.
Okay. There you go. You guys are good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. We're good to go. Everything's good. They're okay. Everything's fine. I'll take care of it too. No problem. All right. You have a good day.
A couple questions, Officer O'Neill, after reviewing that. During the course of your contact with the defendant, did she ever indicate or tell you that she had a concern about being with Alex Woodworth?
No.
There you go. That's the question right there.
And you asked
would've
for
been-
her ID initially?
Yes.
That's a brilliant question, right? Because this would have been her opportunity to be saved from the dude who was, you know, it's wild when you think about it.
What did she give you? She said, see if this is okay.
Ooh,
I don't recall exactly what she
It
provided.
was not a driver's license, though?
ooh.
No.
All right. And she said she wasn't finding her driver's license when she,
Look at him go.
was she looking in the car?
He's got to tiptoe around.
I believe
this.
so.
All right. Yeah, when you talked initially
Where's
to
the Kleenex?
Jason Mengel, did he tell you that he
Why
had
would you
some
even think
concerns
right?
about how the
Weird.
defendant was looking that day?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I believe he said she looked like she had fire in her eyes.
But he heard fire.
And that was the first thing he told you about why he was concerned?
It was one thing he told me. I don't recall in order.
When you were leaving, where was the defendant at that point in time?
She was with Mr. Woodworth on, by the car in front of the house.
All right. Do you recall if she was in the driver's seat of the car?
I don't recall.
All right. Nothing further for Officer O'Neill, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right,
you.
cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill, you had a chance to watch the recording the same time we did, right?
Yes.
And you've watched that before in preparation for today?
Yes.
In the recording, did you see that there was a current time on the bottom of the recording?
Yes.
And it's approximately 12:45 to 12:50.
He's really,
That sounds correct.
he's really
and that's
fixated on this time. I don't know if he's going to hope to bring in some sort of evidence in their case in chief that will, dispute their timeline. I mean, it just seems like he's wanting. I mean, this would make sense, right? Defense try to shift the timeline, right, in some way, potentially having something to do with maybe discrediting an eyewitness. We'll see.
That's the actual time that was done, correct?
Correct.
You left at about, I think the end of the tape is 12:49 and 44 seconds.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And the reason you were there is you had a check person, right?
Correct.
And the check person turned out to be Jason Mengel, correct?
Yes.
And as you drove up to this address that you were told to check on a person, you saw a person matching the description. Is that right?
Yes.
And so that's why you pulled over and spoke with Jason Mengel, correct?
Correct.
Because you'd heard that there was a man matching Jason's description that was going in and out of a parked car at the residence,
Yes.
that he was going up to the door. Is that right?
Yes.
Maybe entered the house,
Yes.
and wandered around on the outside, the outskirts of the house before that.
Possibly.
But the reason you were there is somebody was doing something at that house that matched the description of Jason Mengel, right?
Yes.
And so then you saw, as you do in your police work, you saw someone matching that description, so you stopped to speak with them, correct?
Correct.
You've been a law enforcement officer for quite some time, I imagine?
Yes.
A lot of training?
Yes.
Imagine one of your probably reasons to get into law enforcement was to help people,
Yes.
to protect people, correct?
Correct.
And so when you get a call like this, you're motivated to make sure everybody's safe. Is that right?
Correct.
So you went and you spoke with Jason Mengel to figure out what's going on, correct?
Yes.
And you learned that he was there because his ex-girlfriend's car was parked in the driveway, correct?
I learned that he went there to check on her.
He went there he knew she was there because her car was there, correct? Is that what he told you?
I'm not sure how he knew she was there.
Okay. But at some point, he told you he was there because his ex-girlfriend was there.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the video. In fact, he describes in the video it's his girlfriend. That's what he says in the video.
Well, the video is what it is.
Yes.
Here, let me just play the video back from the beginning here, and we can
Sure.
say what he says, starting at 12:43:38. Hopefully.
The guy that
Around in that car over here,
Yeah.
and then walk over there, look
Yeah.
around in that car. Do you know that person that lives there?
It's my girlfriend's car, or my
Okay.
ex-girlfriend. We're kind of in a
He at first said, that's my girlfriend's car, and then he corrected himself and said, my ex-girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
He made clear to you that that's his ex-girlfriend, right? Yes, that's the last thing that he said.
Correct.
And he didn't correct that.
Correct.
And he said she was there speaking with another man. Is that right?
Yes.
He told you, as we've gone through, I think the state has gone through a couple times, she had fire in her eyes, right?
Yes.
You recall her saying that, or him saying that about her, right?
Yes.
So I imagine one of the things that you did as a trained law enforcement officer looking to make sure people are safe and to protect them is you investigated that.
Correct.
You went and spoke with her.
Correct.
You stood face to face with her
Correct.
from a short distance away.
Yes.
You made observations of her face.
Yes.
You made observations of her eyes.
Not specifically, but yes, I took a general overall look at her appearance.
Sure, and as general, when you're speaking with another human being, you have good eye contact, right?
He's
Correct.
like, I'm not trained to look for fire in people's eyes, sir.
Just as we're doing right now, you're looking at me in my face and my eyes, right?
Correct.
Probably did the same when you spoke with Ezra on that day, is that right?
Yes.
And you're making, again, observations of her entire demeanor, right?
Yes.
And at the end, based on your training and your experience and what you saw that day, you determined everything's good.
Correct.
You obviously didn't see fire in her eyes. Agreed?
Agreed.
When you spoke with her, you would agree, as we watched on the video, she was cooperative.
Yes.
She was actually apologetic.
Well, except that
Yes.
she
I
couldn't
think we
find
heard her
license.
apologize to you in that brief period of time at least 3 times. Is that right?
Yes.
Did not seem aggressive in any way, shape, or form. Agreed?
Agreed.
And at the end, we know she was thankful.
Correct.
She said thank you, correct?
Yes.
Cooperative, apologetic, polite, thankful. Those would all describe her, correct?
Yes.
I mean,
And then
because
otherwise,
she's,
normal
she's driving without a license and about to commit murder. So of course she's going to be that way, you know?
appearance.
Yes.
Do you recall what she was wearing that day for clothing?
I do not.
Would it perhaps refresh your memory if I showed you a picture?
It may.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 632. Do you recognize that article of clothing?
I do not.
Okay. Have you watched, I'm going to probably mispronounce her name, Ms. Zwiefelhofer? Have you watched her recording?
I have not.
Okay. Your recording, as we just saw, doesn't show Ms. McCandless in it. Agreed?
Correct.
It doesn't show Mr. Woodworth in it. Agreed?
Correct.
In your preparation for this, did anybody ever show you the recording which actually shows Ms. McCandless and Mr. Woodworth?
No.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. A few things. Can we start again at 12:43:25 and continue until I tell you to stop?
Sure.
Thank you.
Might start before that. I'm not.
And said they saw you park your bike over here?
Yeah.
And then walk over there, look
Yeah.
around in that car. Do you know that person that lives there?
It's my girlfriend's car, or my
Okay.
ex-girlfriend. We're kind of in a situation, and when she talked to me this morning, I was because the guy that lives there is involved.
All right. So after he says girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, he then says we're kind of in a situation?
Correct.
All right. Now, prior to March 20, you can turn off now, I'm done with that. Prior to March 22nd of 2018, had you ever met the defendant previously?
No.
So do you know for how she looked was different than how she would normally look?
No.
While you were speaking with Alex Woodworth, I assume, were you making observations of him as well?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what, if anything, about him that concerned you?
Nothing.
Can you tell us whether or not you observed Alex Woodworth at any point in time act in an aggressive manner?
He did not.
Can you tell us whether or not you observed Alex Woodworth act in any manner that appeared that he was angry, upset, or potentially violent?
He did not.
Can you tell us whether or not Alex Woodworth was calm?
Excuse me?
Can you tell us whether or not Alex Woodworth was acting in a calm fashion?
He was.
Can you tell us whether or not Alex Woodworth was cooperative?
He was.
By the way, when the defendant was looking for her license, do you recall if she opened up the center console of the vehicle?
I don't recall if she did.
Okay, fair enough. Anything else? Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, any recross?
Just briefly. As you said, you didn't know Ms. McCandless at all, correct?
That's my knowledge, no.
You didn't know Mr. Woodworth at all?
No.
You were what we would call an objective observer, correct?
Correct.
She's not your ex-girlfriend, right?
No.
You had no emotion involved at all in your decision, right?
Correct.
You're just there to make observations as an objective, neutral, trained officer, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. You may step down. Thank you, Officer Neal.
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter?
David Steuding, Steuding.
All right. Yep. And where do you live, sir?
1804 Rudolph Road, apartment number 1A in Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Where were you living as of March 22nd of 2018?
511 Cameron Street in Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
And were you living there with any other individuals?
2 roommates, Matthew Schreiner and Alex Woodworth.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about that residence. How many bedrooms were there?
3 bedrooms upstairs, right next to each other.
All right. And can you tell us a little bit about the construction? How were the walls? I mean, were there...
Super thin, like you could hear everything. Giggles or, you could hear everything.
So if you're, can you give us the order as far as...
Matthew was on the west wall, I was on the east wall, and Alex was in the middle of us both.
All right. And were they kind of the bedrooms all in a row?
Yes.
All right. So your bedroom would be next to Alex's bedroom?
Yes, correct.
If there was conversation going on in Alex's bedroom and you were in your bedroom, what can you tell us about what your ability would be to hear that?
I would be able to hear most, I don't think I could make everything word for word out, but I could hear comments and talking and maybe hear words, like some words.
Could you hear tone of voice if there was something that was loud or yelling?
Absolutely.
All right. And how long had Alex been living in that residence?
I would say roughly about 4 months, 4 to 6 months.
All right. And how long had you been living there with Mr. Schreiner?
I lived there for about a year.
Okay. And what type of relationship did you have with Alex? I mean, besides being roommates, were you friends, or were you just kind of like knew each other because you lived together?
Friends.
Okay. Is he someone you hung out with typically?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how about the defendant? Prior to December or March 22nd of 2018, do you recall having met the defendant prior to then?
No.
All right. And do you recall, were you home the morning of March 22nd, 2018?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall if there was somebody, if somebody came and knocked at the door that day?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall did it happen once or more than once?
More than once.
All right. How many times?
At least twice.
All right. And did you see who the individual was both times?
Yes.
All right. And when was the first time approximately?
About 11 or 10 a.m.
Okay. And did you see who was knocking?
Yes.
And do you see that person in court here today?
Yes.
And where is that person seated, and what are they wearing?
A pink peach outfit. So I got
I'm sorry.
peach blazer, it looks like. So.
Okay. As the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
All right, the record will reflect that the witness has identified Ms. McCandless. That's the only peach blazer on that direction.
All right. And did you answer the door at that point in time?
I believe I did.
All right. And did you have any conversation, or did she come in, stay at that time, or did she leave?
She came in, but not at that time.
Okay. She came in later?
Yes.
All right. You said there was a second time when someone was knocking at the door?
Correct.
Was it the same person?
Yes.
All right. And the second time, approximately how long after the first time was that?
At least about an hour and a half.
All right. And when you heard the knocking the second time, what did you do?
I went downstairs and I looked at the door. I think I was in my boxers at the time. And so I went and walked to the bathroom, and then I called up to Alex because I believe she asked me for Alex.
Okay. And can you describe the entryway to the residence, what it's like?
There's a porch that you come in. It's a three-season porch. There's no windows surrounding it. There's
A 3-season porch. What the hell is that?
just a screen door, a storm door. You come in. This has a window there. You can't really see anything throughout that. There was a couch in there going on the side. The door goes straight through, and to open the door for our house to get in our house.
Okay. And so that area is enclosed?
Yes.
All right. And where did you see, when you looked out the window this second time, where did you see the defendant?
Sitting on the couch that we had outside or on the porch.
All right. And then did you see if she had anything with her that she was carrying?
Yes.
What did she have?
It looked like a heating pad, like a blue heating pad and a water bottle.
Okay.
Weird.
And did you notice anything about her that drew your attention?
Anxious.
And when you say anxious, what do you mean?
She seemed like she was really in a hurry to talk to Alex or something, or there was some pressing issue.
Okay. And so then you yelled up to Alex?
Yes.
All right. What did you do at that point?
I think I took a shower for the day. It was my birthday that day. I remember that. So I was just lounging around, trying to relax. I didn't work that day, so.
Okay. And by the way, sir, have you been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
And how many times?
24.
Amazing. Wow.
Now,
24
once
times.
you had you went back to your room. Did you go back to your room?
Yes.
All right. While you were in your room, do you know where the defendant went?
Yes, his room.
When you say his room, whose room are you talking about?
Alex.
All right. And could you hear anything of what was going on in that room?
Yes.
What were you hearing?
It just seemed like they were socializing.
All right. Did you hear any yelling?
Absolutely not.
Did you hear anything about what Alex was doing that caused you concern?
None at all.
What did you do then?
I believe after I got ready, took a shower, I think I left for the day. I went out the back door where my car was parked, and I didn't really say goodbye to Alex. I think he was still in the bedroom with Ezra.
All right. Do you know if the door to Alex's room was open or closed when you left?
I think it was closed.
All right. And did you leave before or after the Eau Claire police arrived at the scene?
I left before.
So you never saw the Eau Claire Police Department there?
No, I did not.
The defendant at any point tell you that she would only stay there if you were there?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did the defendant ever tell you something like, I'll only stay if you're there?
I don't remember, no.
Nothing else from Mr. Steuding.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you. You and Alex were roommates?
Yes.
Did he move into the place you were living, or did you move into the place he was living?
I moved in before him.
Okay, and then he moved in around January 1st?
Yes.
So you'd been living with him in January, February, and that 22 days in March?
Correct.
And during that time, you never met Ezra McCandless, agreed?
Never.
You and Alex had different schedules, is that right?
Correct.
Were you working at that time?
Yes.
Where were you working?
TGI Fridays in Eau Claire restaurant.
So you tended to work, I'm guessing, nights and weekends?
Yes, correct.
All right, and probably long hours on those nights and weekends?
Correct.
Are you working now?
Correct.
Where are you working now?
Shanghai Bistro in Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Okay. So I want to ask you some questions about March 22nd.
Okay.
You're in the house and you hear the door knock.
Yes.
And you go down and you answer the door.
I did not the first time.
Okay. At some point you answered the door.
Yes, I just walked down. I think I was in my boxers, and I took a peek out the door, and I saw Ezra there. So.
Okay, and when you saw Ezra there, did you open the door?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay.
I think it was in my boxers. I just kind of peeked out the door. So.
When you say peeked out the door, did you peek out the window?
Window. There's a window to that. No, also.
Okay. So when you chose to answer that door that second time, you didn't know who was there. You had to peek out the window to see. Is that right?
Yes.
And when you came down to peek out the window to see, you observed Ezra McCandless, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you then hollered up to Alex in some manner?
Yes.
And then Alex came down and spoke with her?
Yes.
So fair to say you never had face-to-face contact that wasn't separated by the door?
I believe I did.
Okay, when was that?
When I opened the door.
So I'm confused. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
You look through the door that's closed, is that right?
Yes.
You see that it's Ezra? Yes?
Yes.
And at that point, you'd never seen her, met her before, agreed?
No, I don't believe so.
And so you called up to Alex.
Yes.
And I think you'd said before, Alex had never even mentioned Miss McCandless to you before, correct?
No.
You agree?
I agree.
So a person who you've never seen before, never met before, knocks on the door, you see her, and you immediately call to Alex.
No. I opened the door and I asked, and then she talked to me and told me. So.
Okay, so that was my misunderstanding. So
That's
then,
okay.
So then you opened the door and you had a conversation with Ms. McCandless.
Yes.
Brief one.
Brief.
She essentially says, here to talk with Alex. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you holler up, Alex, someone's here to see you, or something along those lines?
Yes.
And then you kind of skedaddle around the corner into the bathroom to protect your privacy.
Yes.
And then she goes up the steps, goes into the bedroom with Alex.
Yes.
The door is closed.
Yes.
And you don't hear anything strange or unusual at all.
No.
Just seems like a normal conversation, so to speak, right?
Exactly.
And what you're saying is that previous to this time that you've just described, someone had been knocking at the door before.
Same person.
Okay. And the first time that this happened, are you saying you walked all the way down and looked through the door to make an observation of the person?
I heard the knock. I think there was almost 3 times, actually. It would seem like urgent is what I feel what happened. You know, okay. I believe I saw her twice, and I think I heard the knock, and I assumed it was her. So okay. It was really early. So
I appreciate your acknowledging you're making assumptions. I want to talk about the time that you said you saw her before you opened the door, okay?
10 or 11.
I want to talk to you about that time, not what the time is. Do you understand?
Yes.
That time, what you're telling this jury is somebody is at your front door knocking urgently, correct?
Yes.
And you choose to not answer it.
Yes.
You just ignore it.
Nobody comes over unannounced.
You just ignored it. Agreed?
Yes, agreed.
You didn't even say, Alex, you got somebody coming over.
I had no idea Alex had anyone coming over, so.
But you did not communicate in any way to Alex, someone's knocking at the door.
No.
You didn't ask Alex, are you expecting anybody?
I don't think he cared if the door was not, somebody was knocking on the door either.
My question is about what you did, not what he cared. Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah.
And so you didn't do anything when somebody was knocking at the door then, correct?
Correct.
You're upstairs lounging about in your boxers, correct?
Correct.
Laying on the couch.
Correct.
Watching TV.
Yeah.
I mean, were you doing something other than laying on the couch watching TV?
No.
Sir.
Okay. So you're upstairs laying on the couch watching TV, and it sounds like you didn't want to get up off the couch. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And so if you're upstairs lounging about on the couch and you don't want to get off the couch because you don't want to answer the door, you really wouldn't be able to see who's at the door, would you?
No.
Agreed?
Agree.
So other than the time that you opened the door, you don't know who was knocking at the door previously in the day. Agreed?
No, I don't.
You agree?
I agree.
Those were just assumptions that you were making, correct? Which is
one assumption. I don't make any more assumptions than I said. There was 3 incidents. And I went down there probably about 10 o'clock, and there was probably about 11:30 is the next time I went down there, and the same person was sitting there on the couch.
Oh, there was a person sitting on the couch is what you're telling the jury now?
Correct. I said that the first time when the prosecutor asked me.
So someone's inside your house sitting on the couch?
I'm not in the house, in the well, that seems to me it's a porch.
I've never
it's part
been
of the
there,
house.
sir.
Yeah.
Don't want to argue with you. I've
That's
just
okay.
never been there.
That to me is like you have to know somebody to jump on somebody in a porch in the house.
Okay. I'm not trying to jump. I'm just trying to gather what happened, sir.
I wouldn't, I mean, I'm just saying I wouldn't go to the second door. I'm just trying to explain the situation. There's a storm door. There's on a porch that you have to walk in. The physical door, the next door coming in, you have to be You have to go to the next door.
More invasive than being on the outside. She was on the couch on the porch.
How many times that day did you go and physically answer the door and have a conversation with Ms. McCandless?
Once, but twice I saw her.
Okay. And so we've gone through the one time. This other time that you went to the door, you saw her is what you're saying?
The first time or the second time? After.
Just so we get, there's 2 times where you said you saw her, correct?
Correct.
And the second time, the time that happened later in time, is when you invited her in, she went up to Alex's room, right?
Yes.
We've covered that, agree?
Yeah, agree.
Okay, so I want to talk about the time before that, okay?
Okay.
Are we on the same page?
We're on the same page.
That time, did you speak with Ms. McCandless?
I did not.
So that time, you got up off the couch from watching TV and you went down to the door?
Correct.
And you're saying you looked through the door that time?
Yes.
And you saw that there was a human being there?
Yes.
You saw that it was Ms. McCandless?
Yes.
And you turned around and just walked back up the steps?
No, I did not. I went to the bathroom at that time.
Okay. And then after you went to the bathroom?
I looked. She had eye contact with me and I had eye contact with her. I didn't know who she was. I'm in my boxers. I went to the bathroom. So.
And then after you got out of the bathroom, you went back up to the couch?
Yes.
And you didn't go to your roommate Alex and say, there's a young lady down at the door?
No.
You just were like, I don't know who's there. I'm not answering the door.
I don't exactly remember, no.
Okay. Was Matt there that day?
No, he was not.
Okay. And the time that you did answer the door and you did speak with her, she appeared anxious, correct?
She looked like there's something going on. You know.
Wow.
You said the word anxious, agree?
Anxious was one, yeah.
Yeah. You agreed that she appeared anxious.
I agree.
And then she went up into the bedroom with Alex, right?
Yes.
And the door got closed.
Yes.
And then it was normal from that point on, as far as you knew, correct?
Correct.
You weren't there when her ex-boyfriend, Jason Mengel, walked into your house uninvited, were you?
No, not at all.
You don't know if everything changed after Jason Mengel showed up?
Oh.
I don't know what happened.
Because you weren't there.
No, I was not.
Thank you.
I have no other questions, Judge.
Okay, any redirect?
Very brief. David, can you tell us when you opened the door and spoke with the defendant, can you tell us whether or not she was looking around or was she?
I'll say, I'm very glad that that defense attorney didn't try to really embarrass him for having been, whatever it was, charged with crimes or whatever in the past, because that would have been really low. So.
Looking straight at you. What was she doing?
She wasn't looking straight at me.
What was she doing?
She looked like she was getting up like she wanted to jump in the house, like, I don't know. Just,
okay. All right, thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, any recross based on that redirect?
She really needed to get
thank
that
you.
kitten pad, apparently.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steuding. You may step down.
Thank you.
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter?
You're Chester Daniel Davidson, Davidson. I go by my second name, so I go by Dan.
Right. And I was just going to ask that. Do you generally go by Dan or Daniel?
Dan, yes.
Dan, all right. And Dan, are you currently employed?
I am.
How are you employed currently?
I'm a contract driver with Marathon Mail Service out of Rhinelander. Marathon Mail Service, Rhinelander.
And how were you employed in March of 2018?
I drove for the City of Eau Claire as a transit driver.
All right. And the bus driver, basically?
Correct.
All right. And how long had you done that?
I was there for a total of 3 years.
And were you scheduled to work on March 22nd of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall what time you were supposed to start work on that day?
I believe it was an early afternoon shift. My memory is correct. I think it was like 2:15, I think.
Right. And did you actually get your schedule and bring it up and provide law enforcement with that on your phone?
Yes, I did.
All right. So that shows that on Thursday, March 22nd, it says 1:15 to 2:15. What does that mean?
I would have started my shift at 1:15 that day and worked until 2:15.
I think down right below that, it says March 22nd, 2:15 to 7:27. Is that your actual shift?
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
And then 1:15 would be is that when you would leave to get to work?
Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't seen this for a while. Extra comp paid. Okay, the DR/S is driver's room or shop time. So if I recall correctly, it's been a while since I worked with the transit schedule. I think that what I would have had there is I had 1 hour of comp time paid.
Okay. So you had an hour of comp time, so you didn't have to be in until 2:15.
That is correct.
All right. And so you started your shift at 2:15.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. We can switch that off now. If you started at 2:15, where were you living at that point in time?
About 5 miles south of Menominee.
All right. And if you started at 2:15, what time would you need to leave from your residence to get to work on time?
Generally 45 minutes from the time I left home. I have 30 minutes of travel time, and I would usually arrive 15 minutes before my schedule started.
So if you're starting at 2:15, you'd leave sometime around 1:30?
No later than that, correct.
All right. And what route would you take to get to work?
Sure. Heading toward Eau Claire, I would leave on 420th and 410th, 730th, 430th Avenue, and then County E into Eau Claire.
430th Avenue.
And at some point in time, you would go past the area of 7616, 14th Avenue or 430th Avenue.
Yes, I would.
Got here, why don't we put it over here so that everybody can kind of see it. Exhibit number 282. You see there's kind of a brown mud road that goes up there.
Okay.
Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you recall going past that kind of mud road on your way to work that day?
Well, it's a little different perspective than I had going down the road, but I believe I did, yes.
And approximately how long after you leave your residence would you get to that location?
Real close to 7 minutes from my driveway.
All right. And do you recall, and again, so that we are clear on the location, do you recall a few days after March 22nd stopping and talking to officers?
That is correct.
And did you talk to them in the area where you had seen the observations we're about to talk about?
Yes, I did.
All right. And so you said that's about 7 minutes from your residence.
Correct.
So if you left your residence somewhere around 1:30, it'd be a little after 1:30 when you go by there.
Correct, yes.
1:35, 1:37, somewhere in there.
Correct, yes.
As you go past that area at that point in time, do you see anything that draws your attention?
Yes, I did. As a transit driver, I interact with other vehicles and drivers all day long. And so this was very unusual to me. And as I approached, there was a vehicle parked perpendicular to the road in my lane of traffic. And so it was just stopped there. And I thought that was very unusual.
All right, let's stop there a second. Where was it in relation, when we're looking again at Exhibit 282, where was that vehicle stopped perpendicular to the road in relation to that mud road or that farm road?
Directly in front of it, so it was facing directly down that lane.
And do you have any specific, as part of your work for the Transit Authority, when you worked for Eau Claire Transit, did you get any training in making observations of other vehicles on the road?
Yes, we do. It was called Smith training, and one of the aspects of that training was to try to anticipate what other drivers are going to do. And as a part of that, we focus on trying to maintain eye contact with the other driver, just so that, for one thing, they are aware of our presence, and it gives us some kind of an indication what their intentions are.
All right. And did you utilize that training and try to make eye contact with the operator or the driver of the vehicle that you saw perpendicular to the road?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you tried to do that?
There was absolutely no response, and I thought that was highly unusual. I'd never seen that before. I'm approaching at road speed, obviously slowing down as I come to this vehicle because it's in my lane of traffic. But there was absolutely no acknowledgement of my presence.
Wow.
And are you able to observe at least the gender of the individual that's driving that vehicle at that point?
Yes, it was female.
All right. And was there another individual in the vehicle?
There was a male passenger, yes.
What do you do as you approach that vehicle?
I am trying to anticipate whether or not it's safe for me to pull out and go around behind it. I didn't know if this driver had intentions to go forward or to go backward. And obviously, if they intended to go backward, it would create a problem for me. So
Right.
I slowed down and moved over to the left and was finally able to get around behind.
Wow.
And going back to the time of this incident, would it be fair to say your memory of the times and when you would have done this would have been better back in March of 2018?
I'm sure that would be correct, yes.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Judge objection, we approach sidebar.
All right.
Mr. Davidson, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 533. Can you tell me what this is?
Yeah, this is a written statement that I left with investigators along the road.
All right. And you wrote this out at that point in time, correct?
That is correct.
And I want you to just take a look, and does it indicate on there what time you would have left?
Objection leading.
Okay, prospect.
I'm going to overrule. I
that even
take it as- I think.
Yeah, left home at 1:15.
And does it indicate what time you would have arrived at that area?
1:22.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Not
so
have any
that-
other questions for Mr. Davidson?
So that puts her there at 122. So interesting. That's really crucial in terms of, well, obviously placing her still in the driver's seat, because we know that she's got this whole story, well, from what we've heard in the opening statements, right, about her and Alex switching drivers and whatever. But we know that it was like after noon when they were still sitting in the car, and then they were talked to by, or they spoke to law enforcement. So yeah, so she would have, they were sitting in the car at Alex's house, and then she drove out there. And then we know, I think it was around 4 o'clock. We're going to hear from that farmer as far as when she shows up at his house, but this will give us a really good period of time for how long these, because so 122, right? She's perpendicular on that road. And my understanding is that it's right where that entrance is to the muddy dirt road. So.
All right, any cross?
Yes, please, thank you. Mr. Davidson, I want to ask you some questions about this, but I'm going to put it up so we can all see it.
All right, good enough.
How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
You're familiar with this area?
I am.
Yeah, okay,
The
perfect.
top
Yay.
of this is north, correct?
That would make sense, yes.
And that, the direction over here by E7614, that's to the west.
Correct.
And as we go from left to right across the exhibit, it goes from west to east, correct?
Yes.
So if I'm on the east side of that exhibit orientated, is that right?
That would make sense, yes.
And down by where I'm at is where you run into County Road E, correct?
Exactly, yes.
So you, when you're driving that day, you're driving from the left side of that exhibit 282
Yep,
to the right side of the 282.
correct.
You're driving from the west to the east.
I am.
And you're familiar with Mr. Sipple's residence?
I drive by it, but I'm not familiar with the name.
Oh, okay. And you mentioned it in your report, and maybe you just learned about it through this case, is that
Correct,
right?
yes.
When you spoke with the police, the first time you spoke with the police was on March 27th, is that right?
I assume so.
And you saw them when they were there at the scene as you drove by, correct?
Yes,
And at that point, you'd probably already seen some stories on the news about something happening out in that area, correct?
that is correct.
You'd seen, I imagine, pictures of Ms. McCandless, correct?
That is a possibility.
And then since that time, you've certainly seen pictures of Ms. McCandless in the news,
I
correct?
have not, no.
Okay. But at some point, you saw pictures of Ms. McCandless?
Yes, I did.
All right. And so as you're driving from this direction to this direction, is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah, Candace is saying, yeah, you know what? And that cop asked her if she was okay. She said, yes, absolutely. Yep. That's why she was so polite and like, thank you and blah, 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 you know, all that 100%. She was, like I was saying, I think she was trying to convince Alex to go with her at that point, right?
Your vehicle, if I was going to put it this purple sticker here. You see that purple sticker?
I do.
And you see there's a D and a P on it?
Yeah, there is.
With an arrow forward?
Yep.
Can we agree that that appears the driver's side going forward and the passenger side? Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay. I put this sticker just at some point, you're, again, driving along here in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be, you, driver's side, you'd be on the left of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And the blue sticker is the equivalent of the pink. It's with the passenger, the driver, and the arrows. Is that right?
That makes sense. Yep.
And this sticker, tell me if I get it wrong, is approximately this car is much bigger than the road.
Yes, it is.
But it's approximately pointing in this direction, correct?
That is correct, yes.
That it's orientated correctly.
That is correct.
Interesting.
And so the driver's side would again be on the left side, correct?
That is correct.
It's interesting because how would you even put your car in that position? Like, we've seen that road, right? It's like a 2-lane road. Like, even if you were just going to turn onto the mud road, like, let's say, it doesn't even matter from which direction. In order to be parked perpendicularly across the lane of traffic, like he's describing, you would have to like pull onto the mud road essentially and then like back up, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's odd.
Come from the west to the east, you're cresting a hill.
That is correct.
And then it's either downhill or flat during this 1,200-foot drive that you're making, correct?
Correct.
And the speed limit there is 55?
At most, yes.
Okay. And so you see a car, right?
Yes.
And you're a trained professional driver, right?
Correct.
It sounds like you have some training to try to make out what people are doing, correct?
That is correct.
And I would imagine the most important thing to pay attention to is the actual vehicle, right?
Correct.
Because the vehicle is what you're worried about, right?
Yeah, correct.
Right? And so as you're coming there, you're watching the vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
I am watching the driver because the driver has control of the vehicle.
Sure.
Right, yeah.
You're
That
on
was the way he
this
said that.
side of the driver.
Right.
As you approach, you're on the opposite side of the driver there, correct? So you're on the left.
The opposite
You'd have
side
to-
of the blue sticker. Yes, I'm on the opposite side of the blue.
Yeah.
Yes,
So to be able to see the driver, you need to be able to look through the entire car.
that is correct. Yes.
And you're driving a truck?
Small pickup. Yes.
What type of pickup truck?
A Toyota pickup, 1991 Toyota pickup.
And what's the model of the Toyota pickup?
Well, at that time it was just pickup.
Oh, bless his
So
heart.
fair to say though that the pickup, you're up above the car, higher than a typical car.
No.
You're not at all?
It would be similar to a Toyota Tacoma. It's just a small subcompact pickup, so it's the same height as a compact vehicle.
And I appreciate that. I wasn't clear in my question. The seat in that vehicle is higher than a seat in, let's say, a Chevy Impala, correct?
Well, maybe an inch or two, but not much.
All right. So you're saying that the seat on a pickup truck is at the same level as a seat on a sedan?
On my pickup, yes.
Okay. And so as you're driving along there, you move around the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with the police about this on March 27th, as we've heard you were asked questions about, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And when you spoke with the police on March 27th, you wanted to give them accurate information, right?
That is correct.
And when you spoke with them then, things were fresh in your mind, agreed?
Oh, boy.
Fresher than today, probably so, yes.
Yeah. Certainly fresher than today, right? And I believe what you told them was, you told them there was a male and a female in the front seat, but you couldn't recall who was driving. Is that right?
There apparently is a misunderstanding because I knew who was driving.
Okay. So you disagree. You did not tell that to the police on March 27, 2018.
If that is what I told him, I misunderstood the question.
Okay.
Wow.
And so you do remember speaking with Sergeant McRoberts, correct?
I don't remember names, but I spoke with several
You
investigators, yes.
remember speaking with Mr. McRoberts, or you remember speaking with a law enforcement officer?
I do, yes.
And you remember him asking you questions?
I do, yes.
And you remember him giving him answers?
I do.
And one of the answers that you said, you're saying it might have been accurate, but you agree that you said, I couldn't recall who was driving.
I do not recall saying that, no.
Okay.
And again, if that's what I said, it was a misunderstanding. I misunderstood the question.
So at this point, your memory, you remember now seeing the person who you saw on the news with their picture up there, right?
No, I vividly remember a female driving the vehicle and a male passenger. That image is clear in my mind.
And that image was something that you'd seen the person before on the news, right? Is that what you'd said?
That would have, I'm trying to think, because there was two occasions when I spoke with individuals there, and I'm not sure if I had seen a picture on the news on the first encounter I had with investigators. I could not say.
You told the police that you couldn't recall the color or make of the car, is that right?
No, I told them it was a light-colored vehicle.
Interesting.
Okay. That's your memory today, is that you told them that?
That is correct. A small sedan.
Or you did not, I just want to make clear, I'm not trying to attack. You're saying you did not say to the police, I can't recall a color or make of the car.
I told him it was a light-colored vehicle, but I'm sure I told him I could not identify the make of the vehicle.
Okay. And are you, again, I just want to make sure I get the facts straight. Are you
Certainly.
saying that you did not tell them, I couldn't recall who was driving?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained and asked and answered.
Yeah.
You made out a written statement as well about that? On that day on March 27th, when you were there speaking with the police,
I did
you made
make
out a written statement?
I made out a written statement, yes.
They gave you a pen,
Correct.
and they gave you a piece of paper, which has
Correct.
been marked as Exhibit 533, correct?
Correct.
It's very similar to this, correct?
Correct.
And they asked you to write down everything you could remember, is that right?
I don't recall if they asked me to write down everything I could remember. They just asked me to write down some of the details that we'd talked about.
Okay. And so you had time to do that.
That's correct.
You weren't in a rush on that day, agreed?
I was on my way home from work. I was not wanting to take longer than I had to.
Sure. But you weren't in an immediate rush. You didn't have an impending appointment or anything to get to other than just after a hard day's work, you, like the rest of us, wanted to get home.
I wanted to get home, yes.
But you'd also stop to pull over because you wanted to be helpful.
That is correct.
So you wanted to put down in your statement the things that you thought were important, correct?
Details I thought were important, yes.
Yes. And the details that you wrote when you had the pen in your hand on that day trying to put down what was important is, recollection is that a female and male, maybe mid-20s, in the front seat with their focus down the driveway.
That is correct.
That's what you wrote, correct?
That is correct.
You never wrote on your plaintiff's exhibit number 533 in your written statement, you never wrote, I have a clear recollection of who was driving. Agreed?
I did not put that on paper, correct?
You did not write in your statement on March 27th that there was a female that was driving. Agreed?
Apparently I did not write that down.
Okay.
Correct.
Those are the only questions I have. Judge?
Okay, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Davidson, do you still have Exhibit 533 there?
Yes, I do.
Could you read the first paragraph, what you wrote?
Certainly. Traveling to work on Thursday, March 22nd, I passed by on 430th Avenue and noticed a small sedan parked in the driveway pointing south. Most of the vehicle was in the eastbound lane. The vehicle was square with the road. My recollection is that a female and male, maybe mid-20s, in the front seat with their focus down the driveway. I never saw any movement of the vehicle or the occupants.
All right. And anywhere in there do you say you couldn't recall who was driving?
No, I do not.
All right. And when you describe it as a female and male, is there a particular reason why you use that order for the individuals?
I would assume my
Objection.
focus when I was there was on the driver.
Hold on.
And that would be my assumption.
So there's an objection, we just have to have you stop.
I'm sorry.
Appreciate, but, okay, what is the objection?
Speculation. He said he was assuming things, and obviously is no foundation then to make.
Okay, well, I'll sustain on that.
Do you know, let's put it this way, do you know, don't assume, don't guess, but do you know why you would have put it in that order, female and male versus male and female?
My focus was on the driver. That was the individual I was concerned about because I was trying to anticipate what she was planning to do is with the movement of the vehicle.
And is that why you would have put female first?
That would be reasonable, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Nelson?
So again, when you said that, fair to say that that's an assumption, correct?
Oh, gosh.
Your words, not mine.
And I appreciate that, but I'm asking for your words. You had said it would be reasonable. Previously, you said assumption, then you said it would be reasonable, which leads me to think you don't know actually why you wrote it down that way. Is that fair? As you sit here today, you don't know.
I know that the female was a driver.
I appreciate that. I'm not asking about that, sir. I'm asking about your written statement that Mr. DeFore asked you about.
All right.
As you sit here today, you don't know why you wrote those two words in the order that you did. Agreed?
It would not make sense for me to have done it otherwise, but.
I appreciate, again, you're using deduction and induction and logic. My question is about your knowledge. You would agree, as you sit here today, you don't know why you did it that way.
I guess I can't answer that.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Davidson. You can step down. Is Mr. Davidson released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go, sir, and release from your subpoena. Have a good day.
Good morning, Mr. Sipple. Can you state and spell your name for the
This is the farmer. This is important. This is one of the, this is another key witness. We're getting into a lot of key witnesses today.
record?
Excuse me. Don Sipple, DonSipple.
And where do you live, Mr. Sipple?
I live on a farm, E7614, 430th Avenue, Menominee, on a farm.
And is that residence located in Springbrook Township?
That's correct.
And that's in Dunn County, Wisconsin?
Yes.
How long have you lived at that residence?
All my life. I've never moved.
If you don't mind me asking, how long is that?
I shouldn't probably tell you, but it's 90 years.
Wow.
And do you remember on March 22nd of 2018, a young lady coming to your house unexpectedly?
Yes, I do.
And is that same woman present in the courtroom today? Do you see her in here?
Yes, I can.
Can you describe what color shirt she's wearing?
At that time?
Oh, no, right now.
Right now. It's a pink jacket and floral on her shirt.
Okay. The record could reflect the witness identified the defendant.
All right, the record will reflect that Mr. Sipple has identified Ms. McCandless, the defendant.
And Mr. Sipple, did you call someone after the defendant came to your house?
Well, not right away. I was just about to have my evening meal in the, we call it a den, an addition on our house. It was about 4:15, 4:20 in the afternoon, and I was just about ready to sit down, and I saw this young lady go by the windows.
Wow.
And we have a deck on the south side, and she went up that deck. There's only about 4 steps, and hit the doorbell about 7 times, I think, 6, 7 times, like nobody's ever done before.
Wow.
And after she came to your house, did you call the police?
Not right away. She, after I went to the door, which is another door from the main entry, and opened the door, and she looked at me and asked me to take her to the hospital.
And how did you respond?
It took me off guard. I didn't quite know what to do at that time.
Interesting.
But a little bit later, she said she was attacked. And at that time, then I thought I kind of got my senses together, and I decided I'd call 911.
Okay.
But in the meantime, our dining area is just close to this room when I brought her in was utility room. And I went to the dining room and got a chair and brought her in and sat her on this chair. And then I decided to call 911.
And do you remember listening to the 911 call before coming into court today?
Did I what?
Did you listen to the 911 call before coming into court today?
Yes, I did.
I request to publish the 911 call for the jury.
Go, guys.
You may.
Here we go. Oh my God.
15 seconds.
I'm County 911. What's the address of the emergency?
Wow.
This is Don Sipple calling, and I have a young lady that just came to my house, and somebody attacked her, and she needs a doctor. Her clothes are all torn, and... what is the address you're located at? What? What is the address you are at? E7614, 430th Avenue. Okay. And is she injured? Yeah, she's injured. Her mouth is kind of got some blood around it, and her clothes are all torn. Okay. And she's by herself? She's by herself. She walked to my house here just recently. Okay. And can you ask her what her name is? Just hold on a second. Okay. What's your name, ma'am? What? You don't know?
Wow.
She's in kind of bad shape. She says she don't know. Okay, let me put you on hold. Do not hang up. I'm going to start some help, okay? Sure.
16, 18, 20 seconds.
All right, Don, you still there? Yes, I am. Okay, what is your middle initial? My middle initial? Yep.
That's weird.
Okay, and your date of birth? 11/29/28. Okay.
Wow.
But it's a young lady that's here that needs help pretty quick. Yep, I have an ambulance and some officers started that way. Did she say who did this to her? Did she what? Did she say who did this to her? No, she said she was attacked, assaulted, and she's from Eau Claire. Okay. And did she tell me her name? Did she say where this happened? No, I didn't discuss that. Okay. Do you want to stay on the phone with me, Don, or? Sure. Okay. So the ambulance is on the way? Yep, ambulance and officers are on their way. I'll stay on the phone with you as long as I can. Okay, I'll hang on. Okay.
$16, 19, 25 seconds.
Coming for help. She's coming for help. So besides her bleeding from the mouth, do we know what other injuries she has? Does she look like she's injured anywhere else? Yeah, she looks a little bit, there's some other bloody marks on her leg a little bit. Okay. And her pants are all torn. Okay. And how old, if you had to guess, how old do you think she is? How old are you, ma'am? 19. 19,
She
okay.
knows her age.
The ambulance is coming. You're going to get help.
19.
And so she came on foot, correct?
Incredible.
Yes.
Committing.
Okay. Yep. She just walked to my door.
19. Wow.
Can you ask her who did this to her? Or are you not? Repeat that, please. Can you ask her who did this to her? Oh, just a second. Do you have any idea who did this to you? Just hold on. No, she can't. She's
Boy.
pretty distraught, upset, and I can see why. Okay, Don, do you have some type of blanket or something?
This is when she's deciding, I guess, to marry herself to this whole story of, I don't know, I don't remember anything, right? Because, she could have obviously starting her whole, Alex and the sexual assault, right? But she's going with, I don't remember anything.
You could get her to wrap her up. Sure, I can. Okay. Just hold on. I'll lay the phone down here a second. Okay.
$16, 21, 11 seconds.
I got a speed unit ahead of me.
16, 21:59 seconds. Sixteen 22:35 seconds.
Yep. She don't have any shoes on. Okay. Hands are all muddied. Okay. I think she's probably walked quite a ways. I don't know without shoes how far she came, but. Right. Okay. And is she outside of your residence, or where is she? No, she's in. I got her inside. She's inside. Okay. Yep. She's shivering and knows she's cold, so you had a good idea that I should have thought of getting a blanket around her to keep her warm, but I got her sitting on a chair. Okay, sounds good. I'll keep you on the phone here. This isn't Keith. Nope, this isn't. Or is he working there yet, Keith Sunby? He was in the jail, I know, at one point.
Good old.
Oh, he was in that end of it. Yeah.
Wow.
This is a strange situation, one I've never seen, and I've been around a long time. Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you called. It's glad she made it somewhere safe anyway. Well, when I got her and brought her into the house, she wanted me to drive her to a hospital, but I didn't think I should be doing that. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. We'll get her the help she needs. We have an ambulance around also. That's just what she needs. And yep. We'll get her taken care of. Yep. I suppose the ambulance will probably take 10, 15 minutes to get here. Yeah, they're coming from Menominee, unfortunately, so it'll be a few minutes. But I'm just about nine miles from.
It's interesting because I get the vibe from him that he felt like she wasn't entirely safe for him. Like, it's interesting. Candace, you had an earthquake? Wait, what? Oh my God. So you're okay? Wow. Okay. Well, keep us posted. Good night. Be safe.
Well, which station are they coming from? From Menominee. They'll come from the downtown station. The downtown station? Yeah, it's about 10 miles from there. Sure.
You know, it's interesting because, like taking example, Alec Murdoch, right? You know, after that whole side of the road shenanigans, you know, he flagged down a random car full of strangers and they had to do like this whole like musical chairs situation in order to even accommodate him. And he asked them to drive him to the hospital, and they did. Like, in my mind, it's like, it wouldn't be like, while that could be a huge imposition, you know, if you saw someone who you thought they were like in an emergency situation and they needed help and you didn't think that they were a threat to you. I mean, I just wonder if it had been somebody else, would he have done it, you know? But it seems like even just from hearing him on the 911 call with this operator, he seems kind of uneasy, you know what I mean? He's like, he doesn't want to bring her into the house. And he's like, this is strange. I've seen a lot of things. I've never seen anything like this. And then even when he said, like, when he mentioned, she wanted me to take her to the hospital, but I just didn't think I should be doing that. He doesn't say why, right? But it's just interesting. It's interesting. I mean, I wonder if he got this vibe from her of like, something's not right, you know?
She's got glasses on. She said maybe I told her she's 19. Okay, yep. And did you say the blood around her mouth looks like it was dry, or? Yeah, it's a little on the dry side, yeah. Okay. So it must have happened a while ago. Okay. I think she's walked quite a ways, maybe. Yeah.
Crazy, because it's actually not at all. It's really
I don't know how she found it here, but that's okay. Yep. Don, do you have any family pets or anything?
The other thing is that one of my thoughts is that she kind of was hoping the car would never be found, you know, with the body in it. And so I'm wondering too if she would have wanted to make it look like she'd walked a lot of ways, right? Like, so that they would not have realized that she came from his property just over yonder, and that's where the vehicle is, and there's a dead body in it.
They're here right now. It's the police officer.
Okay. All right. I'll let you go. You speak with him, Don. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay.
Mr. Sipple, when you called and you were talking on the phone, was the defendant, was she in the same room as you, or did you go into a different room?
I was back and forth because my phone was in a different area. I was back and forth with calling the
landline.
The operator that
Sure.
I was talking to. It wasn't very far off. It was just a few steps, but it was just, I wasn't far away.
And then when the police came, you kind of let them take over.
There was one thing here about the family was here. My family wasn't there. We talked about the ambulance was coming. My family was not there.
Okay. So you were the only person in the house?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And at any time when you were with the defendant, did you observe her crying?
I never really saw any tears, but she was visibly shaken, because of what had taken place. She just, she was really upset because
Sure.
what she'd gone through.
But you don't know what she went through. She didn't tell you what happened.
No idea.
Okay.
And I didn't question about that.
Sure.
But one thing she did after she said she was attacked, after I got her into the house, I looked out the window to see if somebody else might be following her, but
Right.
there was nobody.
Okay, I have no further.
That was a good thought on his part, right? Because that could have put him in, an unsafe situation.
Questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now,
Okay, Mr. Nelson?
as we go into cross, we have to remember, dude, on the defense's opening statement, how many times did they talk about him? Our farmer, I even made the joke, our farmer who art in heaven, our farmer. So it's really interesting because he made it seem, the defense attorney, right? The farmer is going to be on their side, if you will, right? Or extremely, almost in a way, biased towards Ezra and going to be their key star witness. So it'll be interesting to see, and of course, Mr. Sipple hasn't seen that because you can't watch the trial until after you've testified. So he won't even know. He'd be sitting here having no idea that the defense attorney has already made him up to seem like he's, this and that and whatever. It's going to be interesting to see how he responds to the cross.
Any cross?
Yes, thanks. Mr. Sipple, how are you?
Well, I'm doing pretty good.
You're a farmer, is that right?
All my life.
And that's your, we've seen some pictures of your place. That's your farm place there?
Yes, it is.
And is that your daughter that lives next to you?
That's correct.
And your daughter that lives next to you, she was gone that day?
She was gone.
I will say, if they see again, if I were this farmer and I did not want to be portrayed in the way that I was portrayed in the opening statement, I would be pissed after the fact watching, wait, hang on, what? But if you're this defense team, right, this farmer is important because he was the first person to see her, right? And he's very likable. If they can get him to say anything that even remotely suggests that she was in some sort of harm or whatever, right, that can corroborate the story that she's going to tell when she takes a stand, then that could be a big thing for them. Because I don't, we'll find out. I don't know that she's going to have too many lay witnesses that will testify for her on her behalf during their case in chief, right? But anyway, he just, again, in opening statements, he sure made it seem like this farmer was super crucial for them. So
she has her own little side business. She's semi-retired, but she didn't have to be home. So the driveway is right below mine. So I think she probably traveled that first, and my daughter wasn't home and then came to my house.
So your two driveways connect, right?
Yep.
Is that right? Do your driveway and your daughter's driveway connect, correct?
Well, eventually they do. It's kind of a half circle, but our houses are only a couple hundred feet apart.
And when you first saw Ms. McCandless, you saw her in the back portion of your house, correct?
Yep,
Is that right?
that's right.
She appeared to be coming. Did you see which direction she was coming? Whether she was coming from your daughter's house or up your driveway or from the field or?
Well, the driveways kind of interconnect somewhere along the line, and I don't know. I didn't see her until she was right by my house.
Okay. And I think you'd told the police before that you had initially seen her running and then you saw her walking. Is that right?
Well, she was kind of a half run, half walk. She was going by my windows pretty quickly.
Looked like she was in a hurry.
Yes.
And eventually she got up to your door. Eventually you saw her get up to the door.
Yes, she did. There's about 4 steps up to the deck, and our deck isn't a real big one. So then she got to the doorbell, and that's what happened.
And you had made observations of her as she was moving quickly towards the door, correct?
Well, she was standing still. As I opened the door, and I was right there. And
so I want to ask you questions about what you saw. Okay?
Yeah.
She appeared disheveled.
Correct.
A bit of a mess. Yes.
Yes, she was.
She had blood on her face.
I didn't know if it was blood. It was a round circle around her mouth.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was, but I can't say for sure.
Did you see a cut on her lip?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you see whether there was a mark on her neck?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. You saw her wearing a flannel shirt, I believe you said you saw?
I kind of believe it was a flannel type shirt.
You made out a written statement to the police about,
Don't you
or I
dare
shouldn't
try
say
to
this.
impeach him.
You told Investigator Dickus what you saw and he wrote it down. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then you signed your name to that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what he wrote down is your words, had a flannel shirt, I believe with some blue in it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Showing you a picture on the screen there of Exhibit 632. Do you see that shirt?
Yes, I do.
Does that look like the shirt she was wearing that day, a blue flannel?
You know, that's been a year and a half ago, and I kind of think it is, but I can't say for certain.
And he's like 96 years old or something. Also, all I can think about is the blue tarp raincoat from Murdoch as well.
Things happen pretty fast, sir.
It was a bit of an emergency. Would you agree?
Yes, you're right.
You said you saw her pants were cut up. Is that right?
They were torn.
And you don't know how they got to be torn?
No idea. I didn't question her.
And that there was some blood on the pants, it appeared?
A little bit.
And then there was covered in mud. Is that right?
Yeah, she did not have shoes on and was mud all up to her knees.
So from her knees down was covered in mud?
Yes.
And then stocking feet?
Stocking feet.
Shivering?
She was shivering. It was 22nd of March. It wasn't hot, but it wasn't terrible cold right then.
But she was shivering, right? Yes?
She was.
I think you'd said before, too, that she appeared to be in distress. Was that the word you used?
I believe so.
And that she was very upset?
Yes, she was.
And I think what you had said is she was visibly shaking, that right?
Yes, she was.
She was really upset because of what she went through, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you saw her visibly upset, you invited her into your home?
Yes.
You went into the other room and you got a chair?
Yes, into the dining room and got a chair and put her in a chair. And I didn't think quick enough, but after I called the operator at the, what's the name of the police?
911?
Bless his heart.
Yeah.
Bless his heart.
He recommended that I get her a blanket and cover.
So you got her a chair and she sat down?
Yep, sat down and.
Told you she was attacked?
Yes.
And then she'd asked to go to the hospital?
Yes.
But after you heard attacked, you thought the better course was to get her help from the police or an ambulance, right?
That's correct.
You'd rather have somebody else come and pick her up and deal with her there than you're getting her in a car and you're driving her someplace.
I didn't have any idea of taking her myself.
Sure. The best course for you to get her help was to call 911.
See, this was so interesting, right? He says, I didn't have any idea of taking her there myself. It's like he never had any intention, right? It's interesting. Now, the defense attorney, I mean, smart strategy, right? He's trying to frame it as because she needed so much help. She was in such a bad way that a normal person couldn't have possibly have cared for her, right? Like she needed an ambulance. Like that's what he's trying to say. Like this is an urgent situation because she needed an ambulance. And he's kind of like, well, it was urgent to get her out of my house in a way, right? Like, but he had no intention of taking her. And it seems like it really, he found it to be quite, what's the right word? Again, like there's situations where people ask strangers to take them to the hospital and it doesn't seem odd and it seems like a fine idea. But he seemed to feel like that was, I don't know, sketchy maybe?
Would you agree?
They were there in like 10, 12 minutes, they were there.
And you wanted them there quickly because you knew she needed help, right?
Exactly.
And you got her the help that she needed. Is that right?
Well, I hope I did.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
Well, at the time, the only information that you had about what happened was what the defendant told you.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any recross based on that?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sipple. You could step down. I believe Mr. Sipple, he'd be then released from his subpoena.
Yes.
So you're free to go, free to stay, but you're good to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You have a good day.
Thanks.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
So before we get into this, dude, so it's so interesting because, again, like in the defense's opening statements, he brought up that farmer so many times, even in the very end. He's like saying, like, our farmer, you know, he didn't leave her at the doorstep. He took her in and he did this and that. And then he even used like a metaphor for the jury of like, are you going to help her the way the farmer did type of thing, right? I'm paraphrasing. But, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because like that was, I mean, I didn't cut any testimony. That was the entire thing. That was the entire thing. So if I were on the jury, I probably first of all would have been expecting the defense to call the farmer, not the prosecution. But regardless, that's supposed to be their, you know, I don't know. It's interesting. So I'm curious to see what y'all think.
Emmer Shields III, EMMER, last is SHIELDS.
What is your occupation?
Patrol deputy with the Dunn County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Just shy of 12 years.
Has all of that time been with Dunn County?
No, I worked part-time at several other agencies. I'm going on my 7-year anniversary with the county.
And what are your primary duties as a patrol officer?
Just patrol, responding to complaints, initiating traffic stops, conducting investigations, dealing with public issues and complaints.
On March 22nd of 2018, were you dispatched to a residence on 430th Avenue?
Yes.
Is that residence located in the Springbrook Township
I believe it is, yes.
in Dunn County, Wisconsin?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if any, information did you receive while you were en route?
I was advised by our dispatch that the gentleman that owned the residence had a young female that had shown up at his residence and was in some form of distress, was covered in mud, and I believe also blood was what came out to our dispatch.
And do you recall what time you arrived at the residence?
Approximately maybe 5 to 7 minutes after the initial call.
Are you familiar with a CAD report?
Yes.
What is that?
A CAD report is our electronic system that is generated by dispatch. It contains information, the complainant's information, a log of when units would have been dispatched or when they would have arrived, and so on and so forth.
So 4:25 you arrived?
It appears so, yes.
And the call was at 4:15?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 165 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, can you take it up later?
All right, we'll just hold off on that.
So what, if anything, did you do when you arrived at the residence?
parked my squad in the driveway. I exited my squad and make.
So, well, I just want anyone who's like watching this on Replay Crew or at night tonight, like think about how every single person that we hear from, right? that saw Ezra that day describes her, whether they saw her at the coffee shop, whether they saw her. Now, the only exceptions I will say are when they did that, from the body cam, right, with the law enforcement earlier that day, when they come by and check on that whole thing with Jason. She seems calm and she seems compliant, blah, blah. But everybody who knew her and saw her that day describe, and then even people who didn't, like, for example, so far we've heard from the roommate who didn't know her. Everyone describes her as there's something wrong with her. She seemed off, agitated, anxious, fire in her eyes, all these different descriptions, right? And then we have the farmer who doesn't say that, but he seems kind of uneasy. And now we've got the first law enforcement officer on the scene, right, since the murder. So the first person to lay eyes on her after the farmer, right, after the murders. So the farmer's the first. He's the second person, first law enforcement officer. And so his impressions of her, I think, are going to be really interesting to see what he thinks.
Contact with, I believe, is the rear of the residence. And made contact with.
I will say, she didn't tell the farmer much, right? So this is going to be the first time she has this opportunity to provide her story, if any, right? Or whatever she's going to say happened to her. This is going to be the first person to ask for questions. That's not the farmer, right? And, you know, she said she knew her age and that was it. So.
With Trooper Knutson, who was already on scene.
And did you enter the residence?
Yes.
What did you observe when you entered the residence?
When I entered the residence, we were in kind of a small, confined area, maybe like a mudroom, I guess somebody would describe it as, perhaps. And there was a female sitting on a chair in a distress, and Trooper Knutson was standing on her left side, and the complainant, Mr. Sipple, I believe, was standing to the rear of them.
And did you ask anything to the defendant when you arrived?
I asked her numerous things, yes.
What did you ask?
I asked how she had gotten there, what had happened,
do you
what
remember,
her name was.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Do you remember asking if she had a phone?
Yes.
And what did she do?
She produced a gold-cased iPod.
Yep.
Did the defendant provide you anything else?
She had given several items to Deputy Knutson, which was a pair of glasses and then I believe a thing of chapstick as well.
And do you recognize those?
They appear to be the glasses that was recovered from Ms. McCandless.
And are those in the condition you recall them being in?
It appears to be. I couldn't say for sure, but it appears to be, yes.
Looking at her glass, right?
Move Exhibit 244 into evidence.
No objection.
244, Exhibit 244 will be received.
Deputy, when you look at those glasses, do you observe any materials on the front of the glasses?
It appears to be some dried blood or biological fluids, yes.
And then can you describe the defendant's appearance that day?
Generally, I would use the word disheveled. Her legs were very dirty. Her hair was a mess. She had mud on her person and blood over certain portions of her body.
Was the mud that was on her clothes, was it wet or dry?
Depending on the thickness of it, some appeared to be a little bit more dry than others, which would be consistent with somebody walking through a barnyard or something where the thicker mud would be a little bit more wet, would not be completely dry, whereas like a smudge or something like that appeared to be slightly dried.
Where did you observe the mud?
Mostly on her legs, and it appeared to be that there was some on her hands and maybe small spots on her shirt.
Did you notice any injuries?
It appeared that she had some injuries to her left arm, and I also noticed a cut on her upper right thigh that was visible through a tear or a cut in her pants.
Do you recall what kind of pants she was wearing?
No, I want to say jeans, but I don't recall exactly.
Okay. And so when you notice these, I think, cuts on the left arm and upper right thigh, could you determine if the blood was still wet or dry?
Again, it would be dependent on where there was a smudge. It appeared to be a little bit more dry, but it did appear, what I saw, that there was portions that appeared to be not dry.
So could you see if they were still bleeding or oozing?
The left side where Trooper Peterson was not, I didn't see much of that side, but at one portion I kind of kneeled down next to her where her, on her right side where the cut in her leg was. And I just remember seeing several portions of the cut where it was slightly oozing, I guess you could say. Like if you cut yourself and then you squeeze your arm, it would kind of maybe ooze out in several spots, but not over the whole cut.
That's interesting.
So let's start from the neck up. Did you observe any injuries from the neck up?
I did not see any.
What about from the neck down to the waist?
Over her torso, I did not see any.
And waist down to the feet?
Would be the cut to her right thigh that I saw.
Did you ask the defendant what the last thing was that she remembered?
Yes, and she made reference to, I believe she made reference to getting them off of me or getting them off of me. I asked her to kind of clarify that statement, and she really couldn't.
So at this point, did you know if there was one person or two, or more than one, I guess?
Because she used the word them, I actually notified the other units that were responding to possibly be on the lookout for more than one individual.
Did you ask her name?
I did.
How did she respond?
Initially, she said I think she made this statement, I'm trying to figure that out, something like that.
And then did she eventually provide a name?
Yes, when she was speaking with Trooper Knutson and I believe members of fire rescue that had showed up, she said the name Monica. I overheard that and then asked them about that, and they stated that she referred to herself as Monica.
And then did you later state Monica Carlin?
Correct.
And so what did you do, if anything, after you received a name?
I contacted our dispatch and to see if that name was in what we call our in-house records, would be anybody that we've had contact with in our department. And they advised that nobody matching that name had been contacted by our department.
And did fair to say she had a difficult time answering your questions?
Yes.
When asked if there was someone that they could call, was she able to provide a name?
She did provide a name, Jason, what I heard was Ingle with an E.
Of course, though, right?
That was later changed to, I believe, Mangle with an M.
So, did the
go.
ambulance or paramedics arrive at some point?
They did.
And you know what? The other thing, too, is because Jason saw her. You know, I have another thought. This is just now occurring to me. I wonder if she had this planned to wear. So she sees Jason before she goes to the coffee shop, right? I have to wonder if she had it planned to where she wanted Jason to see her and think something was up, so that he would then observe her with Alex, so that then later when she claims she was attacked and shit, Jason would already be like, oh, this makes perfect sense, like this, I saw them together, it must have been him, right? Thus confirming the previous sexual assault allegations that she had made. because he would have seen them together. Like, in other words, if he just got a call, Ezra was attacked, he would have likely been like, oh, it must have been Alex, right? Because he saw them together and he already had believed her story from before. I think at this point he still believed her. So anyway, that's interesting too to think about.
Approximately how much time were you with?
But the fact that she mentions that name to this responding officer right off the bat is interesting.
The defendant before the ambulance arrived?
Anything that I say would be a guess. I want to say between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. And did you then follow the ambulance to Eau Claire?
I did.
Do you recall, was she still wearing the same clothes that you saw? The ambulance didn't have her change clothes or anything?
No, and when she was brought into the hospital, she was wearing the same clothing that she wore at the residence.
What happened when you went to, was it Mayo Hospital in Eau Claire?
It was, correct.
What happened when you were there?
She actually, when we got there, I think she might have advised the ambulance staff that her name was Miss McCandless, Ezra McCandless. The staff was able to find her in their records, and that's how she was identified.
Did she also provide you with the correct spelling for Jason Mengel?
Yes.
And when the defendant was at Mayo, were you able to observe any injuries more closely?
Yes.
Because when she was at Mr. Sipple's house, was there anything covering her body?
Yes, she had a blanket. She was kind of had a blanket, I would say, draped over her shoulders, and that was provided by Mr. Sipple.
And you were able to observe some injuries closer?
Yes.
What injuries did you observe?
When they began to just examine her and clean her arms, it appeared that there was cuts to her left arm, and it actually appeared that there was a word cut in her skin.
What was that word?
Boy.
B-O-Y?
Correct.
Were you able to observe her pants more clearly at the hospital? And how would you describe any defects in her clothing?
I guess what drew my attention to the pants is it wasn't a tear. It appeared to be a very clean and precise. I don't want to use the word precise.
Another
a very clean cut, no jagged edges from what I could see, as if a sharp object had been used to cut it and not being torn on a fence post or something like that.
I mean, that's what it sounds like to me.
And how was the defendant's demeanor when you were with her?
She was still appeared to be very distraught, upset.
Did you observe any tears when she was with you?
I did not.
Was she later evaluated by Mayo medical staff?
Yes.
And what did you do during that time?
A lot. I was able to track down Mr. I'm going to mispronounce it. I believe it's Mengel, her stepfather. I spoke to her stepfather and spoke to members of Eau Claire Police Department who had been involved with in an incident with her earlier in the day, and spoke to Officer Reeves about that contact and some other information involving Miss McCandless.
And when she was at the hospital, did you ask her if she would be willing to have a sexual assault exam done or a SANE exam?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
She responded that she would do that, yes.
So what, if anything, were you in the room, I guess, when she was having this exam?
I was not.
Did you ask the medical staff to do anything with her clothes?
Yes. Due to the statements about her being assaulted, I requested the staff separate all of her items of clothing, placing them in separate paper bags for evidentiary purposes, and then to staple those shut. They were placed in a closet that was locked by one of the hospital staff.
And so did you speak with her again before the SANE exam or after?
I spoke to her before. I did not speak to her after. When the SANE nurse arrived, due to the procedures and how long it's a very thorough examination. And she stated that we wouldn't be able to speak with Ms. McCandless for, I want to say, at least an hour. I want to say maybe approximately 2.
And so I guess going back to the clothes, did you observe the staff collect the clothes?
Yes.
Okay, please be seated, and we'll wait till the door closes. And Deputy Shields, you can step down and take a break. I don't know what you want to do with these items of evidence during the noon hour. You want to just leave them right there?
I'm done with them unless Mr. Nelson wants to.
Okay.
I'd like to make just my own visual observations of those things. So at some point over the lunch hour, if I could. So I'd like them out. I don't want them packed up right now.
Sure.
Just before I cross-examine them, I'd like to see them if they want to pack them up over lunch and then unpack them.
Okay.
However they want to do it.
All right. Well, let's try to be efficient here with our time. We have to go back to issues, some sidebars.
Judge, I believe just after Mr. Davidson's testimony, I approached asking how you wanted me to handle the stickers that I'd placed on Exhibit 282. I suggested that at this next break, I take a photo of Exhibit 282 with the stickers on it, and then either send it to myself and print it out, or send it to the clerk and have it printed out so that we could document that. And I think everybody agreed to that.
Yes, there was no objection to that, and that was at 11:23. 11:05, we had a sidebar, and that was as Mr. Dufour had Exhibit 533, which apparently was a written statement of Chester Davidson. Mr. Nelson objected. We had a sidebar, and Mr. Dufour indicated that he was using this for prior inconsistent statement, and I think that was the end of that. Anything further that you wish to, any record you'd like to make about that, Mr. Nelson?
No. Well, I was objecting because I thought he was using to refresh his memory. He made it clear that he wasn't doing that. He was using it to impeach his own witness. And Your Honor ruled that he could do that.
All right. And then at 11:24, there was a sidebar. There's an objection prior to Mr. Sipple taking the stand. Mr. Nelson objected to the transcript, and Kort indicated that it would allow the transcript, and that was offered as a separate exhibit, number 164, and the court indicated it would receive 164 and has received 164, but if you want to just make a record of your objection to 164.
Yes, I objected. I don't think transcripts are per se admissible. It's hearsay. It's the defense position that the tape gets played and the jury gets to listen to that transcript and make their own determination of what was said. Your Honor overruled that objection.
All right. And frankly, I'm not sure of a specific. I don't know if the state wishes to address that as far as the admissibility of the transcript. But the court has received it, and I can give you my reasons, but if the state would like to make a record as it relates to that.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the transcript is admitted to aid the jury in understanding what is being said, and there's a specific instruction on that, and I don't recall the number off the top of my head. The court certainly should give that, but it's an instruction about recordings, and says, you're provided a transcript. They're provided it by scrolling there, but they're to base their decision on what they hear, and the transcript is provided to aid them if it does aid them. That's not verbatim quote from the instruction, but it's very similar to that. It's to that effect, and so that's the basis for the introduction of it, is to aid the jury in understanding what is being said.
All right. And first of all, the recording is played. The contents of the recording, there was no objection to that. Transcript, and from the court's perspective, as long as it's accurate, I've allowed it to be admitted. And if for no other reason, I certainly believe I certainly believe that 908.03 sub 24, the residual hearsay exception, given that you have the recording, you have circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness, and frankly, I don't think it does any harm, or there's no prejudice to the defense. And also, witnesses, or jurors are often visual. You're just hearing a recording. As long as they, in this particular case, they saw a transcript while the recording was being played, and they can decide for themselves whether it's an accurate transcript. An issue can be raised about that, but from the court's perspective, it appeared to be an accurate transcript. I don't know what 164 is, but again, its admissibility is, court believes, and part of that is that it's an accurate transcript. And so if the defense has any issues about that, we can take that up and address that. But I believe at this point there's sufficient circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness, and it's not uncommon. Frankly, again, the transcript was, there was a transcript or while the recording was being played. And I'm assuming, maybe I shouldn't assume that it is the same as 164. If it is not, then I guess that's an issue we're going to have to address later on. But
I understand Your Honor's ruling, but just so it's clear, we were objecting to the showing of the transcript on the screen, and I mentioned that at the sidebar, as well as Exhibit 164. So I just wanted to make that clear. I understand Your Honor's ruling. I'm not trying to relitigate it, just we were objecting to the publishing of it as well as to the exhibit itself.
Okay, and so noted, and your objection is preserved. Then I believe that we have also the, I think what's left undone and be objections, at least request at Exhibit 243 that we not address that until you've had a chance to cross-examine or examine the evidence.
Maybe I'm being overly cautious, but there's obviously data that's on that iPod. And at some point, there's going to be a different separate issue about whether the data that's on the iPod and what portions of that data can be introduced into evidence. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knows, just because the iPod's in, the data within the iPod is not necessarily into evidence. That's a separate matter than the physical piece of evidence. That was all.
So you don't object to the physical piece of evidence as just being an item that was in her possession at that time?
Correct.
Okay. So then the court then will receive Exhibit 243 for that purpose at this point, but not going to the contents or data contained therein at this point.
Then I think the last matter, Judge, was Exhibit 165, which is the CAD report. I had objected. There's inaccurate hearsay that's on that report, and so if they're just using it to establish the time, I understand that, but I don't, the rest of the information entered by dispatch after that is hearsay, and I also just know it's inaccurate.
Okay. Ms. Noto?
I agree. The rest, the state's only using it for the times, not for the hearsay. So I do agree that the other remarks from dispatch would be hearsay and inadmissible.
All right, so as far as the document, if at some point, if a court receives it for the observations made as far as the times of dispatch, arrival, call, so forth, then at some point, if a jury wants to see that, then it would be some redaction of the
correct. We might even, the defense might even agree to, at that point, stipulation that the call was made at whatever the time is on the call, or whatever the time is on the CAD sheet. So we can solve that problem in that way as well.
All right. So at this point, I'll note that Exhibit 165 is received for the observations related to time of the call, time of the dispatch, time of the arrival of the officers, but that not for the truth of any of the text comments by dispatchers contained in that document. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else that we need to address from this morning so far? Just so we don't forget.
Sounds like we're moving along quickly, and I don't have a big stack of witnesses that the state's left, so if we could know what's going to go on in the afternoon. At this point, I'm that'd be helpful. Whether we do that on the record or off the record, I'll defer to Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I'll let you, counsel, talk about that.
Before we show in front of the jury, I just have a 30-second or less matter.
Go ahead.
Mr. Shields is on the stand now. I don't have him under subpoena. I intend to have him served with a subpoena. I just spoke with him. He said that he's going to be available. He said he'd prefer I just do that through communication with the district attorney's office. Does everyone agree that I can just do that with the district attorney's office and don't have to formally serve him with a subpoena? And we can just communicate, and he'll be here when the defense needs him, so to speak.
All right, and Deputy Shields is generally available in the time frame that you're requesting?
Yes, we don't know, but I told him I would expect him maybe next Friday, and he said that he was working next Friday anyway, and so he said he was generally available then and the week after that as well.
All right. And then was there something else, Mr. Dufour, the state we should take up at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. It deals with the media coverage through Kort TV. In this morning, when the video with Officer O'Neill was played, it included the cell phone number for Jason Mengel. That went out over the coverage, and Mr. Mengel has called us and indicating that he is getting numerous text messages from people relating to this case. That's something that clearly should have been excised and left off of the coverage, a personal cell phone number for a witness.
The thing is, that's not even on Kort TV, man. I hate to say it. That's on y'all. That should have been redacted. That's not on Kort TV. That should have been redacted.
I believe, I think the media order requires that, but if it doesn't, it should. And I would, frankly, I think that's something that should have been known and should have been handled without even having to have that be a part of the order. But to the extent that if there is any further coverage that, or any further indications or identifications of personal information such as that, I would ask that the court order that not be broadcast by anyone, as it creates problems for individuals. So, and it certainly and understandably has upset Mr. Mengel, who's been getting numerous text messages because of this. So that's what I wanted to bring up.
All right. Well, I guess from this, at least at this point until the end of the day, I just would ask that, counsel be aware of this information, that, any information that may be either on a video there. I assume it was his giving his number out to the officers.
Yes, it was during the video of Officer O'Neill. He asks him what his number is, and he provides it, and it's clearly, you can hear it on the video and listing what his phone number is.
All right. Well, again, at this point, and we can make some adjustments. However, I would just ask the council be mindful if there is anything that would be presented that would have any personal information such as that, to, bring that up so we can either, figure out some way to keep that personal information from being broadcast. Are you expecting any more videos today?
I don't believe so, Your Honor, no.
All right. Okay, and then, so at this point, we'll work on a way to address that, but I need counsel to be gatekeepers, if you will, because I don't always know what is coming and what might be that type of information. So maybe if you give us some thought during the day and, we come up with what type of information are we going to be looking for. Phone numbers, dates of birth are probably in the same vein, but other personal identifying information that, could be used by somebody for inappropriate purposes, beyond, the inconvenience, embarrassment, or hassle associated with having your number out there. So, okay, thank you, and we'll try to address that. But I would appreciate, again, a list of the type of information that you want the court to include. And, okay, then are we ready to bring the jury back in and continue with Deputy Shields? Okay, Deputy Shields, you can come back to the witness stand. All right, Ms. Nodoff, you may continue, and Deputy Shields, you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Deputy, I believe before we broke for lunch, we were talking about how you spoke with the defendant prior to her sexual assault exam. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so had the defendant changed clothes at this time?
Yes, she was currently in an ER gown or attire provided by the hospital.
And when she was in this gown, were you able to see her arms and legs more clearly?
Yes.
Did you observe any bruising or redness to the arms or legs?
I did not.
Did you notice any bruising to the neck
I did not see any, no.
or redness to the neck?
Not that I could see.
And was another officer with you at this point?
And remember, she had made
Officer Reeves
claims-
arrived at one point, yes.
She had made claims that, well, we heard this in opening statements, right? That there was something about he was choking her or something, right? So, yeah, the neck matters.
And is he an officer from the Eau Claire Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is that Corey Reeves?
Yes.
And I guess when you're in the hospital, does your video or audio recording devices that are equipped to your squad, do they work?
No.
Can you explain why they don't?
Technically, no, I cannot with all the electronics, but basically if you get too far from your vehicle, whether you're just outside or whether you are in a room, in a residence, oftentimes it will not pick up. And we were a fair distance away from my squad at that time through concrete and steel walls, which it makes the recording device or the audio device pretty much unusable.
So this conversation that you and Officer Reeves had with the defendant was not recorded?
If Officer Reeves did not have a recording device, mine was not functioning, so my answer would be no.
Okay. And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you during this conversation?
Several things. We were still trying to ascertain where this took place. She had previously mentioned
Interesting, because all the witnesses so far today, she's been looking like directly at them and directly at the camera, I guess, and kind of being teary-eyed, and now she's like not looking at him, which is interesting. Again, remember, this was like the first law enforcement that showed up after this murder and is hearing her story. It's interesting, right? She's not looking up, not looking at him, weepy or whatever, teary-eyed.
a park by a frog, I believe, which I'm not familiar with the Eau Claire area. Some of the staff advised that it might be Owen Park.
Wow.
And myself and Officer Reeves started to talk to her about anything that might have occurred at Owen Park in the city of Eau Claire.
Wow. Leave them apart.
So do you recall what was asked? What led?
Let me back that up. That is wild. See, shit like this, man, right? Like, this is like, yeah.
You mentioned a park by a frog, I believe.
Wow.
Which I'm not familiar with the Eau Claire area. Some of the staff advised that it might be Owen Park. And myself and Officer Reeves started to talk to her about anything that might have occurred at Owen Park in the city of Eau Claire.
So do you recall what was asked? What led the defendant to say something took place at Owen Park or a park by a frog?
I just continued to ask her where these events took place. Where did this happen? Where did you get assaulted?
And did you ask if there were any weapons?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
Initially, she responded no.
And did she change her response later?
She later advised that there was a knife that was involved. Yes.
Did she say what happened to the knife?
I don't recall asking her that. I recall her stating where she got the knife from, but not where it went.
Where did she state where the knife was from?
She advised that the knife had come from, I believe, her father or her stepfather. She referred to as both. And she advised that he had given her the knife in case she gotten into trouble or something like that.
So did you ask her what happened after there was a knife?
When I asked her about what happened, she didn't answer. She just said everything went black, something to that extent.
Maybe everything went dark?
Dark or black, that would be, yes.
Were you able to observe the boy on her left forearm better when she was in this hospital gown?
Yes.
Did you ask her how she got that carved into her arm?
She advised that the assailant had carved that into her arm.
And did she say who the assailant was?
Mr. Woodruff.
Or Alex Woodworth?
That's correct.
And did she provide any other detail as to how Alex put that boy into her arm?
How or
Yes.
what? She just said that he cut him. Or did she cut it? He cut it into her arm.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor when she was disclosing these things to you?
At that time, when Officer Reeves and I went back into the room, she had changed from being very upset to almost very tired. But then as we began to speak to her about the location of the incident, the details, anything like that, she appeared to be getting upset again.
And what would happen? What did you observe when she became upset?
It's almost hard to explain. She would just begin to, I don't want to say howl, but cry out. At times she would cover her head with a blanket.
Wow.
Something similar to that.
And was she crying?
At points it appears that she was kind of crying, yes.
And did you observe tears at all?
I did not.
I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination. Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Shields, I just want to ask you questions to begin with about your initial arrival, okay?
Yes, sir.
You had a report from dispatch that said there was a female in distress. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you got to Farmer Sipple's place. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And when you got there, Wisconsin State Patrol... Knutson, thank you. Mr. Knutson was already there, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Sipple was obviously already there.
Yes, sir.
And so when you entered the room, you were the fourth person in the room with Ezra, Trooper Knutson, and Farmer Sipple.
Yes.
And when you got there, you observed Ezra in a chair in distress.
Yes, sir.
She was had a blanket on.
Correct.
And the blanket, as you said, was up over her shoulders.
Yes, sir.
And then under that, she was clothed, right?
That's correct.
She had on a flannel, blue plaid button-up shirt.
I believe so. The exact colors, some people could describe it maybe as gray, maybe it was blue. But yeah, it was a flannel, what I would describe as a flannel shirt, I believe, yes.
Unbuttoned.
If it was completely unbuttoned, maybe one button was done, but if it was unbuttoned, that's possible, yes.
Okay. And then did you see what layers she was wearing underneath that, or were you not paying attention to the layers underneath that?
I believe it was just a T-shirt. It was just a T-shirt.
So what you remember seeing is that she had a T-shirt and a flannel on, correct?
Yes.
All right. You don't remember any other articles of clothing in between the T-shirt and the flannel?
Besides her pants, no, sir.
Okay. And yet I'm just talking upper body.
Yes, sir.
And when you saw her, was she wearing her glasses or not wearing her glasses?
I don't believe she was wearing her glasses.
Okay. So the glasses were given to you by Ms. McCandless or by Trooper Knutson or by Mr. Sipple?
Trooper Knutson, I believe.
Okay. So at some point, Trooper Knutson, before you arrived, had collected those glasses?
The exact time frame that he took them, you'd have to ask him, sir, but He had him on his person when he handed them over to me.
And so you didn't see him collect them, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
Which would lead us to believe he did it before you got there, right?
I had to step outside several times to use my radio or to use my phone, so
fair enough.
It's possible, yes, sir.
All right. You don't remember her wearing them. You just remember Trooper Knutson giving them to you, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you talked about the glasses, which were marked as Exhibit 244. Is that right? We saw them up there, correct?
Yes, sir.
They weren't displayed to the jury close up to them, though, were they? Correct?
No, they're right here.
Just right here. Okay. And if we need to pull them out, that's fine. But I had a chance to look at them, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Okay?
Yes, sir.
It appears as if on the lenses there's light smudges of mud. Would that be fair?
I'm sure there probably is, yes, sir.
Okay. And then you had said that you'd seen what you thought was dried blood. Is that right?
Correct.
And that would be on the upper portion of the frame on the left side. Is that right?
I think there was probably more than one spot, but I believe that was a spot where it was found, yes.
Okay. And fair to say, as far as you know, those glasses were never sent anywhere to be tested to see if what you thought was dried blood was in fact dried blood. Agreed?
I'm not sure where it was. I handed it over once the investigation began, and where it went and where it's gone, I'm not aware.
Okay, but you did your part. You documented what you observed in a report and said you thought you saw dried blood on there, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And whether somebody else later on actually tested to see if your observations were correct or not, you don't know.
That's correct.
She appeared disheveled.
That would be a word that I would use, yes, sir.
Her hair was a mess.
Yes.
She had blood on her face.
Yes.
Her lip was cut.
I guess I'm not sure if it was cut or not.
She had blood on her lip.
There is blood around her mouth in a couple of spots, yes.
On her lip?
That would be accurate, yes, sir.
And then there was mud on her person, as you said?
Yes.
And then blood on certain other portions you observed, right?
Yes, sir.
Including on her right leg, which appeared to be actively bleeding. Not pouring out blood, but it was...
What I would say was oozing.
Okay.
Slightly, yes.
But it looked fresh.
I believe so, yes.
All right. You asked her questions, right?
Yes, sir.
And she had a difficult time answering questions.
Yes, sir.
And when you were doing this at the scene, you had parked nearby, correct?
Correct.
And your squad car has a recording device, is that right?
That's correct.
Commonly thought of as a squad cam.
Yes, sir.
And it records both visually as well as audibly, correct?
When the audio works, yes.
And on that day, the audio was working, right?
It did not. Believe when I first got there, my mic was not on. And then I want to say maybe a couple minutes after I arrived, I had observed that it wasn't on and then activated it.
Okay, but the times that you pressed on, it worked.
That's correct.
And there is a actual DVD recording of that, correct?
If it was burned, it's usually kept in a server, so it would be on a server and most likely on a physical DVD as well.
Have you had the opportunity in the past 19 months to go back and listen and or watch that recording?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
So there was a recording that you can hear bits and pieces of that conversation in the work that you were doing there at Mr. Sipple's house, right?
Yes, sir.
And during that time when you first arrived, Mr. Sipple's also speaking, correct?
At times, yes, sir.
Right. And one of the things he had said was it's the strangest thing he's ever seen in his 89 years. Is that right?
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
All right. And as you said, you were asking for her name, and she said, I can't figure it out, right?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, the ambulance arrived, or a ambulance arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
And medics from the ambulance arrived?
Correct.
And one of those medics is a man named Joe Wayne, is that right?
I believe so. I don't know all the medics by name.
Sure. The gentleman that you saw as you were walking into the courtroom about 20 minutes ago?
Yes, I believe he was there, yes.
Yes. And he was one of the people that treated
or at least had contact with Ms. McCandless there at Mr. Sipple's place, right?
Yes, sir.
And was he the one that asked her what her name was when she then said the word Monica?
You would have to ask him. I'm not sure if it was him or another member of his bus.
But what you know is a medic, or what we'll call somebody acting in the role of as a medic, asked him her name and she responded, Monica. Is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
And that was shortly after you had asked her it and she said, I can't figure it out.
I believe so, yes.
And then, again, I'm kind of fast forwarding just on this name theme.
Yes, sir.
She then goes with the medics in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
She's being taken to the hospital with the medics, is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you meet them at the hospital, you learn that during that hospital ride, she had told them she'd figured out her name and it's Ezra McCandless, is that right?
The exact details of how we came by her name, with either she said it or she told it to the ambulance crew, that I'm not very clear on. She was positively identified as Miss McCandless, either by her, she told him her name, I guess. Who it was, I don't know.
Okay, but it wasn't, as far as you know, it wasn't yourself, correct?
It was not myself, no.
And as far as you know, it wasn't law enforcement, agreed? Was not law enforcement, agreed?
I was the only one there, so it was not me. So, yeah.
So by deduction, that would leave us only with the medics?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I want to go back now before that and just ask some questions about your training and experience, okay?
Yes, sir.
Give us maybe the highlights. I don't want to get too personal, but just basically from high school on. After high school, did you go immediately into law enforcement? Did you go to college? Did you go into the service? Did you do something else?
Would you like my full educational background, I guess?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Outside of when I graduated high school, I got a technical diploma. I went to work for approximately a year and a half in Montana, came back, worked at several jobs, and then went back to school for law enforcement. Okay. And in which time I also joined the National Guard, was deployed to Iraq, and when I came back, I also completed my bachelor's degree in management.
Okay. And so again, just trying to get some chunks here. The time from high school until you went into law enforcement, 2 years, 4 years?
When I went into law enforcement, it was more than that. It was more than that. I think approximately 8 or 9.
And then roughly, what was that profession? We don't need to go into great detail, but was it?
I was just a laborer at several places. That was it. After I got married, I decided to go back to school. I began taking pre-engineering classes, and then I took calculus and decided not to do that anymore. So
a lot of us have made that decision.
Yeah.
Then you switched gears and went into law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you, again, got a certificate to be a certified law enforcement officer.
That's correct.
And where did you begin working as a law enforcement officer first?
My first job was in the village of Elk Mound.
Okay.
And then I worked in Whitehall, and then I worked for the University of Wisconsin Stout.
All right. And then, I can't remember the exact, but 8 years or so after becoming a law enforcement officer, you then started working here in Dunn County for the Sheriff's Department?
5 years.
Okay. And in that 5 years before you were here, is that when you were in the National Guard?
I was in the National Guard, yes. And I was deployed during that time frame.
And when you were deployed to Iraq, was it?
Iraq, yes, sir.
What was your role there?
Objection to relevance.
I think it goes to training.
Sustained. I don't know what.
Did you see any trauma when you were there?
Objection relevance.
I'm going to sustain. I don't know where you're going with this, witness on this. But.
Do you have any specific training through National Guard or through law enforcement in how to deal with people who have encountered traumatic, life-threatening events?
Objection relevance and exceeds the scope of direct.
Sustain.
Okay. So you may or may not have had training about that.
Objection relevance.
Sustained. Let's move on, Mr. Nose.
Okay. So you made some observations that day, right?
Correct.
And when you made those observations, at first you were trying to figure out what was going on, right?
Yes.
I think it's interesting,
One of the
though,
first
because,
questions you
the thing is like knowing that he's been in Iraq, like, or he was there, he was deployed there. You never know. Like the prosecution objected, so they don't know how he's going to respond. But it's entirely possible he would have said, "Yes, I've seen people that have been through trauma, and Ezra did not look like that." Right? Like it's possible he could have gotten an answer like that, considering he was over there in Iraq, and certainly dealing. I would imagine he would have seen people go through trauma. But anyway, it's always better to. You're never supposed to, ask a question you don't know the answer to. So.
You asked Ms. McCandless was if she had ingested any drugs, correct?
I'm not sure if that was the first question that I asked, but it was a question that I did ask Ms. McCandless, yes.
And it was, again, I don't mean to say the first question, but it was early on in your contact with her. That was one of the first few questions you asked.
Yes, I believe so.
And one of the other questions, and she said no. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you also then began asking questions about whether she'd been in a car accident or been thrown out of a car. Is that right?
Yes.
And I imagine you were trying to figure out if she'd had a head injury, right?
Amongst other things, yes, sir.
You were trying to assess why this young lady is in distress and doesn't remember things, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
And in your toolbox, some of the things that in your experience, some of the things that you've seen before are drugs, is that right?
Yes.
Or car accidents, right?
Correct.
Or head injuries from car accidents or other reasons, right?
Some, yes, sir.
And so it's within that framework that you're trying to sort out what's going on, right?
My framework isn't set to just those. I'm still just trying to determine basic information.
But you would agree that your framework is set by your training and experience, right?
Oh dear, is he trying to get back to that same question?
Yes.
You're not going to consider things you don't know about. Just like the rest of us. If you don't know about it, you're not going to consider it. Agreed?
Well, I consider everything until I have evidence otherwise.
Sure. But you couldn't consider an alternative that you had no knowledge of. Agreed?
Objection relevance.
Yeah, this is stupid.
I'm going to overrule that, I guess.
Mr. Nelson, you're going to have to reframe the question. I guess I'm not quite sure.
Sure.
If I don't know what I don't know, then I don't know.
I think that's what I'm getting at, yeah.
Oh my God.
I guess if I could explain when I get there what my mindset would be, would you like me to do that?
I'm not asking that. I'm
Oh dear.
I'm asking about how you, like the rest of us, solve problems. And you solve problems based upon known solutions that you've seen or encountered in the past, right?
I guess partially, yes.
And if you don't know of a particular solution, you're not going to consider it because you have no knowledge of it. As you said, you don't know what you don't know. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you didn't necessarily know was how victims of life-threatening trauma react to that trauma.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, you can ask the question.
Could you repeat the question, sir?
One of the things you did not know was whether people suffering from life-threatening trauma, how they react to that life-threatening trauma. Agreed?
That I don't know anything about that?
No, I'm not saying you don't know anything, but at that point you didn't know those. Maybe the court reporter can read back the question that I originally asked.
And one of the things you didn't necessarily know was how victims of life-threatening trauma react to that trauma.
Can you answer that question?
I don't think that's a yes or no. I don't think I can provide a yes or no to that specifically, sir.
Do you have training on how victims of life-threatening trauma may or may not respond?
Yes.
And some of that is within the military?
There was some, yes.
And some of that's within law enforcement?
Yes.
Let me ask you the questions about the law enforcement. Where did you get that training?
Objection relevance.
Overruled. Noted, overruled.
It was more recently. It was after this incident. I did receive training. It was called critical, basically became a member of a critical response team or critical response training where you learn to speak to people and gather information when they're going through a traumatic event to try to get them to calm down and gather information, whether it was trauma or a mental illness or something like that.
And that's training that you received after March 22nd of 2018?
It
correct?
is, yes.
So as of March 22nd, 2018, you did not have that training, agreed?
That training, yes.
Okay. It sounds like you may have had some different training in your role within the military?
There was some, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about your observations at the hospital, okay?
Okay.
You followed her you followed the ambulance that took her to the hospital, is that right?
That's correct.
And it took her to the hospital in Eau Claire, correct?
That is correct.
And then at some point, you found her in like an ER room, would that be fair to say? Is that what?
I don't know what found her was. I mean, I followed close behind the ambulance
I
and
didn't mean to imply like you had to be searching. That was a poor choice in words. Tell me what happened when you got to the hospital.
basically the ambulance was there. I arrived there. I may have remained in my vehicle long enough to make a phone call, and then went into the ER and made contact with Miss McCandless.
Okay. And when you saw her there, she was, as you said, still very distraught, correct?
I would say yes.
And she was upset, correct?
Yes.
And that's when questions were, you had asked her about whether she wanted a sexual assault exam, and she said yes. Is that right?
Yes.
And then prior to her going and getting that exam, you asked her some questions that we heard you did with her. Is that right?
That's correct.
Let me just back up for 1 second. From the time that you arrived at Sipple's, Mr. Sipple's house, until the time that she went into the, for lack of a better term, custody of the medics, she was basically under constant supervision. Is that right? Somebody had eyeballs on her the whole time, right?
Yes.
And then you weren't there, but safe to assume that when she's in the ambulance, someone's watching her the whole time?
Yes.
And then when she gets from the ambulance to the hospital, again, she's under constant supervision, correct?
Yes.
And then when she's at the hospital, she's again under constant supervision, as far as you know, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And when she wasn't, the only times that you weren't observing her was when she went to go change out of her clothes. Is that right?
Yes.
And then after you spoke with her when she went to go get the SANE exam, correct?
Yes.
But you can agree that from the time basically law enforcement arrived at Mr. Sipple's until she was undergoing the SANE exam, she was under constant supervision by either law enforcement, medics from the ambulance, or hospital personnel. Agreed?
I don't know if I call it supervision. Care, yes, I was around. Other people were around as well, yes.
For lack of a better way of explaining it.
You want to use supervision? That's fine.
Somebody had eyes on her.
Correct.
She wasn't left alone.
Yes.
Okay. So when she goes into a room, changes out of her clothes, she comes back, she's in a hospital gown.
Yeah, she changed in the room. There's a curtain across the doorway. There was a nurse or several nurses that were in there with her, I believe.
All right. And then they pulled back the curtain. You got the clothes, or somebody within law enforcement got the clothes, is that right?
The nurses had the clothes at that time.
But at some point it went to you or another law enforcement officer, right?
I did not actually take physical custody of them. They were placed in bags that, as I requested that they do, and they were placed inside a closet storage area within her room, and they were locked by the hospital staff.
And you told them to put them in separate bags, right? Each article of clothing.
Yes.
Did you see that there was 6 bags?
I did not count the bags.
Okay. Does that sound about right?
It could be. Again, I didn't count them.
Okay. When you had this conversation with her at the hospital when she's in the gown, you were accompanied by Eau Claire Police Department Officer Corey Reeves, is that right?
That's correct.
Have you had as far as you know, does Mr. Reeves have a squad cam, dash cam?
Those are questions for him, sir. I don't know.
Nobody's told you whether or not he had recorded the conversation that the 3 of you had?
If it was mentioned or if I was told, I guess I don't recall that, sir.
Nobody's played that recording for you.
No.
You've not had a chance to listen to what Officer Reeves recorded regarding that conversation at all.
If there's a recording, I have not heard it, no.
Okay. You're just going based upon your memory from a year and 7 months ago.
Yes, sir.
Were you in the during that conversation, Officer Reeves was asking her questions?
Yes.
And this was part of the conversation that you'd already told us about, that same one, right? Did you? I'm going to start over. That was a poor question. Do you know if Mr. Reeves ever met with Ezra McCandless without you?
I would assume after, because I believe he had contact with her after the exam.
Okay.
I don't recall him speaking to her without me there. I don't recall that.
All right. So if it did occur, it would have been after the exam.
I believe so.
Because once she went in for the exam, you went and did other duties.
When the exam took place, myself and Officer Reeves believed that the incident took place inside Eau Claire, which is outside of my jurisdiction. And based on the information that we had, we believed that it happened in Eau Claire. And since he was an Eau Claire officer, he advised that he would be taking over from here.
Sure. And so at that point, your involvement in the case ended? Would that be fair to say?
In that day, yes.
Okay. Your contact with Ms. McCandless ended?
Yes.
All right. Were you in the room when Officer Reeves was asking Ezra about Alex?
May have been. I don't.
Do you recall Officer Reeves asking Ezra why Alex was calling her boy?
The questions came up.
Were you in the room?
I might have been.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you recall Officer Reeves asking Ezra, does he treat you poorly when you guys are together? And Ezra's answer to that question?
Objection, hearsay.
I didn't ask for the answer. I'm asking if he was there during it.
Okay, go that far, then we get to the next question. But go ahead, you can answer that question.
My honest answer, sir, is I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall it.
That's all we want from you is honesty, so I appreciate that. And nobody's ever played for you the recording of what Officer Reeves said.
I don't believe I've ever had a recording of that.
Okay. Do you recall whether you were in the room when Officer Reeves followed up and asked questions about whether she was talking about sexual things?
Those are questions for Mr. Reeves. I don't remember if I was in the room or not.
Okay.
I don't like to necessarily record things that I didn't ask. So if he asked those things, we asked questions, and I believe we both asked questions about sexual activity or if there was an attempt to assault her sexually. But we both asked those questions, I guess.
So you were in the room when he was having these conversations?
Those specific questions that you're asking me, you would have to speak to Officer Reeves about. I remember asking certain questions about an attempt or any kind of sexual contact that they may have had. To be blatantly honest, I don't remember specifically who asked what. I just tried to remember the overall conversation when it came to those things.
So what it sounds like is your memory is better about what you asked and how Ezra answered you, correct?
I hope so. Yes.
But you don't have a clear memory about what Officer Reeves asked and what Ezra McCandless answered in response to his questions.
You
Is
keep saying that you should ask Officer Reeves, which is accurate.
that what you're telling us?
That would be accurate, I think, yes.
But you were there when it happened, you just don't remember the details enough to say it under oath in court, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just topic-wise, I'm just asking you about the topic. Do you recall Officer Reeves asking her questions about her history with Alex, anything that had happened in the past with Alex other than on March 22nd?
I believe there was conversation about that, yes.
And do you recall what Ezra's responses were? You can't say what they are, but just right now, do you recall what her responses were?
I don't exactly recall what they were.
Okay. And whether those are captured on a recording by Officer Reeves is beyond your knowledge, is that right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And it was during this conversation that she appeared at first very tired, is that right?
Yes.
And then as questions were asked about the experience that she just went through, she got more upset.
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, any redirect?
Mr. Newdog.
Yes. You were asked about your observations of the defendant when she was at Mr. Sipple's house. Can you explain what you meant about blood on her face?
It was more of a smear than if it was like coming from a cut, I guess. If somebody went like this or went like this, I don't recall any blood leaking or coming from any area. I just remember seeing something that appeared to be blood. Like if somebody would have had a bloody nose and gone like this, or had blood. If someone would have had a bloody nose and run it across their face, or had blood on their hands, or possibly on their lip, if they would have gone like this.
And you were asked about can you explain your mindset when you arrived at Mr. Sipple's house?
My mindset is until I have other proof that I have a victim. It's to get her care, to get her treatment, to get her, and to figure out what exactly is going on. If I have a suspect, if it was, like Mr. Nelson asked, if it was an accident or something like that. My mindset is wide open. I don't have any, this is what this is. I'm just trying to gather any information that steers me in a particular direction.
And you said that she appeared disheveled. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you know how she became disheveled?
No.
And do you know how she had blood on her clothes or on her face?
That's what we were trying to figure out.
And was there a time when you were interacting with her where the defendant stopped answering your questions?
To answer that honestly is sort of. She didn't say, I'm not answering any questions or I'm not going to. She would just get to the point where she appeared to get upset where she wasn't answering, if that makes sense.
And so if you didn't see crying or tears, what did you observe?
I observed, it appeared that she was, how would I classify it? She was trying to be upset at some point.
And when you left hospital, did you believe that if there was an incident, it had occurred at Owen Park or somewhere in Eau Claire?
Myself and Officer Reeves believed that that's where it took place.
And that was based on the statements the defendant provided, both you and Officer Reeves?
Yes.
Anything else? No further questions.
Any recross?
Briefly. This was your first time meeting Ms. McCandless?
It was.
You'd never, prior to that, seen her in a situation where she was crying, agreed?
Yeah, this is the first time I believe I've met her, yes.
So you don't know what her typical response is physically when she's upset or crying, correct?
That's an accurate statement, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Wayne, can you please state and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please?
Joseph A. Wayne, Joseph. Last name Wayne, Wayne.
Where do you work?
I work for the city of Menominee.
As of what?
As a firefighter, critical care paramedic.
So both a firefighter and a paramedic?
Correct.
How long have you been there?
Going on 5 years.
Any prior either firefighter or paramedic experience before that?
I was paid on call for Menominee Fire Department just as a firefighter prior to that for several years as well.
What training do you have to be, we'll start first with firefighter and then describe paramedic.
The firefighting aspect, there's about two years of classes. I am currently a firefighter 2 certification by the state of Wisconsin, as well as a hazmat technician. As far as a paramedic, you have several steps to go through from EMT basic up through advanced EMT to paramedic, and that's about a 2-year process as well.
What are your daily responsibilities in your role?
My daily responsibilities, I'm almost always on the ambulance. So I'm responsible for patient care, diagnosis, things of that nature, as well as maintenance and checks on the drugs and equipment. And
Do you work with a partner?
I do.
And are there different roles for each person in that partnership?
Yeah, if you're on the ambulance, you're either going to be the driver or you're going to be the primary patient caregiver, the medic.
Does that alternate, or are you always the driver, or are you always the caregiver?
It alternates.
Okay. So you're qualified for both positions?
Correct.
Were you working March 22nd, 2018?
I was.
Were you dispatched to E7614 430th Avenue?
Yes.
And that's in Dunn County, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall if the dispatch occurred at about 4:19 p.m.?
Around there.
And what was the initial report?
We were called for a young woman found inside of a residence.
What was the condition that you were given at that point, if you recall?
Can I look at my report?
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
Does that refresh your memory as to the initial information you had regarding the patient you were responding for?
Yes, it does.
What information did you have?
We were dispatched for a woman laying on the floor bleeding.
Where were you coming from when you got that dispatch?
Menominee Fire Station 1 in 116 West Main Street.
How far is it from there to the E7614 430th Avenue address that we talked about?
Around 10 minutes by lights and sirens.
Were you the driver or the primary paramedic that day?
I was the medic that day.
Who was the driver?
Josh Rumsauce.
Is that ROMSOS?
Correct.
Does it sound accurate that you arrived on scene? You said it was about 10 minutes away. You left at about 4:19, so you arrived at about 4:29?
Yes.
That sounds correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Who was on scene when you arrived?
There were numerous sheriff's deputies on scene, the homeowner, as well as the patient.
Were you allowed to enter the residence?
We were.
Was there the patient that you attended to, where was that person located?
She was in an entryway on the rear side of the house.
She's seated in a chair?
Seated in a chair.
Was she conscious?
She was.
Was she alert?
She was alert.
You kind of shook your head. Was it partially alert or fully alert?
Fully alert.
Was she awake?
She was.
Breathing?
Correct.
How would you describe her demeanor based on your observations?
She was sobbing kind of uncontrollably. It was hard to get her to answer any questions. She would not tell us who she was, things of that nature.
Did you ask her her name?
I did.
Did she tell you her name?
At that time, she told me a name, which I don't recall what she told me.
Does Monica Carlin sound familiar?
That sounds familiar.
You said at that time she told you a name. Did you later determine she went by a different name?
I did.
Do you know what that name is?
Ezra McCandless.
Did you ask her where she lived?
I did.
Did she tell you?
Not directly.
What does that mean?
She mentioned an address in Stanley, and she also mentioned Eau Claire, but she was very nonspecific.
She didn't give you an address?
No, she did not.
Did she mention anybody that she lived with?
No, she did not.
Did you ask about family?
I did.
Did she provide you any information about her family?
No, she did not.
Did you ask her what happened to her?
I did.
Did she tell you?
She did not.
Did you ask her where whatever happened to her happened to her?
I did, but she did not give us a location for that as well.
Did you ask her how she got where she was?
I did, and again, she did not give us information on how she arrived where she was.
Did you have an opportunity to observe her clothing?
I did.
Is it fair to say there were cuts and tears in her clothing?
Yes.
Were they muddy?
Yes.
Did you notice any blood?
I did.
Where was that, if you recall?
The patient had numerous scratches all over her body, and there was blood around her mouth and also randomly on her clothing.
Was the blood dry or wet, if you know?
Around her mouth appeared dry.
Did you notice any, and what about elsewhere?
She didn't have any active bleeding that would require any dressing per se. You could tell the scratches were fresh and cuts were fresh, but nothing that was an immediate life threat.
In your line of work, I assume descriptions of injuries are important, is that right?
Yes, there are.
And you use the word scratches. Is that, in your line of work, is a scratch something different than, say, a laceration or a cut?
A scratch to me in my line of work is something more superficial. Lacerations are generally through several layers of skin.
Did you notice anything other than scratches on the defendant, or on the patient?
She did appear to have some more organized scratches on one of her arms.
What do you mean by that?
It had appeared she had somehow scratched or cut a word into her arm.
Do you recall what that word was?
Boy.
Were those scratches, again, just that, scratches?
Yes.
How would you describe a laceration?
Laceration would be a wound that required some sort of dressing, something that's actively bleeding through several layers of skin.
Did you see any lacerations on the patient?
No.
You said there was some dried blood near the patient's mouth. Did you observe any injuries?
Not that I recall.
Nothing that was associated with that blood?
No.
Did the cuts appear to be fresh, scabbed over, actively bleeding?
They were fresh, however, not actively bleeding.
And I'm sorry, when I say cuts, that's the scratches that you described, correct?
Yes.
And does your answer stand for each of the locations you observed scratches?
Yes, it does.
Did the patient complain of any pain?
She did.
What did she say?
She complained of abdominal, genital area pain.
Did she rank that pain for you?
She did.
What was the ranking?
I believe it was an 8 out of 10. Whatever it says in my report.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yep, she said a 9 out of 10.
In what area?
Her genital area.
When you receive that information, what's the next step that you take?
I've already done a physical assessment of the patient. Didn't note any active bleeds or hemorrhage or fluids from that area. And in any kind of suspicious case, especially dealing with members of the opposite sex.
Objection.
What is the objection?
Speculation, no foundation, 90702.
I'm going to overrule. You can continue the answer.
As far as any patient of that gender, we do not usually examine that area unless it requires dressing to stop active bleeding.
So as a male paramedic, you're not going to examine the genital area of a female unless there's immediate attention needed. Is that right?
That is correct.
You said you looked and there was no blood or fluid that you could see coming through the clothing, correct?
Correct.
Would that include I should step back. Was there any appearance of having urinated in her pants?
No.
Did she complain of any neck pain?
She did not.
Did you observe any type of injuries on the patient's neck?
I did not.
Was the patient eventually taken to the hospital?
She was.
By ambulance?
Yes.
How did the patient get from the room that she was seated in on a chair to the ambulance?
She walked out to her cot, positioned herself upon it.
Is that standard practice if someone's going to be transported that they're positioned on a cot?
In this instance, yes.
So the pain wasn't enough that she had to be carried there?
Correct.
What ambulance was she, or what hospital rather, was she taken to?
Mayo Eau Claire.
Where were you during the ambulance ride?
I was in the back of the ambulance.
Providing care?
Correct.
Are you checking for vitals at that time?
We are.
What do you monitor vitals for?
Just to see how the patient's doing.
See if there's anything that needs immediate assistance?
Correct.
Was there anything out of the ordinary for the vitals?
Her vitals at that time, given the situation, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Was the patient administered any medications?
She was.
What was that?
She was given Zofran.
What is Zofran administered for?
Zofran is administered for nausea. The patient complained that she may throw up, so we started an IV, gave her the Zofran to prevent her from throwing up, make her more comfortable.
Do you recall if she actually did throw up?
She did not. However, as a paramedic, Zofran administered prior to a patient vomiting is
That's preferred?
usually, yes, it's preferred. Better outcomes.
Is Zofran ever administered for pain?
No.
Was any pain medication offered?
It was.
What was the patient's response?
She denied pain medication, stating that it scared her.
During the drive, how was the patient's demeanor at that point?
She was still rather worked up, but she did calm down during the drive.
Were any medications that would cause somebody to calm down administered?
Not by me.
What happened once you arrived at the hospital?
We arrived at the hospital. We met a deputy there who had followed us in the ambulance bay. The patient is taken into registration, where there I learned she had provided us with the false name. And then I give report
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
Overruled. It's just characterization. Go ahead. You can continue your answer.
So then the patient is taken into the waiting assigned ER room. I give report to either the doctor or nurse attending, and that ends my care of the patient. We complete the transfer of care.
So the patient was turned over to the hospital as well as, in this case, possibly a deputy?
The deputy was present.
Okay. At any point, did she tell you that she was attacked?
She did not.
Did she tell you she was raped?
She did not.
Tell you she was sexually assaulted?
No.
Tell you that anybody else had cut her?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
You got to the scene about 10 minutes after the call, correct?
Yes.
Other people were already there, correct?
Correct.
Including law enforcement, correct?
Law enforcement and the homeowner.
And you, the information that you were provided is that the homeowner had found her inside on the floor, correct?
Correct.
That's the information was given to you.
That's the information that dispatch gave us.
And when you got there, she wasn't on the floor.
Yep.
Agreed?
She was sitting in a chair.
And so sometimes information is inaccurate that you get, correct?
That is correct.
Sometimes either you hear it differently from dispatch or dispatch is summarizing something and it's not exactly accurate. Agreed?
I'd agree to that.
Just because that's the case, it doesn't mean dispatch falsely informed you, does it?
No.
Sometimes people just make mistakes and don't say it exactly that way, correct?
Yep.
But you didn't choose to use the word falsely informed when describing what dispatch had told you, did you?
No.
You don't know what Ezra McCandless's birth name was, do you?
Interesting.
No.
You don't know why it is she initially said the word Monica when asked her name, do you?
No.
You got there after other people were already there, correct?
Yes.
You don't know if she'd already told somebody she'd been attacked, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if she'd already tried to explain what it is that happened to her, correct?
Correct.
Your job wasn't as an investigator to gather information, it was to try to provide care, correct?
Yes.
You don't know if by the time you got there, she'd already vomited.
Correct.
You knew that she needed something to make sure that she wouldn't vomit, correct?
Yes.
And so you administered, as you said, 4 milligrams of Zofran, is that right?
Zofran, yes.
Zofran, correct?
Yes.
And some of the main side effects of that include lightheadedness, is that right?
Sometimes.
Dizziness, correct?
Sometimes.
Drowsiness, correct?
Sometimes.
Tiredness, correct?
Sometimes. It's all patient dependent.
Sure. But you'd given her that medication which may have those side effects, correct?
Yes.
Then essentially, when you got there, she was sobbing uncontrollably, right?
Yes.
As you put in your report, I think you told the police she was constantly crying and complaining of pain, right?
Yes.
Fair to say she was hysterical?
Yes.
And then after that, you gave her this anti-nausea medicine, is that right?
Yes.
Which works by blocking serotonin.
Serotonin.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And then after she'd been given that medication, her mood and affect changed.
Her demeanor had changed prior to that. She was able to communicate with me more.
Okay.
And she had calmed down prior to the administration of the medication.
And so how or why it is she came to calm down, you don't know, correct?
Correct.
She was in a certain condition when you first arrived, right?
Yes.
And then over time, based upon the care that you had been provided, her condition improved.
Sure. Yes.
I imagine that's kind of why you're there, right?
That's why we're there.
Make people feel better, right?
He's trying to prove that there was something wrong with her because they did stuff and she felt better after.
Yes?
Yes.
Make them feel safe, correct?
Yes.
If I'm sure that's part of your training is if there's nothing else you can do, it's to give somebody a feeling of safety.
Yes.
And that's what you did, right?
Yes.
When she was, when you were asked questions on direct, you'd said, I believe, she did not tell you things, is that right?
Correct.
It was more of she was unable to tell you things.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
She didn't tell you, I'm not answering your questions, did she?
No.
She didn't refuse to talk to you, did she?
No.
She said, I don't know, quite a bit, right?
I don't recall.
When you say she did not tell you things, it was literally, that's all you meant by it. No judgment, it's just she wasn't able to provide that info. She did not provide certain information, correct?
Yes.
And why it is she didn't provide that information, you don't know. Agreed?
Correct.
What you do know is that she was sobbing uncontrollably when you first got there, right?
Yes.
And as you put in your report, she had been very distressed in her demeanor during our time with her, correct?
Yes.
And as you put in your report, this state continued, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, she was essentially under your constant supervision, is that right?
Yes.
Until you brought her to the hospital and turned her care over to somebody else, correct?
Yes.
She was never alone when you were there.
No.
And then you turned her over to somebody else to keep their eyes on her, right?
Yes.
Take care of her, right?
Yes.
You didn't document the things that you did or you did not see, did you?
No.
You didn't take pictures of her face?
No.
You didn't take pictures of her neck?
No.
You didn't take pictures of her leg?
No.
You didn't take pictures of her groin area?
No.
You didn't take any pictures at all, agreed?
Correct.
You've not been shown pictures from the hospital, correct?
No.
So what injuries were or were not documented by people at the hospital once she was unclothed, you don't know, correct?
I do not know.
You're just saying, I don't remember seeing certain things, correct?
Yes.
But just because you don't remember seeing them doesn't mean they weren't there, agreed?
It's fair to agree, yes.
You were probably paying attention to, certainly paying attention to her, but you weren't like checking her over for marks, so to speak. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right. That's all. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Wayne, you may step down, and I believe you'd be free to go.
Thank you. Can we just discuss one thing? I don't know if, I'm gonna wait till the door closes completely. Okay. I don't know if Deputy Reeves is going to, or actually Officer Reeves is going to testify this afternoon for sure or not. But if he does, when Officer Reeves meets with the defendant at the hospital, he interviews her on 2 separate and distinct occasions. We are going to ask about the first time he meets with her. We do not intend to ask him any questions about what the defendant told him or even about the second.
Interesting. So this is who the defense was asking that other law enforcement officer a whole lot of questions about. Does he know what she told this Deputy Reeves? Was he there when there were recordings made and all that? And he said, you have to ask Deputy Reeves. So that's the same fellow they're talking about here.
Second time he meets with her. So under our understanding of that, under the rule of completeness, counsel can ask questions about the first interview, but not the second. They are distinct in time. They are separated by interviews of by Officer Reeves with the defendant's adoptive father, with the defendant's mother, and the second interview includes a social worker from the hospital. So they're distinct interviews, and I do not believe the rule of completeness, just because he interviewed her twice, allows the second interview to be brought in. So we just want to point that out when Officer Reeves testifies that it's our position, unless counsel can express a good reason why the second interview comes in, which is not part of the first one, I just want to point that out, that that's our position on it. And counsel wants to review that and try to make a determination on that.
Car alarm.
Okay.
Okay, that's all that I have on that. Again, I don't know if counsel wants to address it now or if.
I don't want to take out argument now, but if it's, anyone has any authority on that, because what I'm assuming is if Mr. Nelson is trying to ask questions of Officer Reeves about that second interview, the state's going to object in hearsay grounds.
Yes.
So I don't want to take it up right now. We'll take a break. We'll take it up after or at the point where Officer Reeves. But if either counsel has any authority they want the court to look at, get that prepared and get it to the court. Okay, something else?
I don't have a legal, factually, it's not clear to the defense the distinction between those two. And so it might be better if you take up Mr. Reeves tomorrow or in between before Mr. Reeves testifies. I have an ability to sit down either with the state or Mr. Reeves to go through the transcript. I appreciate their position. I'm not trying to mislead, but it's not clear, and I want to make sure I get the facts clear. And so we might need a bigger break before Mr. Reeves testifies is all I'm saying.
Okay, when do you
have transcripts, if we can get a copy of them? I don't have a transcript of those interviews, so if you have a transcript, if we can make a copy of it, we can probably do that.
Okay, do you have a copy?
I'm not asking, I want to sit down with Mr. Reeves or sit down with the state, show them what I have. I'm not just giving copies of my file to anybody right now.
Well, okay, so.
I just want to say that there's a factual thing and we just need some time to sort that out. And I'd like to have the opportunity to do that before they call him.
Well, okay, and when does the state anticipate calling Officer Reeves?
We were thinking he was going to testify this afternoon at some point in time, but we wanted to listen to the first interview for sure, and potentially the second one if, so that he's familiar with those interviews before he testifies. So. All
right. Well, I'd appreciate it if counsel would at least just, preliminarily, if you can work something out and reach some sort of understanding, that would be helpful. So at least we know where you differ and then what the court will have to rule on when we get to that point.
I'm not trying to be, it was just, we weren't prepared because he wasn't on our list of people today. And so this is one of the reasons where I understand trials are fluid and dynamic. Just because of those reasons, I'm not in a position to address it as factually accurate as I would like to.
Okay, very good. Then we'll be in recess. Thank you.
I believe the state's going to call some witnesses, Chad Stedel, am I pronouncing that correctly? And Mr. Beardsley, and maybe a third about the downloads, or just those two? Wilter Dink as well about downloads, and if the defense understands that if they're calling these witnesses to establish foundation that downloads of phones were done and we're not going to get into the content today, then that's fine. I just want to put that on the record. But if we're getting into what content from those downloads is being admitted today, we need to have a discussion about that, because obviously these phones are filled with all kinds of content, some of which may be relevant, some of which may not be relevant. But if this is just a step in the foundation, we appreciate that, and we can take those matters about the content of the data up prior to a different witness. I just don't know what the state's intending, and so I want to bring that matter up now.
All right, who would like, on behalf of the state, to address that?
Your Honor, we do intend to call both the three witnesses that were indicated, Mr. Beardsley, Mr. Steuding, and Mr. Wilterdink. They will be testifying about the process of conducting a download. They will be testifying about the items that they were provided. They will be testifying about the manner in which they did them, and they will be identifying the disks that contain the information that they downloaded. They will not be testifying to any analysis of that information. They will not be testifying to the contents of any of that information. We will be moving the admission of the disks. However, we will not talk about anything that's on there until we call other witnesses. So I don't think there should be any issue with it. The disks themselves are clearly admissible. They are, obviously we haven't established the total chain of custody for all of the items, but that's a matter for later tie-up, which we will do. But we're just going to make them, we'll move for the admission of them at this point in time, and we will not discuss the contents unless and until we advise counsel ahead of time. We're going to call a witness who's going to testify about the contents, and then we can address any issues there may be with that.
All right, so we'll address that when that comes up.
And just so it's, we're objecting to their admission, and I don't think they should be admitted until we know what parts of the content we're going to be discussing. But again, from a foundation standpoint, I understand they're laying that, and we're not going to be objecting on foundation grounds or a chain of custody ground.
Well, I disagree that the disks can't be admitted. The fact that they're admitted is they're admitted, and I think there's relevant information on them. The disks should be admitted. If there are portions that counsel objects to at some point in time, we certainly understand that, and any portions that counsel objects to will never be provided to the jury, nor will that information ever be published or given in any form to the jury. It's not like it's a document which the jury's going to see when they're admitted, and they can, they'll be able to see it right then and be able to tell what's on there. It's a computer disk in most of the cases, and a flash drive in one of them. And that's all it is. I mean, they're not going to see anything that they shouldn't see. All
right. Well, there is, again, a difference between admitting the disk itself and then the contents, it's like videos or other things. So, okay, I appreciate the heads up and what the issues might be. Any other issues that counsel can anticipate with the witnesses, the next witnesses?
Not that I can think of. The next witness we intend to call is going to be Officer Earl, who essentially collected the clothes, and she did a few other things as well, trying to find Mr. Woodworth, but I don't anticipate any issues. She didn't talk to anybody as far as the individuals that we, the defendant or anything, so I don't think there are any issues with her.
What about
and then after that will be, I'm sorry?
You need to Officer Reeves today?
I'm not sure. It depends on how long things take with the witnesses we've got coming. We may deal with him and need to deal with the rule of completeness on him, and I'm prepared to argue that when or before he actually takes the witness stand.
Okay, and Mr. Nelson, are you prepared to argue that? And I'm not inviting it now, I'm just saying before,
Again, I don't know that it's a rule of completeness until I sit down and look at the facts. My understanding is I have multiple recordings that Mr. Reeves has made, and so it would depend upon either a voir dire of the witness to determine which statements were made during which interviews, or counsel to go and sit in a room with him as a professional and for us to just sort out what it was so we can sort out the facts first. It may be that they're accurate. I just want a chance to check that first. Because I don't necessarily concede that what was said in one interview or not, because we might be talking about different recordings. We might be talking about the same one.
all right. So at this point then, let's, you ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Olivia Earl, E-R-L.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I work for the City of Eau Claire Police Department.
If you all had to guess like what her position is in the police department, what would you guess? I should have paused it before she said police department, but if you had to guess what she does, what would you think? I'm gonna just wait for an answer before I play the video. Due to spoilers. SVU. What does that mean? Again, I forget. Oh, sexual victims unit. Okay. Ah, that's a good guess, Maisha. That's a good guess. Very good guess. Okay, good guess. Let's see.
And what is your current position with the Eau Claire Police Department?
I'm currently assigned to the Detective Division.
And how long have you been assigned to the Detective Division?
I started January 1st.
Of this year?
Yes.
All right. As of March 20.
Have you ever seen a detective with this type of demeanor ever? I was shocked when I was editing this video and she said detective. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Can you imagine? Can you imagine an interrogation or like, I mean, it's I mean, good for her, but like, it's just surprising, right? Like, man, would never have thought that. It was a good guess though, Maisha.
2nd of last year, were you employed with the Eau Claire Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And in what capacity were you working for the Eau Claire Police Department as of March 22nd of last year?
I was a patrol officer.
How long have you been employed by the Eau Claire Police Department?
Approximately 4 years.
Right. And do you have any law enforcement experience prior to that?
No.
All right. Now, on March 22nd of 2018, were you assigned by your dispatch to assist in the investigation that we're here for today?
Yes, I was.
What was your initial assignment in that matter?
I was asked to assist Officer Reeves in checking some locations for Alex Woodworth.
And where was the first place you went to try and find Mr. Woodworth?
We had gone to 511 Cameron Street, his residence.
And when you got to 511 Cameron Street, did you meet with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you meet with?
Officer Reeves and I had met with his roommate.
Do you recall which roommate it was?
I don't recall who.
All right. But one of his roommates?
Yes.
All right. And at that point in time, did you try to find out if Alex Woodworth was there?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time of day this was?
It was sometime in the later afternoon.
All right. And at that point in time, what information did you obtain about Alex's, whether he was present at that apartment or not?
The roommate indicated that he was not there.
Right. Did you check?
We did not search the residence, no.
Right. Did you go anywhere from there to try and find Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Where did you go next?
We went to Racy's, which is his place of employment.
Right. And when you got to Racy's, was Alex Woodworth there?
No.
What did you do then?
I then ended up checking the Joint, which is a bar on Water Street, and we had been told he frequented that location.
Right. And when you went to the joint, did you find him there?
No.
All right. What did you do next?
Officer Reeves asked that I check out on Cameron Street into Eau Claire County for a Chevy Impala.
All right. And you understood the Chevy Impala was a vehicle that the defendant operated or drove?
Yes.
All right. And did you go out Cameron Street?
Yes.
Did you find that Chevy Impala?
No.
All right. What did you do then?
I then returned to his residence to check to see if he had returned.
All right. And when you returned to his residence, what did you observe?
I found that the house was dark, and when I knocked on the door, no one answered.
What did you do then?
I then ended up going back to Mayo Hospital to help Officer Reeves.
All right. And when you went back to Mayo Hospital, were you assigned to collect evidence?
Yes.
And what evidence were you assigned to collect?
I was provided a SANE kit, a blood kit associated with the SANE kit, as well as clothing of McCandless.
All right. Let's start with the SANE kit. Can you describe what the SANE kit, what does it look like, what you got?
A SANE kit is a white box about that large that was already sealed by the SANE nurse when I arrived.
And you were gesturing with your hands. It looks like you were gesturing something about maybe a foot long by maybe about 4 or 5 inches wide. Is that about right?
About that, yes.
All right.
Well done. He has to make, whenever people gesture like that in court, by the way, for anyone who hasn't heard this, whenever they make a gesture like that in court, it's always behooves, that's right. I think that's what it is. It behooves the attorney to then ask a follow-up question so that way for the record, right? Because the record's not going to have a visual, it's just a transcript. But so for the record, it will have the record of what it is that they just made the gesture of. Aisha says, let's smoke a joint at the joint, 420 blaze it. Yep, for sure. The joint. I need to add that to the beginning slideshow thing.
And when did you receive that from the nurse?
I don't recall if I received it directly from the nurse or from Officer Reeves, who was there with the nurse.
And when you received it, can you describe what condition that kit was in?
The kit had already been sealed by the SANE nurse when I received it.
All right. And seal's intact when you received it?
Yes.
All right. What did you do with that SANE kit at that point?
I took it with me in my squad and drove.
What I will say is it would take a lot of nerve to be someone who has just committed a homicide and has also been making false allegations of sexual assault and then is claiming that this homicide was self-defense because you were sexually assaulted and make up this whole story about being sexually assaulted. And then, you know, what's the right word? Like agree to have a SANE kit done on you, knowing that they're going to find that there was no sexual assault. Like that takes some guts. Is guts the right word?
Drove to the Eau Claire Police Department where I packaged it into evidence.
You received a number of other items at the same time?
Yes.
So let's talk about each one of those items. You said you also received a blood kit that is associated with the SANE kit?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe that blood kit, please?
It's about a 3 or 4 inch by 5 inch styrofoam box that was already sealed by the SANE nurse.
All right. So you anticipated my next question. Were the seals intact when you received it?
Yes, it was.
And did you keep that with the SANE kit
exactly
with you at that point?
Yes.
All right. You said you also received the defendant's clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. How was that clothing just out in the open? I mean, was it just a pile of clothes or was it packaged in some way?
No, the clothing was packaged into different paper bags.
And do you remember how many paper bags offhand?
I don't recall the number of them. It was more than one.
All right. So there were a number of paper bags. Can you describe the condition of those bags? Were they sealed or unsealed?
They were unsealed. I believe the flap was just folded over on them.
All right. And what did you do with those paper bags after you received them from the hospital?
I took them to the police department where I packaged them into evidence.
All right. Let's talk then about transport of, and especially those paper bags, which you said were folded over but not sealed. Did you ever, while you were transporting, actually after you received them and as you transported them, did you ever open any of those paper bags up?
No.
Did you ever make contact in any way with the contents of those paper bags prior to getting to the Eau Claire Police Department?
No.
All right. Now, you get to the Eau Claire Police Department. Were the seals on the two items, the SANE kit and the blood kit, still intact when you got to the police department?
Yes, they were.
And now you're at the police department. What do you do with, first, we'll talk about the SANE kit and the blood kit. What do you do with it?
With the SANE kit, I put evidence tape over the top of the nurse's tape that she had and sealed it further and put my initials on it.
All right. And then what did you do with that?
Then I placed it into an evidence locker that I locked.
All right. And how about the blood kit?
The blood kit, I placed evidence tape on that, initialed it, and placed it into a refrigerator.
And is that refrigerator in a particular room, or is it like in a place where you guys have your lunch?
No, we have it in a separate area where we have like drying booths and other evidence type material. And it's a locked room. You have to have a key card to get in.
All right. And you have to have a key, and only people that are authorized to go in there are allowed in there, I assume?
Yes.
All right. And then you had these paper bags with the clothing items in them.
Yes.
What do you do with those?
I took the individual paper bags and simply put them all into one larger paper bag and sealed that bag.
All right. And how did you seal it?
With evidence tape.
And after that bag was sealed, what did you do with that larger bag now that contains all of the separate bags with the clothing?
I placed that into an evidence locker with the SANE kit and locked it.
All right. And prior to placing those individual bags into there, did you ever have any contact at all with the contents of any of those individual bags?
No.
Did you do anything to alter the contents of any of those individual bags?
No.
Did they leave your possession prior to your placing them into a large bag, sealing it, and placing it into an evidence locker?
No.
I have no further questions for Officer or Detective now, Earl. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Nelson, cross-examination.
Good afternoon. I want to ask you some questions about the bags of that had clothing in them, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you ever look inside the bags?
No.
Did you ever make visual observations of what was in those bags?
No.
Was there any writing on the outside of the bags that you saw that, said socks, shoes, underwear, shirt, sweater?
No, there was only hospital tags on there.
Okay, and what was on the hospital tag?
Ezra McCandless's information.
Okay, and you don't know how many bags there were?
I don't remember. In my report, I had indicated several.
All right, and did you document any place anything other than several?
I don't recall that I did.
Okay. And after you took those bags, you put them all into one bag, right?
Yes.
You put that in the evidence locker.
Yes.
And then after that, you don't know what happened to them, other than they stayed there, correct?
Yes.
But at some point, do you know somebody went in, took them out, sent them to the crime lab? Do you know that information?
I don't know what happened after I put them in the locker.
Okay, and you've never been shown any pictures about the potential contents of what those were?
No.
You have no idea?
No.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Just one question, if I could, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Did all of the individual bags that you obtained, did all of those go into that larger bag?
Yes, they did.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Bags, we're in the bag. We're in the bag. She's got it in the bag, you guys. Oh, that's it for this one, y'all. There we go. That's it for this one. So let's go back to our little slideshow. So we had a really interesting start to the stream earlier with the Alex Woodworth's journals. So as per usual, everything will be timestamped for those of you guys who missed it on Replay Crew or what have you. That was actually really, really interesting. So, and we also got to see all kinds of body cam footage. So lots of interesting stuff. And more to come. I'm thinking I might have the next episode done actually for tomorrow because I'm already almost finished with it. So, and for anyone else who missed it, I also had a video come out earlier with the latest in Karen Reed with the new documents. It's not a long video, but you know, it'll get you up to speed with the latest court filings. And I do plan to cover the hearing on Friday as well for that too. So other than that, though, that's about it for this one. And yeah, so thanks y'all for being here. Thanks for being a squirrel. And I'll roll the outro.